Welcome to Little Birdie TV. I'm your host Scoot, and here we are. It's the big day, SA Derby Day and Doomben 10,000 Day. I'm joined by Nico Noonan. He's not on track today, but he's in the studio with me. How are you, Nico?
Up and about. Hopefully we can get a result for the punters today. And gee, it looks a good day of racing. We've spread the bullets far and wide, haven't we? There's plenty of ammo to fire, so hopefully there's a few winners in there.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty handy day, and we've obviously not done the bull, and I'm pretty rapt looking at the weather just around Australia. I think it's perfect conditions for punters. We've got decent tracks and decent surfaces all around Australia, and the best thing is we've got 34,500 in the betting bank, so I think that's plenty of bullets to get us fired up. I spoke to Kingsley earlier this morning. He's very excited. He said, why don't we just have 30,000 on promises kept? He was obviously joking, but that's been the first bet that we've had. So we've had 5,000 at $5.50 on race 7, number 9, over in Adelaide. And so we've worked out a bit of a staking plan our end, and that'll be adjusted according to the bank. And as the sort of track conditions sort of prevail and our confidence level and our bank grows, we'll be adjusting that on the fly internally here. So we've finally got everyone's bets in. We're just about to upload the app so you guys can follow if you're not at home all day and watching on the YouTube channel. So stay tuned for that one. So all the bets will filter through on the app. So if you go into track, you'll be able to follow all the bets and all our confidence levels based on our bet sizes via the Little Birdie app. So there's still time to download that one. But yeah, we've got our first bet coming up in Scone in race number 2. So this is a bet from the Wolfden boys. So we're just about to sort of take the price on that one, and we'll welcome the guys at the Wolfden into the stream after we've sort of placed that bet. But I'd suspect we're going to have around sort of 30 or so bets, and we'll probably operate in about 15 races, and that's probably, I guess, our opening play and opening strategy. But as I sort of said earlier, if track bias or there's patterns emerge, I dare say that we could bet bloody anywhere, I reckon, Nico. Yep. I think there's a heap of tracks that could start to pop up bets, but I guess this is our early set, what I've got in front of me. But again, we're pretty flexible and open-minded, given the weather and track conditions look pretty perfect and pristine out there everywhere. How do you expect Flemington to play?
Oh, Flemington should be perfect. They haven't raced there for a while. Soft 5, so horses should get their toe in without it being a wet track. So yeah, it should be a day where we're probably looking to have a few bullets fired there, and that looks like that's probably the play. There's a few nice bets early, and who knows, they might even sort of increase or decrease throughout the day. We'll just sort of see how that track is, but I'd be expecting it to be rock solid. And then also, big day at Doomben. Listening to the track report from John Carlton on racing.com from Morphettville, it sounded like the usual pattern there of the last few weeks could still be right and play, with the fence potentially a little bit off. And then yeah, Echuca also is a venue we might be having a bit of a look at. So good track there. They're on a good 4. Not a lot of the country tracks in Victoria sort of rated at that level at the moment, so they've missed a lot of the rain, and could be a good day to get up on top of the speed. So we'll just see how those sort of things play out as well. But no, it looks a terrific day of racing across the board. I'm really looking forward to Flemington, actually. I think there's some really good races there. There's a few good bets that the boys have sort of sent through, but keen to see White Marlin in the Ramsden and sort of what transpires there. And then
be interesting to see what the market does with that horse. It's obviously very short at the moment, 2:15.
Oh yeah, like it just... If he can run up to what he did in that 2,800 metre race at Flemington, I would be surprised if the syndicates got involved with him, given the track and trip figure he ran there. But then, how much weight do they put in that Mornington Cup form? So that'll be a ripper, and obviously, the Group 1's promises kept, now having his first start for Maya Eustace. So maybe they've improved him. I know Mark Zara's done a bit of work on the horse, so he's obviously sticking with him there, and yeah, he could be... He's probably our horse for the day, really. Hopefully we can get a result out of him.
Do you think it's enough time, 6 weeks, to improve a horse? Or how much improvement can you get? Like, obviously you've got hands-on experience, stable life.
Yep, definitely.
What can change though? Feeding?
Very different. I think there'd be very different training regimes between Ural and Maya Eustace. Even seeing all their horses in the yard, Ural horses, as a rule, typically first up, they're cranked up and ready to go, whereas Maya Eustace horses generally, second or third up, they're finding their best from a fitness point of view. So I would say deeper in the preparation gets, the Maya Eustace horses probably get better. And I think, that horse, having been with Ural, had a really good base underneath him, good grounding. So he was very fit that day at Bendigo. And then even seeing some vision of him between runs, it looks like he's even put on a bit of condition with them, which I never think is a bad thing. I think you'd always rather have condition than not have it up your sleeve and be getting skinny. So, especially in the horse game. So I think it looks like they've put a bit of condition on him. Looks like he's strengthened up since his last run. And his coat looked a bit better than what it did when he first arrived there. So, it all looks promising signs for him.
Jason has a party tip on the show. Kingsley's pretty confident. I think Dano's with the horse, and clearly 5,000 at 550 was a nice bet early. Now that we've got the bank established, we might cross over and get Richie Irvine from the Wolfden on board. We've just had our first bet at Scone. Pardon me. Scone race 2, number 2 is Stepley. We've just had 1,000 at $4 there with Topsport. Obviously, we're betting with them all day, but Kingsley's looking fresh. He's got the light pink shirt on. How are you? Sorry, Richie, how are you?
Kingsley? I'd probably cop that as a change-up.
How are you, mate?
Be Kingsley instead. Great. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Pretty excited about the day, and I guess levels of confidence. I think Kings was 10 out of 10 confident. He sounded more bullish this morning, and I think there's a little quiet air of confidence amongst all the boys across the board. And luckily, there's a couple of races that we've all lined up and not too many different thoughts. We might have a quaddie at Flemington and maybe Doomben if we can get a couple of more thoughts through and if a pattern emerges. But I think it's going to be a great day of racing, and a couple of bets sort of spread out here and there, so should make for a pretty fun show.
Yeah, no, we're pumped. All the boys are here. Dano's here, just got here. Had to go and pick up a birthday cake or something beforehand, but yeah, I think there's quite confidence amongst us all. Nothing better than coming together with a bunch of mates and having a day on the punt. That's what today is. I'll get the boys in and out during the day to answer questions, talk about how the day's going. They're all sort of betting their normal betting. I'm sure you boys are as well, and many other people are betting at home as well on top of being part of this big syndicate. So, that's sort of the wrap. Pretty calm in here at the moment. It's about all I got to say.
We've got Scone jumping in 2 minutes. Have you identified whose bet this one is within the den? Race 2, number 2, Step Lead. We've had the 1,000 at $4.
I can, but I have to leave to go and ask him. You want me to do that?
Yeah, you can. If you can get one of the boys to chat pre-race, that'd be good. And Nico and I'll just hold for.
So cool. I'll see if someone wants to come in right now.
Cool.
I'll come back.
Cool. So we'll get one of the boys from the Wolfden to come and give a couple of reasons why they've come up with this horse Stepley. I haven't had time to look at Scone, but I was speaking to John Walter earlier this morning, and he expects maybe the fence to be slightly off and just sort of in behind the leading pack. Maybe 2 or 3 pairs back to be the ideal position.
A few of the previews I listened to was pretty similar. They sort of thought they were looking for horses that could get into the running line or down the middle. It's a great track, Scone. Even the first race looked to play pretty well. We've had race 1 at Echuca, and that track looks to be looking okay. There didn't look any significant bias there. So we'll just keep chipping away through the day, and obviously that's a big part of punting, isn't it? Sort of identifying track bias and sort of seeing if the bets you want to have early still match up to the way the track's playing. So, Step Lee's probably going to need the track to be playing that way. He's run barrier 20, so we need old Reece Jones to really be on his game.
Yeah, a little bit of a quick shout out to the Mr. Racing crew. They're another tipping site. We're happy to support sort of any tipsters, but they threw me on I won a members draw with them. I got $100 on Hip Hip Hurrah in the first race at Scone, and we just kicked that one home. So I don't know how they've plucked me out.
We're up and about early.
Yeah, members draw. So it's absolutely fell in. Dipsy Doodle dived at it late and just got the bob in there. So big thanks to Mr. Racing, and make sure you guys check that out on Twitter. I'll tweet it later and give the boys up at the Goldie a bit of a follow. They're pretty hot punters up there. So maybe one day we'll get the Mr. Racing crew in for a stream. Very smart operators there, but big thanks to them. Just got the text message through, and $100 at $26, and I think the horse ran $9. So something for me. It'd probably be my shout for golf next time we see him. But if you've just tuned in, we have had a bet here. So Scone race 2, number 2 is the horse that we're on here, and we've just had $1,000 at the fixed $4. So fingers crossed we can get the result early, and hopefully we can get someone in from the Wolfden crew to talk through the bet as to why they've sort of liked it. This one's coming from the Sydney side of the fence. So yeah, we'll just cross between the Melbourne and Sydney office all day, and then if Walt's you all good? All right. Yeah, we can. We'll just get the boys on now if they're ready. They've just got. They're starting to load sort of 3 or 4 here. And we've got Richie. Couldn't find someone to talk about the bet.
No, they all looked at me like I had 2 heads. They're all betting at telephone numbers, but they'll. We'll get them in here soon. It was just I got to give a little bit of warning. We'll get more organised.
It's always.
But it's Kings's bet. It was Kings's tip from the 4. So the 4 boys we put together is Matt, Dream Team Matt, who everybody knows, and then Dano, Kings, and also the Fizzer, who maybe not so many people know who are not on the Den, but many think he's one of the best judges on the Den. So, but hopefully we can get off to a winning start. There's nothing better than going straight to the front.
Absolutely. I think that's been somewhat the key to a couple of these things. We've had a couple of battles in the past, and we've just been sort of on the back foot for a lot of the bigger singular banks, and I guess the battle stuff has been a different sort of format, so people are a bit more sort of cat and mouse there.
Yeah.
But it always helps if you've just got a Punters Club bank to get a couple of wins early and get the tails up. But I think we're starting to nail the units and the staking amount as well. So I think it should be more calm, cool, and collected. I think it's in the red out the back there, isn't it?
It's going to have to be good from there.
Yeah, it's going to have to be very good from there.
Missed the start.
I think it's got a big finish though, this horse.
All right. See what the boys have up their sleeve here.
We're on quite a big delay with you guys too.
Right, yeah.
Which is unavoidable.
That's all good. Has it gone back to the fence, that horse?
Yeah, I think we're sort of like 5th, 6th last. I think he's one off. I think he's saved one off, yeah.
In the white
He
sleeves,
doesn't look
is
like
it?
he wants the fence.
It travels though.
Captain Canuck, the leader.
Yeah, I'm not ball coach. Just we have Foxtel on the internet, so it's like 10 or 15 seconds behind.
All right, well, we do travel.
We do travel, but fuck, we've got a fair way to reel this bloke in, haven't we?
The leader's 100 to 1.
Is it? What's near it? Big long straight. Here we come.
It's coming now.
Die in the arse. I think that Sung Blue's going all right though. Second horse.
It's coming now. Go on.
Come on, boy. Sprout wings.
Go on.
Get that. Oh, no. I think we've just missed.
You got the first photo wrong there. I don't know if I'm trusting your photo skills.
What do you think?
They put in a big dive on the line.
You're on a better angle than me. You're over there.
Oh, that was tight. That was tight.
I think we've just got nutted.
That was very tight.
He's put in a big dive late. He's got the momentum.
It's prominent. It was definitely prominent.
Oh.
Yeah, it's got there. It's got there.
Here we go.
Chance.
We got. Are you coming in?
I realise I'm on it too.
I realised I was on it.
What?
Did it get there?
Maybe. I'm not sure. Not sure.
Yeah.
How's the angle here at
Looks
Scone?
a huge chance.
Can you guys...
Listening to them.
I am. Yeah. So you grab, but you could probably try and put this in your ear. Hopefully this.
Oh,
Put that in your ear.
Oh, that
it's
does-
got it.
Guys.
Beautiful, boys.
Hello?
Up we go.
Loud clapping.
Hey, we're away. How good's the last stride victory? Now that it won, I've come in.
I know.
No, we had lots of bets in that race, but Kings obviously picked out.
I don't know
the
if they're
best.
on us. Are you on us, boys? No, I can't hear.
Yeah.
I know you are. Yeah.
Yeah, he said we had a few bets. That's why we couldn't get in there, but that was the best one. So happy days. We're away. Had $1,004. I saw. Short the totes.
Yeah, it sort of got crunched late, so appreciate King's just waiting for the syndicate to get on before he really pressed that one. I just missed 420 actually. I was a little bit stiff, so Tristan
Right.
sort of got us there a little bit, but hopefully that's a sign of things to come. You're looking pretty fresh, mate. You've been in solarium.
Yeah, I've been tanning up all week. We've had some good weather in Sydney. Yeah, it's a bit of. Me and my wife went through a nice moisturising routine last
Really?
night.
Like at home?
Yeah, I had the face mask on.
Really?
No,
Wow.
just kidding.
Oh.
Thanks, Scoot. It's very nice. I can't actually see you guys at the moment, but
Yeah, that's okay.
we'll fix that later.
No, you won't be able to see.
Yeah, it's probably for the best.
There's nothing to say.
I was bringing my
Because
laptop.
everything's in delay and all that kind of stuff. That's
Yeah,
the issue.
sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, well done to us. I've got a few more bets to do, and Richie will bring us in later.
Well done. Good start.
All
Start
right,
we wanted.
thanks, guys. Hope everyone does well.
Yeah, we'll let you guys go, and we'll get you guys back on for Scone Race 3. We've already had a bet there. So Scone Race 3, number 1 is Yori Corey. We had $250 at $38. So a little tiny
That'll be exciting.
bet there on a roughie, and we'll get Richie to maybe get one of the boys up there to talk about Scone Race 3 at 12:10. But the next bet's going to come in through our end. But great signs there at Scone.
Other way.
To be able to see horses sort of run on there, and gee, it travelled run that nicely, that horse. I thought it was a well-timed ride.
Yeah,
but,
travelled huge, didn't it? So
it did. It was absolutely bolting.
Racy's
Just-
got us up there late.
Yeah.
It still looks like there's a bit happening here at the Den.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like the boys are in the thick of it and betting, but looks like Kingsley's back. So
You want it on
I think there.
No, because it's out of
Kings.
time. Can you
Hey
hear?
boys, how are you?
Yeah, good. We're a touch more organised than you boys, but obviously you're betting feverishly up there, and great start. It looks like the price held up long enough for us, and you guys have just stepped in late and absolutely crunched it. So
Yeah, I backed it on Betfair about $4.20 and then went and hit the bookies at $3.90 and $4. So we just got there in the end, but no, it's a good start. But we got bets flying everywhere. We got Hong Kong on later, and my head's already spinning. But at least we got a result first up, so it's good.
good.
Let's go on with it.
I would have thought so. And promises kept. You've had the 5,000 at 550 early. Talk us through why you like that bet.
I had it shorter in my market. I had it about 420. And then it matched up with a couple of other people. Dan found it, and Fitzy was tipping it strong, and Matt found it as well. So I figured it was time to step in if we all sort of line up. So I value other people's opinions as well as my own. So usually if everyone's lining up, they generally tumble down. So it's a hard race, the Derby, though. Always is, but it's about getting value at the end of the day, I suppose, and backing winners. But we're getting the right price. It's half the battle.
Do you find that you bet a lot in the big feature Group 1 races? Like a couple of your big bets today is that a usual thing for you?
I used to bet really big in those Group 1s, but I now don't have as much advantage in the Group 1s. The lower the race, like a Monday provincial meeting or Monday country meeting, I should say, I do a lot better. The market's a lot more inaccurate or inefficient. So the group racing, I love it. So I do bet in it and I bet up in it, but I really shouldn't bet it probably as big as I do. I'm more price conscious in the Group 1s than I am on a country race meeting. So if everyone's betting $7, $6.50 and $6 a horse on a country meeting, I'll go and smash it at $6 or better. Whereas if it's a Group 1, I'll just take the $7 more so, unless I'm super keen.
Your turnover would be for maybe say Metro versus provincial and country at the moment.
Mate, it used to be sort of 80-20 would be Metro, but now country and provincials would be a lot more than Metro. I've had to reduce my bets back a lot on Metro racing with all the tax increases, etc. So it would be the other way now, I reckon, 80-20 sort of provincial country over Metro. And the other thing is the limits on the country and provincial races now are 1,000, and I'm betting on, with a lot of the, especially the smaller bookies, I'm betting on Metro racing to win 1,000 with them. So I can get on the country provincial races to win sort of about 30,000, and I get it when I bet on a Metro race, I'm getting on to win 45. So it's not a huge difference. I don't have anyone out on track anymore because there's just not as many bookies on track, and it's just a bit sort of time consuming now to send somebody on track. I might have a top fluck bet here or there, or do something a bit best of the best if I can get it. But a lot of my business on the Metro racing is on Betfair as well. I start to feed it into Betfair with like that one at Scone. Then I'll feed it into Betfair with 3 minutes to go, and then if I've got to go and hit the market, I do. But a lot of it's on Betfair. So as I spoke the other day, it's about changing market conditions, and that's what you've got to do is adapt to what's in front of you.
How big would you say, well, back in the day when you used to go on course and send people to races and stuff like that, what would your team size have been, or the people that you use, I guess, for form and betting and everything, and what does that compare to now? Like how many people?
I've never had it's bigger now than what it used to be. A lot of my stuff is just data driven, so I'll outsource a lot of it. So I'll get information from people and just feed it into the computer. So it's not, I don't have a big team of people doing videos or putting on bets, or, I mean, it's hard enough to win expense wise without them getting too high sort of thing. So when I'm low margin, high volume, obviously. So you don't want your expenses getting too high, but you need computer program. Just look at this Brisbane race. I was on number 5, but it did me money.
R&T.
Oh yeah, R&T. Wow. Okay. Should add something on it. Yeah. Sorry. What was I saying? I've always had I've got more people, computer programmers now than probably what I have ever had. And I outsource quite a bit of that overseas. I just find that they're cheaper. You don't have to pay them full-time wage. You can use them when you need to. So I found that pretty beneficial. But it's about the same, to answer your question. Probably there'd be more now, but especially with Wolfden now, there's more people in there doing the content and et cetera, So we're growing, but you've always got to be mindful of those bloody expenses.
Yeah, I can sort of relate to that, having the studio down here. But have you got Mug Putter in the cupboard up there, Rich? Is he somewhere? Or he's a bit filthy. He's just.
Mate, so who does Mug represent? Does he represent Little Birdie? Does he represent SwiftBet? Does he represent Wolfden? Who claims him?
I think he should be a runner for Kings on Track. I think he's itching for a full-time role.
Great.
I think you guys need to snap him up. He's hot talent.
We need someone.
Shout out Mug.
We need someone to go out to Albury, Wagga. He can do the kilometres he used to do. Rich used to get around a fair bit.
So I met all these boys back in the day. Yeah. Where is Dan? Is DK coming on today?
Oh, I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, I think he's
he's brushed
called
us.
in sick. I think he's late scratching. I think he's dirtied up. He does dirty up pretty easily. I don't think he's found much at Chuka Mavis.
And is it just you two and us at the Wolfden? Is there any other people coming on board?
I think he's just dark on everything at the moment. But
How many of you boys down there?
there's only 2 of us here, but then Walt's up in the den, and then we've got Jason has a party out of the Philippines. So
Nice.
his bet's coming.
Waltz over his man flu.
His bet's coming up next.
Yep. We'll get them on the Zoom later, I suppose.
Yeah, so they'll all be via Zoom. So Flemington is about to...
I'm on this first starter at Flemington. I've had something on.
Do you bet much in the 2-year races, Kings? Like, do you find them races to get involved? Like this first start would be hard to...
I like betting. The only time I back first starters is if I don't like the look of the race horses. I'll just sort of pick out a few in the market and just back them on spec, really.
Yep.
A mate of mine did tip me this number 11 here, and I looked at the rest of the field and I thought there's nothing special in it, so I've had something on it, just small. But I don't mind backing first starters if they're first or second pick sort of thing. They've obviously trialled well, but I don't do any trials myself. I don't have the eye for it, and I've never found anyone who sort of I've teamed up with that can do it. So I just sort of look at the betting market and let that guide me.
Yeah, well, she's been. I think she opened 550, and there was a bit of a spruik around for her, and now she's into 250 with most places.
Oh wow! They bet that big a price, did they?
Yeah. I think they went up Sheila favourite, the number 1, who just, I don't know. I didn't sort of rate his debut with that much, and then I think the market's sort of thinking the same. There's not a lot of love for him, and then
No.
she's.
Yeah, I just looked at the figures of the top one and wasn't that overwhelmed, especially on a Saturday Metro class. So
Yeah, exactly. And then this filly is the daughter of Scholes. I think it's her first daughter to race.
Okay.
So she was a Group 1 winning mare for Team Friedman. There's obviously Yarrafield involved, so there's everyone sort of putting their chips on the line.
My team, Yarrafield.
Yep. Any mail from JM?
Let's get it home. I'll love you and leave you for a bit, boys. Got to go and back some winners.
Outstanding stuff. All right, so they've kicked us off with a hot start, the Wolfden.
Thanks, mate.
Might just watch.
Should I text?
Watch this
Should I text
Flemington
Masara
race,
asking what he
and
thinks
then
of this
we'll
one?
talk about it, Nico. Obviously, there's a good street corner tip for the 11 here.
Yeah, she looked like great type in the yard. Just watching off the TV here, she looked like a filly with plenty of scope. So down the straight with a wide draw is always interesting for these first starters. You'll probably like them to be nearer the fence, and I found this season that the first starters that have drawn wide have had a little bit of probably a disadvantage to those horses, especially in the 2-year-old races back towards the fence. But she looks pretty smart, and if she can, there's a bit of a spruik around for her, and B Shin going aboard for race day was probably a big sign there. So she's a little bit keen early here, but can happen in these straight races. They're just interesting setups for the 2-year-olds because they're nowhere near the fence, and they're much different to sort of trial speed as well. The straight races, they sort of sit up a lot more. So it's a tough spot to be in, sort of 3 wide on debut. But if the 9 takes her into the race, you'd think she's going to have every chance here. Look, if you probably could have gone at 550, we might have had something on, but 260 now, just with all the sort of factors of did down the straight, and she's copped a big bump there from the colt next
Chris
to her.
Lee's thing. The King Keys thing.
So
been barging up.
Looks like he's still got plenty of horse.
Yeah.
No, not going to find.
What's this thing coming off its back?
The she-light's just a bit too strong for him. Yeah, that wasn't a bad run by her. It's just the way
Nice to do.
the sort of straight can play sometimes. You know, she got the big bump from the colt. She just said, get out of the way, really. And then that was her race over. I don't think that was a great guide to how that track's going to play or anything. Those straight races, they're a bit of a different island to the circle, aren't they, usually? So she gets the result. Yeah, King, he didn't really have much figures. Like King said, he sort of won on debut at Sandown, but it wasn't anything to sort of be taking your breath away with the closing splits. Maybe he's got more upside than the data sort of suggests, though.
We've got a little bit of a lull here. There's about 13 minutes to go until we're going to have a bet at Echuca. I'm sort of just waiting, looking at the market and sort of fishing price. This is Jason Azapati's bet, this next one, at Just Keep Punting on Twitter. But really good start. 3K profit on the first race up at Scone. If you're just joining us, and the guys at Topsport are kind enough to have put in $5,000 worth of bonus bets as well for charity. So haven't really decided what sort of charity we're going to go with here. So on the fly and in the YouTube chat room, if anyone's got some good suggestions at the moment, make sure you fire them in, and we'll pick out a charity. In the past, we've done a lot of stuff with the Big Freeze. I see they're into their 9th year, which is quite remarkable.
The beanies are in the supermarkets now. They're just sort of starting to take over, aren't they?
Yeah, they're off and gone. So they've raised an absolute stack of money, which is great. And then we raised $12.50 for Billy Rodder down at Warrnambool through the Bull Week, which was tough betting, but it was good that everyone sort of got around that one. And hopefully we steered a couple of people into a few winners there. But she's still was pretty brutal trying to sit through 30 races, and I was a wreck after that week, betting myself. I guess Britannicus won, and then just doing all the form, and then trying to do the form for the weekend as well. It was a savage week.
Yeah,
it's never easy, is it?
No. So we'll see what. Obviously, get involved in the YouTube chat if you're sitting watching. You can fire in a few questions if you want, or questions for the boys up in Sydney, or anything for us here. We've obviously done the form for a lot of races. There's been a bit of early talk about Giga Kick in there, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes today. Sort of, I suppose he's got the title now, doesn't he? Australia's best sprinter, really. So I suppose everyone's watching him with plenty of interest for the rest of the day. But no, there's plenty happening, that's for sure. And they're just sort of in the yard for the first at Morphettville. Did you see that commentary around the Morphettville crowds?
Not there.
Not existed. So
I think they've just got a lot of competition at the moment. I think they're being a little bit ambitious. They're never going to knock off the Liv. If the AFL was in town, that would have made a big dint to it. Maybe they should, night racing would be their go. If the AFL and the golf are there to stay, it'd be a no-brainer to try and get lights and get the racing to sort of absorb those crowds afterwards. I don't know how you go with, I guess, audience behaviour and stuff like that, but maybe that's sort of like a different angle. But yeah, I just think they just got, the big boys roll into town with a heavily marketed sport. I think Adelaide just, cops on the crowd. But how many race clubs are really that bothered about the crowds and stuff like that? Surely it's just more of a wagering and to try and fit into the sort of the rest of the eastern states carnivals, isn't it?
That's the thing. Like if their turnovers up or any of those signs, the field size is definitely there. This carnival, they're getting a lot of interest from nearly every state. You looked at the Oaks. You had key fillies from Sydney. You had Chiefs Fit come over from Perth, and you had obviously the winner was from Melbourne. So they're getting a lot of interest from the states, and they're getting a lot of support from that point of view. And I would imagine that would help turnover, given you had a better quality of horse there. It's just at what cost does that sort of have on the club, when they're trying to do that and they can't get the crowds there, what do they do to bring that back? So, it's going to be fascinating stuff for them. Obviously, they got the big deal racing.com, so that's definitely helped in some way, I would have thought. Racing.com sort of being a big provider of their coverage and, giving, the out wide meetings a lot of coverage that they do.
Well, there's been a fair bit of commentary during the week saying that, the Derby should just be relocated to Flemington. There's commentary around Adelaide trainers not providing runners in the SA Derby, but isn't that the whole point? Like to try and get the strongest field possible and get the interstate horses to come over?
I don't know if rescheduling the carnival would work, because then you say, you put it on the back of the spring. Well, then there's Perth, like you're sort of going into that, and obviously the spring's running later now, so they obviously their position on the calendar is working because they're getting the horses. It's just not necessarily working from a crowd point of view, but then, you probably have to ask how much sort of resources and those sort of things are they actually putting into that, or is it just a situation where they haven't really promoted it that much?
Yeah, it's very strange. Here's Kembla. Looks like it's a fair enough track there.
Do we have anything today at Kembla?
No, that'll be a John Walter play, I would have thought, but nothing on the sheet as yet. No.
So yeah, we're just chipping away early here. How long to our next race? All right, Chuka. 12:11.
It's really difficult at the moment, and it's something that we spoke about on the shows. With products like Top Fluck, Best of the Best not available, there's just a lot of time where you're spending a lot of hours just sitting in your computer waiting to fish out a price, because the market gets clipped early. The first couple of minutes markets go up, and then there might be a second wave of money after minimum bet laws kick in at certain places, and then you're sort of just destitute and waiting till the last sort of 5 minutes of betting, and you're trying to predict when the best price is to try and maximise what price you sort of take. And a classic example was that race at Scone at SP360, and I was sitting there waiting, trying to sort of take the $4, missed the 420, so I've got an okay price, but Top Fluck was $3.90, and you just got to try and fish out the market, and that's exactly what we're doing at Chuka race 2 here, and we're just waiting on a horse to sort of drift out the market, because they're betting 125 still, so hopefully we can get slightly better price. And if you just keep taking slightly better prices over time, it's going to make a considerable difference in the long run. And that's similar to, I guess, our little bit of syndicate. We're always trying to push out at achievable odds and record at prices where people can get, rather than nominating one top odds bookie, which not everyone can get sort of access to. But yeah, trying to get the prices on the hardest things. Bankroll management is one thing, and then staking, but then trying to fish out or get that good price, it's just so important and makes a massive difference.
Nick Steele's got a question here in the YouTube.
Yep.
Has the interim poly track at Gold Coast had an impact on their turnover?
Would have thought so.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like. I think field size has probably been a major factor there, hasn't it? Watching a few races that sort of Donny's bet into on the Little Birdie Syndicate, it doesn't seem like they're jam-packed, those fields, do they? So I would imagine that would have a big impact, those kind of things. And even looking at these tote pools for this race, they're not through the roof, are they? Just looking at the Sky Vision up right now. So I think that's generally a thing with the synthetic tracks anyway, isn't it?
Donny would be one of the biggest turnover clients on the Gold Coast.
He loves
poly.
it.
He should be the ambassador for the all-weather track. So I think
Pakenham's great. That synthetic track's there. That's a good one to bet on. Ballarat's a bit iffy, but
DK loves them.
DK, he seems more of a Ballarat man. Ballarat just plays very different a lot of the times. I think they were breaking the track records there the other day, so maybe it's come back a bit firmer this season. But yeah, Pakenham I think is definitely the best synthetic track. It's a ripper. But no, you'd think it'd probably have some impact. Charity bet 1K double on.
Yeah, we've just had 1500 at 220 on Walk of Fame. This is Az's tip. The Walk of Fame form. I think it's had 2 winners out of this race. You've had a little bit of a look at
I did this race at sort of ran in. I was doing RSN that morning and it jumped out well prior to its debut, and then it ran into Tapo, had really strong form. Hammond just sort of sent it straight to the front. It had 54 kilos and just kept running, and she sort of was on top of that fast speed. On punting form, they've gone quite quick. She sort of put an overall figure of about 5 lengths above relative to maiden grade, but she probably wasn't doing a whole heap late on the clock. She's nearly come home in 13 seconds her last 200 metres, but you'd think Reardon having the ride on her last start, she was well back last start, she was 5 into 350 late. I think there's probably a big chance that they send her forward here and really try and control the race, so yeah, hopefully it's just game over. But yeah, the winner of that race had some good form lines, and then the second horse I did see come out and won at Geelong as well, so there's been enough out of that race. And the second pick's Kodak, who he's had a few chances for Team Freedman, sort of debuted at Moe, I'm pretty sure, and didn't set the world on fire. He's run some handy races, but he's probably been a bit overrated relative to how, he hasn't got within sort of 2 lengths of the winner in all of his runs, and he started favourite in nearly all of them, so he generally finds one better, but it's just sort of, if he's improved at all with the break. I didn't watch any of his jump outs, but you think being from that stable, they can take some improvement out of their first up runs. They're not a stable that sort of gets them fully screwed down early in the preparation. As a lot of punters would know, they're a big grand final stable, and I think that's probably why.
Yeah.
They don't have their horses, fully cranked up early in their preparations. They seem to get better the deeper they get. Could be a bit different with a horse that's a maiden that they're trying to get a result out of. But and then you sort of got Nick Legacy, third pick. He's no star. He's just sort of been battling away. They can't sort of figure out his distance, what he is, and then apart from that, there doesn't really look much in the race. So, Walk of Fame, might be putting a bit of faith in Liam Reardon today at Echuca. So, he's been a jockey that's working really hard. He's not necessarily getting the results right now, but he's putting in the hard work, and I think that it will come for him. He's definitely improved out of sight, his riding recently. So, I think he's definitely a jockey at these sort of meetings. He's a bit of a go-to for mine. And then sort of, provincial meetings at least, you can definitely find him, and he's doing his best obviously when he gets city opportunities, but I think if you're betting into these country races, he's probably a jockey you definitely want to have a look at.
A little bit of a DK pill, that, isn't it? Like when they're riding like for like or against their sort of own batch of similarly skilled riders or apprentices and stuff like that, you're happy to be with them, and then maybe you just sort of jump off a little bit, or tend to not bonus them when they go back into the city.
Yep.
Yeah.
Randy says John Calton, handy addition for Adelaide. He's been great on racing.com, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
The Eagle.
Yeah, he was dominant when we did a stream at Moonee Valley. He's a cracker, great guy, great ambassador and advocate for punters, and yeah, he's quite talented. You can easily take his advice with a heap of confidence, and I love finding similar horses. And when I line up with Johnny Kelton, I tend to bet with a bit more confidence. He's great fella, great judge, and yeah. Geez, he's just like really slotted in nicely, hasn't he? He's like a duck to water on the Get On show and on his hosting. He just knows every horse sort of inside out, and that's what you're looking for.
So they're about to jump.
Adelaide, let's have a look at this track. It's interesting, the Sharippa. I could easily find it, this horse. And I think the last starter, I think I heard the trainer say that was sort of just a little bit of a in-between run, and this is more so like a stepping stone race. I think this is the one that he really targeted for this horse. I'd be interested to see if you can win.
Who is
again.
it? Jolly?
Yep.
No, it's parked OSL here. It's got the 30s chance taking it on. It's always good, isn't it?
No, sorry, it's Oxlade, Shane Oxlade. He's got a couple of horses. I can hear the Bee Gees playing in the background. Can you?
No. Well, it travels. Oh, that's a bit far wide, isn't it? Danger.
Look at the jockey. Look at the action on him,
Lifted it late.
didn't he?
Who's that? Looks like P. Cat.
Campbell Rawilla
Oh, Campbell.
off the jumps.
Too strong from there. Right, they're well and truly moving in at a Chuka, so hopefully Walk of Fame is getting the chocolates.
215. It's a little bit soft here in the market, which is a
There's just
slight
not much doing,
concern.
really.
True to form, we've missed the double for charity, so hopefully we can.
I think our double horse is Giga Kick, isn't he?
Yeah,
Same sort of one for today.
we could just do 5,000 best of the best. Just get around the Bob product and go the bonus bet. Support Racing Queensland on their move to reinstate Bob. Yeah, Campbell Rule is absolutely flying, isn't he? With the
Just a bit of confidence, isn't it? Like get those few winners over the jumps. At you know, that sort of warnable, and then he's always been that sort of rider, hasn't he? Sort of get his confidence up. So he's a good young fella. Seems like a very well mannered young kid. So hopefully he can kick on with it a bit. And it seems like the jumps might be his go. He was just throwing things over the line at Warrnambool, wasn't he? They all seemed to travel really well for him. He's strong on a finish, so
Yep.
sort of lifted a few of those horses late. So it'll be interesting to see how much, you know, attention he sort of draws from the jumps trainers and sort of who gives him the opportunities. You pretty much just got to get in with Mark Eustace, don't you? If you're a jumps jockey, they seem to dominate the jumps.
Simon Wild.
Simon Wild,
Is
yeah,
all right?
yeah. But Kuru seems to be his man
Yeah,
now.
he's the go-to, isn't he?
He's doing all the work there, so.
Why wouldn't you put him on? All right, Echuca, race 2, number 11, Walk of Fame, in the Chittick Bloodstock colours.
Yeah. They're going forward. You'd love him to lead Kodak. Don't let Kodak in. Yeah. Hopefully Maskiel drags back. Oh no, we're going to go back.
What are we just going to sit here posted, are we?
Well, this is the danger in the market, tagging us into the race. So we should just
Yeah, follow his bum.
stalk it, get off its back. Hopefully. Nick Legacy doesn't much good. If we can't get past it, we're in strife. Be surprised if something come from behind us. Hasn't been pretty. Go on, let down.
Come on. Come on, Azza. What's this thing off its back? Any good? Is it strong?
It's coming. Are we past this leader? Go on. Get there.
No. Yes.
Yep, got up.
Bang.
Another one for the
Assaulter
boys.
from Malta. Beautiful. They're just about to jump
Hard
at
work of it.
Scone, and we've just had a tiny bet here. We've had 250 at $38 on Yori Corrie, number 17. $38. I think it's been heavily backed as well. You know, it's sort of got a bit soft. It was into about $18, and now it's back out to $26. Not sure if the Wolfden are here to talk about the bet, but
Smash late, Walk of Fame. $1.70 at the totes.
yeah. So we'll. Yeah, that's coming in shortly. But yeah, another one for the team there. 1,500 at $2.20 on Walk of Fame. So Jason has a party's on the board at Just Keep Punting. So he'll be chuffed. He's holidaying in the Philippines at the moment, so beautiful little bit there at Chuka. Stayed out of trouble.
Hi, boys.
Hey, mate. It's smooth sailing here. 2 from 2.
Yeah, so we back. Yeah, isn't that brilliant? Yeah, Jason had a winner.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So it's starting. We've got a couple back to back here, and then we've probably got a good hour's break. So after Scone and Doomben, it might be the opportune time to ask questions, and we can talk about anything that.
Why don't we get Dan Owen after Doomben?
That sounds like a good
Get
idea.
the chat to fire up, see what they can give him.
I'm sure plenty of people have got questions for Dan Owen.
Absolutely. So the horse we're on here is Yori Kiri, and it's in the yellow on the fence, 4 pairs back with the nose roll.
P. Perry.
Jenny Duggan.
P. Perry back and trip, is it? It is.
You like that?
Old racing ramp pearl.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard them give him a little mention on their preview, so...
What, this horse?
Yeah. 52 kilos. Hopefully Jenny's just going to hold her nerve here, doesn't she? Stick to the fence. Raffle's probably the horse we really got to... I hope he doesn't find the clear air, but it seems like he will from out there. He's riding like the best horse today, Gibbons. It's about 4 wide at the back.
Looks like it's got a horse. She's bolting. Found nothing.
No.
30 to 1 chance.
That's Raffle. I want to dodge one here.
Jesus.
It's going to need to be a good win from there.
It's home. Lemare. She started to pick up
It's
late.
come back late. Raffles.
I crowed that, so apologies anyone that backed Lemare. I said it was home. Oh, there's nothing more powerful.
You're off at Scone.
Hey?
I said you're off at Scone.
Yeah.
Miracle spin. Jay Collette up the fence.
The next race here, we've got 2 bets. So we've got 1,000 on Count to Beans, best tote and SP, and then we've got 1,000 on Atmosphere, similar type product there. So I've got a little bit of a handle on this form line. So Count the Beans is an interesting one. I noticed Kingsley tipped this one on Friday. This horse, it's a bit of a step back in class. Somewhat from its last start run in the Archer. It went to Rockhampton for the pop-up or the slot race or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
Horses like Alpine Edge, Emerald Kingdom, We Own a Smart One. It was really hard to make ground that day. I think Alpine Edge won up on the fence. Count the Beans didn't really have much luck here. It settled well back and it was sort of just blocked for runs the whole time up the straight and didn't really have an opportunity to sort of show itself. But looks like a little peak here, third up. This horse can also settle a little bit closer in run, so don't sort of mind this bet from Kings. And the other horse that they've found on the Wolfden side is Atmosphere, and it's got the form around Hawaii 5-0 from the Gay Waterhouse yard. So it's got the Hawaii 5-0 Reseda, Hawkesbury Guineas form. So maybe just the step back in class and the dry track is what the boys are thinking here. So backing the 2 in the market, and the totes are sort of holding up a little bit better on Count to Beans. So $2,000 invested, 1,000 best tote starting price guarantee on these ones, and we'll see how we go. It's in 3 minutes.
Yeah, Dano's going to come in very soon. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but
It settled up and on the speed, so I'm a bit keen. A couple of back markers later in the card at Doomben, so eagerly awaiting sort of a pattern to sort of unfold there. And I guess the big talking point out of Doomben at the moment, Giga Kick's one thing, and Kovalika's scratching with the foot abscess the other bit of a dampener.
The boys, I think the boys are ready up there. Up at Richie seems like he's raring to go.
Cool. All right. Well,
can you ask Dan to come in, King?
Yeah, we might get Dan O'Sullivan if he's ready to talk about Doomben. We've sort of had a little bit of a chat about why we've backed these bets, but it's definitely after Brisbane. We've got an hour gap between our next bet. The next bet will be at Scone in race number 5, so we'll be able to ask Dan a couple of questions and get his perspective on a couple of different maybe form questions, industry questions. I saw his interview on racing.com. That was quite good. I thought it was
just whack that in your
pretty
notes,
succinct,
yeah.
the way he sort of nailed that about POC and state of the game and all those sort of things. He always articulates himself pretty well, Dan.
Sharp operator. So if you're watching, get in the YouTube channel, see if you got any questions for him. Big ratings man, if you want to learn about the ratings.
Yeah, I've never really been a rating style punter. Do you follow any? Obviously, I'm all time sectionals, punting form.
Yeah, I'm probably more of a sectionals than sort of data than overall ratings. But I think when you're rating horses, you know, from a Group 1 point of view or sort of that style, I always like to look at those kind of things. Obviously, you know, with the Group 1s and that, it can be a good guide, especially with overseas horses if they come over here with, you know, some big ratings. Can be a better guide than normal. But the boys they're up and about up there at the den. We've backed a few winners, so hopefully we can keep it going. And here's Dano with Richie.
Yeah, we're up and about, absolutely. Huge race, this one. We've got 2 bets. Which one was your bet, Dan? Your
Atmosphere.
Yeah.
James Cummings horse down from Sydney. I think that's a good place to start. The Brisbane Carnival. Sorry, horses going up from Sydney to Brisbane. Its form just sort of looks fair, but it's dropping back a lot in grade. My whole approach is about sort of finding horses with a good rating profile and a good map.
Yep.
And this horse sort of fits both those. I think J-Mac riding.
Yeah. Is it on the way to a bigger race than this?
Oh, look, I think they're probably feeling the way. It's no star, but I think they'll be targeting some of those lower sort of
Lower
stakes
group
races
races,
with it. Yeah, so it's one of those horses they're probably taking a few up like this, depending how it goes. They'll sort of determine the targets. So, really liked it in this race. Sort of ticked all the boxes for me, as they say. So we'll see how we go.
And the King's on. He's got us on counter beans as well. So big span race, but hopefully we can keep the right winners coming. We backed another winner in Echuca, I think it was.
Off to a good start.
Yeah. You boys there?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you. Hey, Dan.
Hey, boys, how are you? Scoot?
Yeah, long time no see, but going well.
Yeah, you good?
Yeah, freezing down in Melbourne town. It's got
Mate, it's not much better here, I can tell you. The cold weather's really set in, especially out my way, out in the Hawkesbury. So it's off to Fiji in a couple of weeks. So I look forward to getting some sun on my back. Yeah. It's,
outstanding.
yeah, the cold weather's set in here. It's no good for the 10k jogs in the morning, you know.
That might be a good one, Dan. We might bet the 5k for charity for your little project over there in Fiji.
Oh, mate, that'd be awesome. We're building a couple of houses at the moment, so
yeah. All right. Also,
yeah.
We're absolutely hopeless at the charity bets. Maybe Giga Kick was probably all we're thinking, mate, for some of the charity bets. But if you guys figure out how you want to spend the 5,000, or you can, especially, you can do it off your own bat, Dan, and any of the 5,000 that we get from the bonus bets, we'll put it towards your little mission over there in Fiji. Does that sound like an idea?
Yeah, that'd be superb.
Yeah, wonderful.
Much
Awesome.
appreciated, yeah.
Early thoughts on what you might put it on, Dan?
Well, I mean, I guess when you're looking at charities, any bets, I mean, you want to get a collect, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's more about finding the winner than getting value per se.
It's got to be the kick then, doesn't it?
Yeah, so probably Giga Kick's sort of strong contender at the moment. We'll just see how the track's playing there, and So.
And it's not one of our bets anyway, so it gives us a chance to cheer for it.
Yeah. Well, it'd be great to see him win, wouldn't it? Just continue that sort of profile that he's building as the country's premier sprinter. So, we'll put some thought into it and come back to the guys.
Perfect. Yeah,
sounds good.
I think we couldn't have handled it more poorly, I reckon, in the last couple of battles and streams that we've done. So we're starting off a low base, so there's no real pressure. We just seem to bottle it every time. It's crazy.
That's the problem, though, doing these days, right? I mean, they're great fun and you can get some great results, but it's just one day, isn't it? Like in an endless stream of days betting type of thing. So it really comes down to getting a bit of luck on the day.
Yeah. Count the Beans looks like it's settled in a more positive position. It's in a great spot. It's probably 4 pairs back there on its lonesome. And then Atmosphere looks like it's just outside it and just in front of it, if the sky pictures are correct.
Just off speed there. White cap.
Yep. Let's put the brakes on. Perfect spot here. He's getting it in chewy a little bit. Count the Beans.
Over racing a bit, is he?
Yeah. Chairman's taken off. Here he comes off heels. And here comes the Beans. Atmosphere's in front.
Go on. What's this down the outside?
Go J-Mac.
Wowza. Lift it,
Eat
Nash.
Katarina.
Lift it. Oh.
Robbie Heathcote's thing. Got us both. Bit weak, bit flat. Both horses, not too much ping there. Maybe the travel took it out of...
Oh, was that sandpaper?
Took it out of...
I was cheering the wrong horse.
Yeah, there you go.
Disappointing.
Maybe he's had enough.
Disappointing, pretty flat. Had a nice run behind him. Didn't do too much early. Yeah, just not good enough. The Rothfire colours there. It's been going well, that horse.
Super.
Tim Clark, was it? That's good, though, to see him running on a bit. Sort of, I mean, they're not massively off the fence there, but they're at least a few horses.
Absolutely. Good for the pattern. All right, we might start firing in a couple of questions. If anyone's... here's one. Would you put Dylan Gibbons back on Rathful after the last ride? Moral beating there.
Well, he's had his chances, hasn't he? Now, obviously got the job done last start, but maybe got a bit too far back today. So, yeah, don't know.
Dano, what thoughts about Dylan Gibbons as a rider?
Oh, look, I think he's good. I think he's a really good rider. I mean, I think it's often easy to bag jockeys, right? And when you're on horses that have got no early speed, you need a lot to go right. So yeah, I think it's a bit harsh sort of bagging him. I know like he still won last start. He did find plenty of trouble there and perhaps wasn't the greatest steer. I think in that race just earlier, they didn't go hard enough. That was sort of one of the potential risk factors in the race, was that they weren't going to go hard. That race in Sydney at his last start, they sort of went really hard in front. And he was able to get home over the top of them, and there looked to be a little bit less speed there at Scone. So that was, he's probably still run really well once he sees sectionals and things like that. So he's sort of progressive horse. I don't know if you can necessarily bag Dylan Gibbons on that, especially if it does turn out that they didn't go that quickly.
Promises kept today. It's a horse that you found, Dan.
Very keen, very, very keen. Really liked the win at Bendigo. Did a power of work early to find the front. They went at a pretty decent speed, and then it still had the talent to kick clear and put the race away, and was still sort of strong enough late. So, since being purchased by Aussie Kia, John O'Neill and their crew, gone to Kieran Maher's. Been in that camp now about 6 weeks, I believe. So I think good opportunity for that horse to improve further. I know that they like the horse and they're sort of pretty keen on it. I thought it was just a great price. I thought it should be clear favourite in the race, just in front of the Perth filly. She's Fit, I think it is. Was sort of super keen to find that. It was probably my best all day, especially in terms of value.
Do you think he needs to improve his rating off last start, or if he sort of brings that rating that he ran at Bendigo, he can still win the Derby? Or
not for me. I think he's pretty much right there. I didn't rate that is it the Chairman's, the lead up that Loco and Red Sun Sensation came through? Yeah, I didn't rate that strongly at all. So I don't think. I think the Promises kept form line sort of lines up really well. Obviously, She's Fit coming through the Oaks, that lines up well. She'll be suited going to back up to the 2400, so definite sort of danger. I had those two sort of comfortably clear of the others, to be honest. But yeah, I think Promises kept, just what I saw there at Bendigo, and just knowing now he's with sort of Mara and Eustace and Stayer's constantly developing, I think he's the one that in 12 months' time we might be looking back and saying has sort of developed into a good stayer. So with bets that I like on current form, if they've got that added angle of sort of potential upside, then it sort of makes me extra keen on them, especially when they're a decent price, which he was. So yeah, fingers crossed. Best all day. I know a few other people liked it as well, so we've had a decent crack at it. And if it can get up, then we should go a long way to having a good result on the day.
Hopefully.
About to jump Flemington, but what's your position on a horse like White Marlin today, Dan? It's obviously pretty short in the market. What do you think the market's going to do with it, and what do you think about its chances today? Question from YouTube.
Look, I actually like he's a shocker in the race. I mean, just purely from a value perspective, I wouldn't be surprised if White Marlin won and sort of bolted in. He does seem a little bit short. I couldn't bag him on the defeat at Pakenham. Would have been nice to see him win, of course. But they did go very slow, probably too slow. And it kind of makes you wonder, given this is the immediate grand final, whether that was a bit of a, what's the word, like they didn't want the horse to have sort of too hard a run. He was obviously there still to win, and he went damn close to sort of doing so. But he certainly, jogged in front. It was more like barrier trial pace. So I'd expect him to be significantly better today. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he bolted in. But the way I always look at these things is, when you see a price like that, you think about all the scenarios. You can take 220 about a horse, and is that one of the top 3 or 4 scenarios? For some people it might be, not for me sort of personally, but yeah, there's obviously a lot of interest in that race today.
They're just starting to come up last 300 here. What's here, Nico?
We're on DK. We've backed him out of the yard, so we're hoping he can just stick on, but it looks like he's about to get run over the top, so
yeah, it looks like he
might have gone a bit too slow there. Track seems to be pretty free at Flemington, so that's something. It was a pretty even race, that, so I thought DK would just find the lead. It might be too strong, but they've just got over the top of him late. There's a few other questions in the YouTube for Dan. Can you ask Dan what he does when his ratings or models come up with a horse that has a jockey that he doesn't like or is out of form? Does he play up or chip down or give it a miss? Dan?
That's a good question. It depends on the type of ride, to be honest. If I think it's an easy ride, say jump straight to the front and sort of hold on, then I'm much more inclined to be forgiving. I don't back a lot of back markers, or very rarely, so that usually doesn't come into play. But if it is a bit of a tricky ride, then it just depends. I weigh up all the other factors. So no one factor has like an overriding influence on the final decision. It's just about the total feel for the bet. So you weigh up all the positives, any negatives or risks or uncertainty, look at the price, and I sort of bet a lot on intuition. Just does it feel like a good bet at the price, knowing all the risk factors, and you make your decision and you just live with the consequences one way or another. If on balance I think that, it's a little bit marginal, then I'm not trying to reach for bets or to throw the bat at them, as to sort of coin a phrase that Mark Wall used here a couple of weeks ago. That's probably my view. I certainly take it into account, but just sort of weigh it up with everything else and just make a decision at the end whether it feels like a good bet.
This one's from HP. Asked Dano if the market has become less efficient with more pro punters supposedly leaving due to the POC tax rise.
No, it definitely hasn't become less efficient. I think there's still a lot of big players there, especially the syndicates that are highly sophisticated. So I think the market will always be efficient, but it certainly does change over time in terms of the factors that it values. This is something Kings and I often talk about, that the type of horses you could back 5, 10, 15 years ago and just win, not so much now. Instead of getting 260, you're taking 230 or sometimes 220, so those edges evaporate. So that's a key part of betting, that you always need to be trying to evolve and finding new edges or reviewing what you do, and always constantly trying to get smarter. A lot of people leave the game over the long term when you've been in it as long as we have, and one of the main reasons they do is that they just haven't been able to, or have lost the motivation to sort of keep evolving and keep doing that hard work to constantly try and get better. And it is difficult and taxing. So there comes a point in everyone's life, I think, or punting career, where you probably think you've sort of had enough of that grind. From my perspective, though, I sort of still love it. So I've always got one project or another on the go where you're sort of looking at data or information or reviewing new angles and ideas to line up horses either pre-race or even in the post-race for your information that you use next time.
How many bets a week would you sort of be looking at? Obviously, you said you're very focused on finding horses that are, up on top of the speed. Are you a bit more of a sniper kind of operator, or could you have sort of, 5 or 6 bets on a program?
Probably like 40 to 50 a week would, sort of be a rough number when I'm in sort of full mode. Sometimes if I'm really busy on sort of other things, then I'll be far less active at the out wide meetings and just focus on the main meetings. But generally when sort of going, sort of full tilt in that 40 to 50 bets a week range, pretty much most days of the week except Sunday in all states. I'm primarily focused on betting to profile, so I'm looking for races and horses that present scenarios with traits and characteristics that I know can be profitable. So I structure everything to sort of try and find those scenarios and focus on those races rather than just looking at a meeting and pouring through each race one by one to see whether there's a bet.
What's happening here, Scooty?
We got anything else?
Just do a few bets? Or?
Yeah, just had a little $2,000 bet at $5.50 on Unspoken. So that's race 6 at Scone, number 8 Unspoken. Snowden.
Why did you
Sam
come into it,
Clipperton.
Scoot?
That one's from Johnny Walter. So he's bet.
Oh, that's the import, the Snowden import.
Yeah.
I think.
Against the Waller.
So that one's from the deathbed. So is
he alive, Walt? What's the deal?
Oh, he's actually got COVID. He's got COVID for the first time. I think he's evaded or avoided COVID.
First time?
Yeah. Well, he doesn't leave the house, so it's pretty hard to... I think going to the Masters is probably the first time he left the house for quite some time. So he's obviously pretty keen on that. If he's punched that through, and he sort of just went off wrathful at the price. That was obviously a bet that he tipped on Bet Doctor on Thursday's show. But yeah, at evens, that's not really Walt's go to pull the trigger, and I guess he got it right in a certain way there by avoiding the bet. But he probably won't be happy with the Gibbons ride anyway. But that's a good bet. 2,000 at $5.50 there. So we've got 7,000 open bets, and then we've got the bank at $30,050. I'm just going to tweet out, so we might get the YouTube questions firing. Who are these syndicates that you speak of? I guess Dr. Nick was probably the leading big player for quite some time. John McLeod thinks he might be still in. I guess you never know. I guess it's the question, who are they and who's betting?
Jumbo.
Obviously, Kingsley's now pretty exposed, and he's obviously knocking the markets into shape. But shed any light on these syndicates, Dan, and guys up in Sydney?
Oh, look, I mean, I think there's a couple of groups around. You got Humbleton's, obviously, and yeah, there's a lot of guys or groups, small teams that operate and are quite sophisticated and sort of successful that just do it behind the scenes or behind the curtain. I guess they're not out there with profiles on social media or doing content or anything like that. They just prefer to go about their business and sort of keep it quiet. So
I think the reason Dr. Nick's probably well known is because he had a profile out of the track. Like if he'd never been, there might be, I don't think there is, but there could be another syndicate just as big as him, but no one knows about them because because Dr. Nick had that connection with the track, then he was friendly with a lot of people and they sort of followed him. And sort of moved.
And that was the way it was back in the sort of day, especially before the corporate bookies. I mean, a lot of big betting did happen on the track, so you got to know who the players were and then sort of who they were connected to. But now, obviously, it can sort of happen much more covertly, which is how some people like to do it. So
But what I hear more and more is that the really big worldwide syndicates can't be bothered with Australia anymore.
it's interesting.
Yeah, that there's it's so small for them when you compare it to like Japan, France, Hong Kong betting, which is frightening.
Yeah.
Think how big and deep and liquid we think this market is, and they're just looking and go, it's not really worth our.
Yeah, well, that's definitely true. Like if we just look at, because you do it firsthand, like the liquidity in Hong Kong, for example, on the betting options there compared to here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's night and day. So
Hong Kong's on this afternoon too.
Would you guys guess that
Yeah,
Jelko's still knocking around the totes? But by the look of some of the crunches, it still looks the same pattern of behaviour on the totes.
Would we
Just
be
assume that
knocking
he's in
around the
there?
totes in Hong Kong?
For Australian racing?
Oh, not really.
no.
No. And in terms of Hong Kong, it'd be like us throwing a pebble in the ocean when we bet. Make no difference. But I've heard that Dr. Nick's the biggest player in the world on Hong Kong,
Wow.
which would be incredible. But yeah,
I think the Woods group is still going up there.
yep. And then you'd imagine Hamilton's still
Hamilton's, yeah.
bet big on it. I think Japan's where they make all their money. Japan's apparently off the
Okay.
charts. Have you heard that?
I've heard a few different sort of stories at Japan.
Well, lunch has arrived and no one's come to tell us.
Jeez, that's a stitch
Good
up.
blokes out there. This beautiful lunch has arrived and then they're going to eat it all and we're going to get nothing. Anyway. Yeah, do you guys have anything more to add on the syndicates? It's always a super interesting subject. We'd all love to know more. Love to do a podcast with Jelko. Last quote I got was $51.
Oh, to get him on
Yeah.
podcast?
Yeah, Kings knows him. Kings,
Probably unders, is it?
King says he's happy to reach out to him and ask him. So maybe you never, I mean, someone like that, they might, as a bit of a legacy, they might be like, yeah,
Maybe.
why not tell my story?
Might get it one day.
One day. What price do you?
Pretty
you
broad
would
and
take 50?
general question here. What do you think is the best way to become a better punter? Obviously, the first big step is probably to get a database or some sort of something that the market doesn't all have. I guess the basic, the racing.com, Racing New South Wales websites are really limited, and I've found punting form works for me. Dan, you got your GTX system.
Yeah. I mean, the level of information, as you know, Scoot, the level of free stuff available at the moment is unbelievable compared to what we sort of say back in the day. But I think, look, the first step I personally think to being a better punter is to decide how you want to play the game. I mean, there's an infinite number of angles you can do it. You don't have to be an expert at everything. You don't have to watch trials, get the sectionals, do replays, record your comments, you don't have to do all of that. Think about the things you enjoy about racing the most. If you love watching races and replays, then maybe you can use that as the source of your edge. If you like, dealing with numbers and data, then you can consider sectionals and ratings and things like that. First of all, find out how you want to go about it, and then think about the types of races and horses that you think can be profitable. Part of the problem people run into is they don't have a clear idea on what they're actually doing, so they just look at a race and then just try and find horses that they like to back, and the reasons we like horses don't necessarily correlate to value. So I think you need to give some thought to how you're going to go about the game and what your actual strategy or what your actual angles are to making a profit. And then once you've got a bit of an idea on that, just start structuring things up and getting the resources you need to sort of try and make and earn that way. And obviously you're reviewing and evolving and sort of constantly changing as time goes on. But that's where I'd recommend most people start.
And even a more simple version of that, if you want to, I'd recommend too. Like a lot of the best bets that you get on racing.com and different things like that, they're from very smart judges, and everyone's trying their best. And I would even start by trying to find some of those bets, and then if you can, then I mean that's you're finding pretty good bets as it is by the people that are doing the work for you. But then if you can then try and back them as close to the top of the market as possible, it's trying to back horses at the top of the market is nearly as hard as trying to work out who's going to win the race. But it's something that everybody can do, and there's a lot of information out there. And I reckon that if you're very limited resources in terms of time and money and all that kind of stuff, I reckon that would be a pretty good place to start. Like if someone said to me, you have to bet on a Saturday and you've got no other resources than what's available on the internet, that's what I'd be doing. I'd go and find some of the better judges from racing.com, even Sky Racing, those kinds of things, and put it all together, and then try and
Just become a collator of information.
Yeah.
There's a lot of smart people on social media as well, happy to give
Absolutely.
out tips or analysis on why they like horses. So yeah, if you could even just spend time collating information, looking at the reasons why people like a horse, sort of trying to find things that match up, and then, as you said, trying to get the best prices. So
and if you're lucky, you're gonna there's bonus bets out there that help it even more. I mean, I'm talking a pretty low level when you're betting $50 or $100, but there's great bonus bets out there. Obviously, you're going to get cut off eventually from the bonus bets, but if you're trying to start from nothing and build a bit of a bank together, try and get yourself where you got 5,000 or 10,000 as a bank. That's the approach that I take, and I think that's reasonably achievable if you're disciplined and smart. Yeah, that's a very good point. Wolfden's got great tips. No better place to start for tips than Wolfden. Yeah. Not only do we put up all the great free information, a lot of other people put up their tips as well.
Yeah.
Aerosol.
Yeah. It's going to hang on, is it?
Probably another good dodge.
Yeah.
Could have got involved there.
There's so much good free stuff out there. It's crazy.
Compared to like 20 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible.
This one from Gridiron Down Under. What would be the best jurisdiction to start betting in right now?
Ooh, that's a big question.
Great question.
The best jurisdiction, I might jump in as well. Let Dan answer longer. Probably Victoria, if I had to say. I think all the regulators do a great job, but I think Victoria is probably the most efficiently run. That's not to say that New South Wales isn't great and Queensland's great. I'd say Victoria, but it's marginal. Dano?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't have a leaning. I bet everywhere, and you can say you do better in one or the other, and that might be the case for a year and a half or something, but it's just variance. The next year and a half, you look and your best performing state's sort of one of your lowest the next time and so on. But I'd certainly recommend, Melbourne or Sydney, primarily because that's where the key carnivals are, and that's a really enjoyable time of year for any racing fan or punter, I think. So you don't want to be focused on out wide, and then when it comes to the carnival times that everyone's excited about and talking about, you sort of haven't got any idea on the form because you're not following those horses. So Victoria is probably a good place to start. Got quite a strong sort of provincial circuit. You get a lot of good horses sort of debuting there, and you can find a lot of horses coming up sort of through the ranks at those out wide meetings. I know that's something DK likes to do. So it's probably good a place as any to start.
Yeah, but if you're not sort of too involved in that.
Yeah, that's true. That is an inferior thing that they do, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so just with like betting in maidens and that can be a bit tough. Like the first started day at Flemington, it said she was into $2.50. It said she jumped out over 1,100 metres, and she definitely didn't. Like she started on the inner track at Mornington. They started at the 1,000-metre track on the inner track, and they didn't even run all the way to the winning post. So I would say it's more like a 700-metre jump out. It's been listed as 11, so obviously you're going to find stuff like that everywhere, but that's probably the trickiest thing here if you're looking to get involved in the maidens and that. But definitely in the ratings races, it's probably a bit easier.
How wide do you bet, Nico? Like, are you concentrate mostly in Victoria, or do you get out?
Oh, full Victoria, yeah. Obviously, just through doing content with here and the racing show, True, my brother do. Like, obviously, look at races otherwhere just to sort of preview them. But all my betting would be solely on Victoria. I'd say my biggest edge is definitely the mounting yard. Knowing a fair bit about that and going out and building profiles on horses and doing all those.
Are you the youngest male mounting yard presenter in Australia?
Sorry.
Are you the youngest male mounting yard presenter in
Analyst,
Australia?
yeah.
Analyst?
Yeah.
Maybe that's going over your head, but that's okay.
You didn't catch that on social media?
You didn't see Racing Twitter yesterday?
Oh, the audio is just dropping it down a bit for me, so I can't.
There was a bit of a. I think you guys are talking about a bit of a Twitter frenzy about the under 35 mounting yard analyst.
Yeah.
Is that? I think that's what we're alluding to.
Well,
but, it was a very interesting take to sort of go the ageist sort of sexist sort of tweet. And I think it was a bit of a backfired sort of shot across the bow a bit. It was a very weird angle to take, and it's amazing. There's lots of good judges everywhere in racing, but got shot down in flames pretty quickly. But
I'll lay claim to the. I'll be head of the under 25s from the mountain. I'll lay claim to that one.
There we go.
How old are you, Nico?
20. I was 24. 24 on Monday. I was. So.
Wow!
Wow!
Well, that's that's
good.
It's fantastic that you're so accomplished at such a young age, mate. Well done.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
So I would say the mounting yard, like my dad's a trainer, so I sort of learnt all that side of the industry first, and then going out to track work early in the morning and things that I probably picked up at 8 or 9 years old about how horses move and that when you don't even notice, going to the sales just because I got dragged along more than anything. I'd say that's definitely my edge, and then obviously learned to do a lot of form. Early days I was a big trial watcher, very big on the trials early, and sort of was identifying horses, particularly how they moved in the trials. I thought there was a bit of an edge in that. Probably definitely still think there is. It's just how good the vision is sometimes can be hard for those kind of things. And in Victoria, the official trials are filmed properly, and they're done to a really good standard, and the jump outs probably not so much. That makes things a bit harder from that point of view. But I found lately a big edge in the in certain 58s. I know in the syndicate we've done a lot of betting in sort of the 58 races that we've got here at Little Birdie. So they're sort of races I've been sort of diving into a bit recently, and sort of I think the market just probably for people not having a lot of interest in horses that don't have any ability, I think there's definitely some angles that you can find in those races, and the market seems to play a big percentage in those races, horses out of fast races and those kind of things, and potentially they can undervalue a few horses in those races. So I've been deep into that recently, but yeah, pretty well-rounded sort of operator. But
let me ask you, Nico, have you ever had a scenario where you're looking at, a horse out wide might be really lightly raced, and just the way it moves and looks sort of reminds you of a horse you've seen that's gone on to be, a really good horse, or even just a good Saturday class horse, and you sort of get that sort of feel of confidence just by relating it to other horses?
So pretty much I have like when I max bet a horse from the yard, if you went back and reviewed all of the footage of all the horses that I sort of have a real good crack at from the yard, they parade very similar, all of them. I think there's a few factors there that just contribute to running so well, and when they're in the zone, I think that's probably one thing you can really look at. So I would say if you went back and sort of reviewed the vision and said, oh, these are all the max bets you've had, you would probably see a reoccurring trend that a lot of them would parade very similar. So that's probably one thing you're really looking for at those out.
What would you say are the top three just brief sort of traits that you're looking for in
Go
terms
easy
of
here,
movement
mate.
or appearance?
Go easy here, mate. The under 35 yard watcher could be listening.
The main thing is definitely how they walk. Like that has to be the main thing. Like I think you have to put a lot of emphasis on that, because if you have a profile on a horse where you watch it sort of every start in the mounting yard and you see little things starting to sort of develop through its campaign, I definitely think that's something I look for the most. If a horse doesn't walk well, I don't want to back it. Most of the horses I want to back, nice smooth movers. They're not walking out short in their action. Some horses just move like that, and you got to look at sort of their sale prices and that to see, it was sold for 20,000, so there's probably something, that's not correct with it. It's probably not that correct. Whereas, you see the horses like, say, like Home Affairs and Nature Strip and those kind of horses. I think anyone could look at them in the mounting yard and go, oh wow, like look at this horse, look how elegantly he moves and those kind of things. But I would say that is the key factor, and the only way you learn that stuff is you have to just go out and watch for a long time, or have someone sort of help you out along the way. Obviously, my dad's a trainer, so we'd go up. He sort of does a lot of pre-training for Maya Eustace and Price Kent Jr. And there'd be days in the stables where we'd have sort of 40 horses that get trotted up every day. So just looking at those sort of things, and a lot of the time I was the person sort of trotting the horses up, but you just learn so much of being around that environment, and I think sort of implementing that into the mounting yard, I think that's definitely the big key factor. Fitness is obviously a factor, but 9 times out of 10, a lot of the horses that come to the races these days are very fit, just with the training regimes. Yep. So I don't think that's necessarily a bigger factor as some people make it out to be. I think most horses that run in races are fit enough to win them, and then probably their attitude's the other thing. But I think if you see a horse just sort of crabbing around the mounting yard and it doesn't look very smooth in its action and those kind of things, I'd say that's probably the main thing for mine.
That's probably me most winter mornings, to be honest.
Yeah, so there's a race coming up at Flemington actually, so I'll probably have to just tune in my thoughts there and hone in and hopefully find something off the TV here. So I better
I can pick up the convo there. I think starting out, I think it's real. I think Dan, you touched on it and said that the carnival time's a really good time to maybe a good place to attack. I think you need to enjoy where you're betting, and you need to be able to sustain where you want to bet at. That's one good thing to say. Okay, there's a limited amount of horses in Perth or Hong Kong, and if those time zones don't suit you and you don't think you're going to suit your family life or your sort of setup or your sort of structure, it's ridiculous to try and learn those horses. Or if you're in Wagga, it's a good place to start maybe learning the Riverina horses and the Wagga type horses. So anything that you think sustainable, if you live at the Gold Coast or a certain state, whatever you think you can stick to, I think that's probably the best thing. I know when I started out, or when I was working at bookmakers up in Darwin, some people would say, "Oh, go start in Perth," but it was probably the wrong thing to do because the time zones just didn't really work, and it just didn't really suit me, and I wasn't interested to sit there and on a Saturday night and watch the races until 8:30. Like, I wanted to go out and drink and do all sorts of things, so I wanted to bet during the day and focus on races then. So I think consistency and being able to repeat whatever you do is a massive first step that you've got to take.
Yeah, you definitely have to enjoy it. I think that idea about a closed population, Perth, Hong Kong or whatever, is a little bit overplayed, because sure, it's a closed circuit. You get to know the tracks and the horses, but so does every other punter. And punting's a game about competing with the knowledge and information and decisions of other punters. So it's almost like sometimes having more variance can be beneficial if you can hone in on an edge. That's why as punters we complain about biased tracks, but in some respects I don't mind them because it gives you a bit of an extra angle to sort of play with, especially if you've got the information and put the time and effort in to do the analysis. You can find information that other people perhaps aren't finding, rather than if every meeting was just on fair tracks and the form was as true as it read type of thing. So first and foremost, number one, you just got to enjoy the game, enjoy racing, enjoy the sport, enjoy the puzzle of punting. And that's the thing that sustains your interest sort of over the years and allows you to build your game and get better to a point where you can, reach a level achieve the goals that you set for yourself.
All right, well, it might take another question if we've got it in the chat group.
Sweet.
We've got one from Alexander. He says, over the last 6 months, my strike rate for first has dipped by around 5% and gone increasingly the second place strike rate dramatically. Would you attribute this to variance, or is there some analysis or changes one can do? Is that a tricky one without knowing what horses he's backed? Yeah.
Yep. The first thing I'd ask in that scenario is how many bets are you talking about over 6 months? If you have 5 bets a week, then 6 months is 100 odd bets, 130 bets. You could easily have a variance swing in the space of 100, 200, even 300 bets. That doesn't mean anything. If you're having 100 bets a week, then 6 months is obviously a much more meaningful sample. So the other thing is to consider, has the type of horses you've backed changed? If you start sort of drifting to more, middle pin, sort of longer horses away from favourites, and you're going to find yourself running placings, at a higher percentage than bets before if you're more focused on favourites. So, that's where good records come into play. There's such an asset as a punter to have decent records that you can reflect back on for sort of all that analysis. One of the things I like to do is when I'm sort of struggling is look at things like my ratios of seconds to winners. I know at the moment, just sort of recent times, like second placings have been, over 100% of winners when normally they're about 50, 55%. So in that case, you're just having a bad run and eventually it'll turn. It's not that you're making bad bets, you're just not getting the sort of run go your way. But it's a little bit hard to answer it fully without that extra info.
What does the panel think of the latest developments in AI in terms of horse racing modelling? Will it make it harder or better for incumbent punters?
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's well above my level. But is it possible that you can say to ChatGPT, write me a winning form program, and ChatGPT can do it, or is that?
No, that's not. Again, I'm not an AI expert, but I know a little bit about it and have used it for sort of various things. I mean, you can train AI models. So if you gave it a heap of data with sort of key variables and then outcomes, you could train it to come up with predictive capabilities based on that data set that. But
wouldn't it be safe to say that most of the syndicates who are making hundreds of millions of dollars have been doing that for the last decade?
That's
anyway?
right. Yeah, we get in our business, a lot of people approach buying data because they want to build models and things like this, and a lot of them are very smart people. They've got PhDs and stats and things like that, and sometimes it's funny is probably not the right word, but they come in all bright-eyed thinking that we're the smartest people who ever tackle horse racing, and we've got PhDs in stats and all this sort of stuff, and we're just going to get this data and just create a model that just sort of wins. And they don't realise that, there's been hundreds, if not thousands, of smart people sort of come before them. So whether AI makes a difference to that, you never say never, because things evolve, and we couldn't have possibly imagined 20 years ago some of the techniques today to analyse information. It's definitely a developing field, but if it's not your thing, I wouldn't think that you're missing out on anything by not rushing into the AI space. And as more people do, it's the same with computer models. As more people do, it opens up the opportunity for niche players like Nico that have got an edge in things like the physical horse or the detail of form that the syndicates can't pick up. So that's what I was talking about before when you say markets evolve. As one edge disappears, another one opens, and that'll be constantly sort of changing. So I think no matter what happens, there'll always be numerous ways you can tackle the game and win.
The tip in the den today is that using Chat GPT to write Mother's Day cards is awesome. Especially when you're trying to go always.
Never thought of that.
A few in here have been using it this morning to write Mother's Day cards. I might do the same.
It's very clever tool. I've used it for some coding and stuff like that, and it's amazing the things it can do. It's exciting with like AI and technology development. It's a little bit scary as well when you see some of the deep fake stuff and all
There's a
that
good
sort of
story
stuff,
going
so-
around that I think Josh Nelms, Josh Black Market put up on Twitter. I haven't read it.
And another one, maybe just for after the Doomben race, what are the chances of all bookmakers, corporate / on course, having the same MBL? Says Dave Diamond. He's a regular watcher of all these online shows. I think he's overseas based.
He is legend, Dave Diamond. He's the backbone of all of our shows. He keeps us all going.
That's your expertise, Richard.
Yeah. After this Doomben race, we'll talk about that. Do you have to go, Dano?
I'm getting something to eat, surely.
Yeah.
We've just ordered lunch too.
Do you want to take a break soon?
Ours arrived about 15 minutes ago, and all I hear is a lot of clanging of plates and knives and
we've
forks.
been left out.
Yeah.
Should we take a break, Scoot and Nico?
Yeah, I think we don't have a race coming up, so we might just take a quick little toilet stop here and a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with more action. So the next races we're involved in, I might as well talk about the bet. The next one is it's a bet from the den. It's a top fluck bet. It's Scone Race 5, and it's number 2 Malkovich. So
That's one of mine. Yep.
Ooh, why don't you should Dano quickly tell us about that before he goes and gets some
go
lunch?
for it.
Yeah, look, fast front runners are my thing. He came back last start. It was his first run as a gelding. Took him a while, but they gelded him, and he come back, and he's always been a jet trialer, but I think he doesn't often won first up, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, I mean, ran near a career peak sort of first up as a gelding. Can improve a lot of older horses. So I think he's come back super. Scratchings have really helped him on the mat. Just jump straight to the front, can roll along. And yeah, I think he takes a heap of running down. So really nice value profile in terms of the way I do things. So I was more than happy to put him in the mix for today.
Beautiful. I can see why you like that horse. It was a really strong win, and hopefully he can just improve fitness wise. And I think Bjorn, I don't know, just anecdotally, Bjorn's always targeted the Scone Carnival with a fair bit of success as well. So fingers crossed he can get the job done. So we've had 1,000 top fluck on that, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about bets that we've had in race 4 at Doomben. But enjoy the lunch. We've got a port over here. Favourite saluted, and we'll see you soon.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers.
Cool. We'll just have a 10-minute break. Cool. Okay. We've got a couple of bets up in Brisbane. It was top flux, so give you guys plenty of time to get on. Race 4, number 1 is Sunshine Rising. This horse was dual nominated. I think they had it in the Scone Cup, and I see that it's now accepted up in Doomben. It's got a lot of weight here at 61 kilos, but this is a horse that can be really strong through the line here, over 1,600 metres. This is a tip of Waltz. We've had 1,000 top fluck it. Josh Parr's aboard that one, and then Alcyone looks like it's the weighted horse here. It's 650 at the moment into 6 on course, so you can still take that 650 if you like it. I thought this horse, Walt and I both found this horse much better on top of the ground, this horse, and it was a huge run behind Coal Crusher, Logan Street Lion and Bold Mac. I thought that was the right sort of form line for a race like this, and 1,600, it looks right up its alley. So it's got form out to 1,800 at Flemington around horses like Carlisle. I think it was only beaten 4 in a much stronger race like the 5 Diamonds over 1,500 last preparation.
Yeah, he's a bit Goldilocks, isn't he, also one? But with 54, that's probably set up like he needs everything to go his way. But
exactly, and he was a horse that I sort of half found in the Scone Cup as well, and obviously both of those horses, Sunshine Rising and Alcyone, were dual nominated, and 54.5 kilos just looks Mickey Mouse for him here. So I guess Tim Clark really suited with Alcyone. He can sit just in behind the speed, and then Sunshine Rising's got that big turn of foot, so if he can carry the 61 kilos, he might just round them all up. The interesting one, I thought Brutality just looks cherry ripe here, and this looks like absolute D-Day and target race Joe Pride.
he just can't win a race, can he? Like, he's just been flying for ages. Brutality, he just, he gets too far back, or the tempo doesn't suit or something, but he does look like he's set to do something soon. So
and I think they bet $12 earlier, Brutality, and I was sort of expecting, I could have had him as maybe a bet at sort of $9, $10, $11 around that sort of quote, but he's going to be buried the fence from barrier 2. Craig Williams will take his best. The track's sort of helping run on horses, or there's no disadvantage to sort of run on here, but I wouldn't be surprised if it drifts right back out in the market. Brutality, not saying it can't win, but absolute poison odds at $5. It can drift to $9 and definitely knock us off. But horse like Sunshine Rising's got this class. Alcyone flying on the wet, just gets the dry track now. Santiro, absolutely airborne, Queensland horse. Big Boy Roy, I think he might improve from the run, from what the stable has sort of said. Wouldn't be surprised if J-Mac try and pushes this horse forward from the wide alley and gives him a really good hit out. He's a Queensland sort of specialist, so they sort of target him for these sort of races. Master Jamie's going to give cheek out in front. Character, bit of a yo-yo type horse, hit and miss. Irish Playboy is a very scary prospect in this race. I think this horse is absolutely airborne. Was really good behind Skyman last time. And looks suited here with 54 kilos. So we might take a quick break. Our lunch is here, and that's how we've sort of seen the next race 4 at Doomben. But we'll come back in about 10 minutes, and we'll all watch that race together.
Malkovich.
Thanks, guys.
Looks a bit pacey here. I think we're back.
All right, we're back. Hope everyone heard my burp. But
Bit of momentum early.
Hey?
We got a bit of momentum.
Bit of momentum early. A lot of pending bets, so got our noses in front, which is good. Just had the a Porto, had the Bondo burger. Didn't realise how much chili was on it. And
Hit for 6 there.
yeah, so my mouth's burning a little bit. I'm not really a big chili man, but crikey, I usually go for the mayo and bacon type scenario at El Porto. Hey Toddy, great. It's good to be here. Good to be here on a Saturday. It's beautiful outside in Melbourne. It's like stunning, sunny weather, and we're in here. It's freezing. Team trackies. Glamour just walked past. How's it? And the Lakers just beat.
No, I think it's
Golden State?
half time there. I think
Oh, is it?
Miami won. So if you're betting on that game, you got the result.
Jimmy Buckets.
Jimmy Buckets.
He's good, isn't he?
Austin Reeves just hit a buzzer beater.
He's great to watch.
They're probably the team everyone's cheering, I reckon.
They heard the burp.
Team Miami. We're on Malkovich here.
This is a Dan O bet, Malkovich. Dan O's race. I haven't had a look at it, so can't answer your
This is
question.
a real like ratings,
D-Horn Unicorn.
gear changes, sort of those kind of things. Like he's gelded first up, won. You know, got some big figures throughout his career. He's got a lot of talent, Malkovich. He's not the most prolific winner, but now gelded and winning first up, that may change. Could be very similar to a horse like Carlos, who had the gelding recently, and I think he's won 3 on the bounce since. So can't just really turn it on for these horses. So we're hoping with him. Quantico's obviously a chance. D-Horn Unicorn. She's got talent, definitely got talent, but he's probably better than these horses at his best. He's just, you know, a bit hit and miss sometimes. But the gelding might have worked. So we're cheering him in the Derby racing colours. I suppose Yankee Rose, probably their best horse.
I had
King Frankel colours.
how's the horse Lamelody, Cody Morgan. It ran second in a benchmark 66 this track, and I had it in a multi. And every other leg won. Cost me 40,000.
We're going straight to the lead here. Rachel Schumacher.
Yeah, this is the go.
It's good this thing isn't taking us on. Bit of a control freak. It'll be a long straight for us though.
That's right.
Travels. Quantico's a tricky spot.
Kick.
Lift. Go on.
Scary Etheldrick.
Fight.
Uh,
Oh, out of
Jeez,
breath.
it's just fucking punctured.
Quantico, something beat.
Jeez, you're absolutely sick, aren't you?
Didn't even get to hit with a whip.
Yuck. Yeah, Kingsley's betting his brains out in the Wolfden trading floor. And the next race that we've got here is race 4 at Doomben. So 480 top fluck, Sunshine Rising, 1,000 on it, and then Alcyone 650. So I've got 1,500 on that runner as well. So this is Walton, my race here. So fingers crossed we can get the chocolates there. Michael Wilson saying rails in run by us at Scone. After the first race in that race, a couple of races there, you could probably
maybe.
say that that's correct.
The highlight may be a bit irrelevant given the class of horse. That was the one we got the winner in.
Yeah. Yeah, it just come bursting down the outside. Yeah.
Just better than him.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be. What was the starting
Yeah,
bank?
starting bank was 34,500.
We're in a good spot. We're, probably nearly half. Most of our action's later in the day for a lot of these races.
Yeah, we're pretty much betting like race. We've got action probably wall to wall now for the next until 5 o'clock. There's going to be no time for story time. It's just going to be racing and betting and watching. So plenty of action from now on in.
So we haven't really dusted anything.
Nah.
I suppose we've got a small lead realistically with defending bets. So.
Yeah.
And then probably our big results, unspoken. We really want a result there, and promises kept.
Yeah.
And then,
Alcyon's a good result here.
if Alcyone gets up, we might sort of
Bit of momentum.
look at a few others to really build up. But see what the Wolfden lads are thinking. See if they're sort of aboard any of the track bias, Chad, or anything like that. Or as the punters know, you got to be flexible on these kind of days, don't you?
The bulk of our betting is in the next 3 hours. We've got most of the betting. The real late in the day, the last hour, we haven't got a lot of action. But yeah, the guts of the program for the next 3 hours, where most of our units are getting spread out here, and there's a couple of
we're everywhere
smaller
too,
bets.
aren't we?
Yep, all over the shop. Just trying to pick the eyes. It's been funny the way it's landed a bit. Hopefully, it's just a matter of everyone's finding their patches or winners.
Neil, we need the hula hoop girl.
From the Goldie. See Party for One trending on Twitter.
Yep.
Nico's just doing the yard in Flemington.
Good commentary in the chat around the Ben Simmons frame jersey on the wall over there.
Oh, yeah?
They said they'd give us a packet of twisties for it. We might take that at the end of the day.
Might need it.
Hopefully not.
There's a Peter Dacos one there in the front that no one can see. And up with the Old Spices paper logo. Any Collingwood supporters out there? Brutality's slowly getting out in the market. I did notice one of the guys mentioned in the chat room that some of the Ramp boys had marked at $4 Brutality. It seems to be crazy price, but whether owners or something are that super keen on it.
Gets Willow, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a big positive. It just looks like complete Joe Pride setup. It's been dead as a doornail the last couple of starts, hitting line, and now this just looks like target race. Just looks so well weighted, so well in, but it's just going to be in the coffin and in deep poo, and at a price point I just couldn't take the $5 on it.
I've got 2 minutes till Doomben. Sunshine rising.
It's interesting, not much money for Irish Playboy. Get back horse. That's probably the horse I'd be worried about. You always have to worry those. John Smurden's just that sort of camp. They're just deadly. They can pull off a plunge like anything else. Brutality's now shaded. Sunshine Rising is favourite. Good little bit of money now late for Alcyone. It's just pushed into 550. John Walter effect.
His men, JP and TC. No shock there.
We'll see if we can get Jason as a party into the chat room as well. Get his burst of energy.
Wonder if the lads in the den are betting at 10 at Creek.
It's more of a Fletch go. Shout out to Fletch if he's watching.
That's the real out wide, isn't it? Gold Logie. Where is Tennick? Is that Alice Springs?
I think so. NT somewhere. Without any confidence.
You'd be guessing NT or Perth.
I think it is NT, Tennant Creek. I couldn't put it on a map. Maybe when I was in year 6. Jesus. Leader travels, doesn't it? Just as I say that.
No, it's gone.
Gone. Gosh, how's the kickback?
Looks like bloody Birdsville or something. doesn't
Amazing,
it?
isn't it?
The camera looks like it's a bloody iPhone. Can't zoom out.
Yeah. He's having his first day.
Looks drunk.
Right, about to load Doomben. Exciting. Brutality 480, 550 Sunshine Rising. Halcyon 550, good money for Santiro. 650 Master Jamie, leader 11. Irish Playboy 16, just got clipped into 14. No money for Big Boy Roy. I see Waller on his show with Charlie reckons that Head of State's going to be his Ipswich Cup horse. Surprised me a bit.
Tennant Creek, 950 kilometres south of Darwin.
Scary.
I suppose that's like Alice Springs way, isn't it?
So characters on the inside, and then TC's, he's taken a real sit with Alcyone. Jesus Christ. Don't know if I love this. And J-Mac went forward on Big Boy Roy. Fuck. Oh. Gosh. He's 3 wide now.
Working? Is that him working?
No, yeah, he's not spending too much petrol, but yeah, it's
It's giving Sunshine the cart.
yeah, 3 wide. I thought he'd be about there as a starting point. Jesus. Not confident. I just don't think he's good enough to sit 3 wide and knock these over. Look at Brutality, just suck and runs the fence. Oh, yuck.
That one.
Oh, Waller. That makes me sick.
PR.
You could just sort of see it like
character's got it.
it's a complete Queensland
Got
setup
it.
horse. Lucky it's got beat. I would have been filthy, but it's just got the suck run there, hasn't it? Character. Brutality, weak. Sunshine Rising, just couldn't. 61 kilo. Santiro, gone well. Yuck. She's. I don't know how they jumped there. Can't replay it, but not one of Tim's best at that one. It's a shocking. Just 3 wide is fucking no man's land. Terrible. Yuck. Yucky, yucky, yucky. Best spot wins. Yucky. What did the yard look like there, Nico?
Yeah, he looked
How'd
fine.
the favourite look?
Looked good. Definitely around the mark. Probably going to have something on the 6. Just
Typhoon Harmony.
maybe a bit of a 1x3 sort of style. But got Could even play some exotics with him, and sort of the 9 I thought looked really well.
Definitely take off the Philippines off there.
Here he is. The Salter from Malta, from the Philippines.
You haven't got the Philippines underneath there, have you? I'm in fucking Sydney.
Oh, you're back, are you?
Yeah, I'm back.
Beautiful. All right, I'm just punching through 15 under on the favourite at best totem SP Altivo.
How are we going so far?
Nose is in front, but that would that result there would have put us behind, or just about square there. So first winner early, step lead, and your horse one up at a Chuka, and then just a couple. Malkovich was a bit poor, and then Sunshine Rising and Alcyone Alcyone was pretty weak, but it wasn't Timmy's best steer there, and Sunshine Rising just had too much weight there and sort of dropped the bit for a little bit there. But tell us why you're in love with Altivo here.
Yeah, sure. Look, I just think it's a good up and coming horse here. Had the 2 starts in the spring. It was powerful home in its maiden at Newcastle. Then went to Hawkesbury 1250 up to 1500, and it was pretty impressive there. I thought, given a nice long spell to mature, 2 trials, and was absolutely dynamic. It was only a midweek, and it did only beat Helmeton. But Ebony King was third in that race. It went on and run the benchmark 70, albeit at Geelong. Won that pretty well. Beat a horse called Ice Pick Nick, who I've always had an opinion on. So I think the form is there. And I just thought with Jai here, second up, down in weight, up to a Saturday, 78. I think this is a horse on the up and just has a lot all over these. I thought maybe Aesop at odds was maybe one that could maybe run into it. Flush Feeling, I love as a horse, but it's like 40s on the fair, so there doesn't seem like there's any money for anything. So I think it's all about the favourite here. The only other genuine molar in the race looks like Typhoon Harmony to me, and it just doesn't win that often. So keen to bet up here on Altivo.
Nico did find Typhoon Harmony from the yard, and Flush Feeling's definitely one of mine. Nico?
Yeah, Typhoon Harmony looks great. We've sort of backed him from a more of a place point of view. Don't know if he can beat the favourite, but I think he's definitely an exotic player. I thought Crackerjack Prince is probably the same. Might not beat the favourite, but I think he could potentially run a place. But yeah, I thought Altivo, like as I said, it was only a midweek race, but there's been a bit of form out of it, that race, and he did win with a bit of a leg in the air. So looks a progressive horse. Big day for Team Hawks. They've also got Airman in, who we might be involved with later in the day. So interesting stuff. I think there's been a few big bets rolling in on Betfair for this favourite late. So plenty happening, isn't there?
Look, it's getting smashed into $1.88 here. Pretty much back like it's unbeatable. Interesting, there's money for this Busselton thing that's got 2,900 metre form from overseas. It's solid in the market, but around the $11 on the fair. There's a fair bit traded there, which is interesting. There isn't a lot for much else. Spanish Kiss has had a little bit of specking, but it's 55 now. Aesop steady at $28, so Flash Feeling, there's no money for it at all. So I'm assuming not today for it.
What do you make of
all about?
What do you make of Jai McNeil as a? You there, Azza? What do you make of Jai McNeil?
I mean, yeah, he can be unreliable, right? No, there's no doubt about it. But he's got the talent. There's no doubt about it. He went to the Syntho at Ballarat on Tuesday for one ride on that one last kiss and got it home. So to me, that shows that he's not resting on his laurels and he's hungry. He's not the worst, but he's not the safest.
If anyone's desperate for a bet in the sport, Marky Goodwood, who's on fire, has taken the +23 Fremantle against the Swans. So,
what's he taken? Sorry,
Fremantle at the plus against Sydney. Yeah, about to jump. They've got 3 minutes before they bounce the ball at Sydney for a. I've got his daily set. Also top ropes all over South at the minus. took -15 against West at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So if anyone's
It's hard enough betting on the racing without throwing all the bloody
mate.
score
If,
in
I,
there. As
if I
well.
don't know the rules, I stay away. I don't know the rules for NRL, so
Yeah, this Bussin horse is pretty firm weight.
it is firm. Yeah, it's interesting.
I've taken the wrong product here, Altivo, so gives us a better chance here. Unders and win.
What was the starting bank? 35 Scoot?
34,500. So we're
Great
just
effort, everyone.
behind. We've got 8,500 pending bets. The big bet that we've had 5,000 at 550 promises kept.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I knew you'd like it.
Yeah,
How's
I think it's talented. It's a strong race though, isn't it? Jesus, deep that race.
My missus just started watching the stream. The first thing she heard, me burping. That was my chicken burger saying g'day.
Is it from burger, Coke, or beer?
Burger and Coke.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Are you guys
Racing.
ahead of me? Have you jumped?
We've just jumped, yep.
Okay,
Sydney's
you're
always
ahead. You're
behind.
ahead of me. I'm watching on my computer.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely ahead.
Good spot.
Yeah, he's lobbed well.
Yeah.
He's a bit keen.
Yeah.
2 keen?
Yeah.
He's okay now.
Sorry.
The Bussin thing's last, getting ridden along, so that's
That's
helpful.
it now.
Yours in the grouse spot, Nico.
Yeah, I knew it'd map well. I was hoping LT would be a bit further behind from that point of view, but we're cheering for the stream.
That's Altiva on Typhoon Harmony's back, right?
Yep, that's him.
Oh,
Oh,
you can't blame
that's-
Jai for this.
No, that's Skidor. No, he's 2 pairs further back. He's in
Oh,
the
is
white
he?
cap.
In the
Yeah.
white cap.
Ridden along.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he's travelling.
Gee, we want to be in the other one. Oh, he's coming now.
Come on, let down. Nico's on the leader. Run it down.
Piss off,
Oh,
Price
what's
Kid.
this French Emperor? Go away.
Go, Altivo. Up
What's
we
that
go,
Price
Azar.
Kid? Come on, Azar.
Good bet.
Yes, it is.
Azar!
One's locked into a place. Everyone's happy.
That's
Get
all
it
right.
up. There we go.
Lovely work, mate. 2 from 2.
Good horse.
Oh,
Good horse. Well,
Good horse.
they were those two confident. Their first one was 2 units. That was 3 units. So glad I could contribute.
Thanks, Azar.
we might get you on. I don't know, we might get you on later on the day, perhaps.
Yeah, I can do a bit. I've got whatever you need. If you guys need to chop out, you're.
We might get you back for late in the day in race 9 at Morphettville. So keep your powder dry until then, and have a great afternoon on the punt, and just keep betting.
Just keep hunting, boys. Just keep hunting.
Just keep punting.
Good on you, boys.
There he is.
Go
Jason has a
Altivo.
party. 2 from 2. So that's impressive. Short but sweet, and just powered over the top of him late. Just strong horse.
Yep. Gives us a little bit more ammo, potentially something later in the day. So that we're chipping away well. You know, you don't want to get in too much of a state early in these things, do you? That's probably one thing we've learnt. You don't want to be chasing too hard. You want to sort of have a bit up the sleeve for later, and you don't want to sort of have to chop down your units by half because you've done half the bank by race 4. So we're playing a bit of the long game here, and a lot of the lads from the Den, they were keener on a few horses later in the day. So that's what we're sort of hoping for there. We've put a lot of faith in them. I know the Fizzer, I don't know if we'll be able to get him on the stream. He might be too busy sort of punching away. They're trying to make an earn out of the day, aren't they, betting? So
Yeah. Are we gonna back that?
Yep.
Yeah. We might have to go that way. Perhaps.
Right.
We'll have to take that.
It'll
Yeah.
lead.
Will it?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we take Fizz. Has that been around that price?
Yeah, it's
That's
holding.
about right. Would you take that price?
Yeah, I'd take that.
Okay.
It's no moral, but it'll give us a good sight.
Yep.
Just chipping away.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. You only have to get 1 or 2 odds on things that go bad, and it's just so hard. You can't really bet up. You can't there's not much upside in smashing those from a bank perspective, is there?
You know, if we were chips in raffle or, there's been a few others that have been rolled early. So obviously Altivo too strong there, but there were some worrying moments. He's probably a pretty smart horse. He's very progressive. He's a horse that seems like he's on a very good path, and looks like he's got a fair bit of ability. So we've got something in the place there for Typhoon Harmony. So MYM subs are up and about. Can be the way in this game, can't it? You just sort of got to find your angle. A few of those races, that if you didn't want to take $1.70 Altivo, there's really good place opportunities there with a horse like Typhoon Harmony, who was going to put himself on top of the speed and looked the winner there at some stages. He just got run over by two that are a bit better than him. So we're just keep doing what we're doing here. They're getting ready at Morphettville. I don't think we got anything coming up there for a while from memory.
No, we got a little while. Next race we've got something coming.
And then a Chuka, we're starting to warm up a bit there. I'll put a few in for a Chuka. So Azza got us off the board early there with a nice winner, and hopefully we can continue that momentum out there. Sometimes those country provincial meetings, like we were talking about before, those 58s and out wide maidens on big days like today, sometimes the big players in the market, compared to a Thursday or a Tuesday meeting, they might not get a lot of time to look at a P2 meeting on a Saturday. So you just got to sort of look for that in those sort of races. There can be opportunities there due to not everyone being involved in those races. So definitely when the late market comes in, it's a bit different, but you can get some prices early if you're happy to do the work. What else we got? Anything happening in the chat here?
I just sent you an updated list of bets, just to absolute silver plate. I'll make sure that you've got all the bets that we're having, just to make your co-piloting a lot easier here.
All right, we're heating up.
You can. So we've just had $1,000 on your horse here, Enamore, at Echuca. So Echuca race 5, number 12, Enamore, 1,000 at $6 fixed.
Yeah, I thought this was a good chance. You look at his recent form, he's really sort of hit form his last two. There's been a gear change with him too. Sometimes with these horses that don't have, a whole heap of ability, sometimes something like that can just spark them up. And they've taken the visors off her, and she's been pretty good in her last two runs. She won at Kerrang. She went straight to the front and kept running with Rose Hammond aboard. And Rose Hammond takes the ride again today. So I'd be expecting pretty similar here today from barrier number 12. There's a bit of speed drawn inside her, but given the light weight and the fact that she's, sometimes his apprentices, they give him a squeeze early and the horses really get going on him. I think she can probably cross John Keating, who's on probably the other speed influence Decker. I think she can probably cross him and then get straight to the front, and that's what she's been doing in her recent runs. This horse, she's gone straight to the front in her last two. She's been a horse who, look at her overall body of work, it's not the greatest, but her last two I think were really going off. In last start here at Echuca, she went straight to the lead in a really fast run race. She went 5.5 lengths faster to the 600 relative to the 58 grade, so that's very quick. And she just fell in a bit of a hole late. So hopefully from the draw, Rose can just get her in a bit of a rhythm. She rode one at Bairnsdale a few weeks ago that sort of was a very similar ride. She drew a wide gate and then had to bide her time a little bit, but got to the lead and then was too strong for him on Flying Basil. So I think she's actually related to Sam Welsh, I was hearing. So bit of an athlete's sort of family. She's an up-and-coming rider, and hopefully she can get the job done for us here with Enamore, who's been pretty well supported late in the piece. So
no 440.
No surprise there, to be honest, given where she's just going to land in the run. I thought if there was a danger, it might be one of these horses to get back in the field, because Decker and Holano probably mapped behind her. Harshy went up early favourite, took ages to break her maiden, and then broke it last start. She's not blessed with ability. It might be bioluminescence, but you probably got to be pretty forgiving. She's had 2 nights in her last 2 runs, but she may be the one if you're looking for a little saver. But Anama's, she's going to be in the right spot. She'll give us a good sight, and hopefully she can just keep running with the lightweight. That's probably the big key as well. A few of her key rivals are going to carry upwards of 58 kilos. She's going to get in with 53. So hopefully she just keeps running.
Beautiful. Oh, got the price. Hard work done.
Thoughts on Vow and Declare in the Ramsden is each way play. Couldn't knock him.
He's flying. DK's horse.
Yeah, Kings was saying yesterday that he was an over on his prices. So saw on the Wolfden Saturday set. Yeah, he's going well. I think he'd be much better suited back to Flemington than he was at Mornington. Mornington's a very tight turning track that sometimes doesn't suit horses like him. So Flemington's definitely the place where he probably puts in some of his better runs, obviously winning a Melbourne Cup there. So, no, couldn't knock you too much if you wanted to have something on him to place. Don't know if he can win it, but it's pretty wide open.
Did you answer that one? Where's Mar based in Sydney?
Mar has a few stables in Sydney, I'm pretty sure. They have an operation, I'm not exactly very sure it is, but they've built, I think it might be south, somewhere down south, where they can sort of prep a few horses up there. I know the 2-year-olds potentially at that stable.
Yeah.
And then they have a base that's at one of the leading tracks. Might be Warwick Farm or Rose Hill or something at one of those stables as well. So they probably don't have the amount of horses up there as what they do down here, but I know a lot of the younger horses get prepped up there sort of throughout their 2-year-old days. And I know Kieran spent some time there during the start of the autumn, I think, late summer.
Yeah.
Just working with those younger horses and seeing what they got. So huge operation, the Mar operation. It's just crazy stuff, absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it'd be just a factory, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be. It's like there's certain stables, and then others, they're very niche. So like the Fingal stable would only have about 30 horses there. That's very niche. It must have been Rockstar Ronnie that they were talking about, where it had been here, been there. It had basically done a tour of Victoria. Yeah.
And everyone just put like a bit of a bloody sprinkle or a bit of polish on the horse.
Shine on it, yeah.
Next thing you know, it just comes out and wins a Grand National. Like it had literally been to every one of his Victoria properties.
Yeah, so the Fingal base, there you go, Warwick Farm, he definitely
blew me
has a
away.
base. I thought Fingal's I've been out there, they've got these massive hill tracks. I've never seen anything like it. I would imagine it's very much based on the European sort of model. So I know they send a lot of the mares down there. I know Belle Dipatina does a lot of her stuff down there, and a lot of the stayers sort of head down there. I remember going down there when we had Explosive Jack and Sir Dragonet sort of building up for the summer in pre-training, and we were sort of taking them down there to do work down there. They got plenty of angles, and it's probably why they're the best stable in the country, really, They've got so many different things for a horse. You might just think, it's not doing well at Ballarat, we'll send it to Cranbourne.
Try something different.
It's not going well here, so we'll go there. So that they've got plenty of things in store, don't they, that up their sleeve. And no surprise to see them, the races they're dominating recently, the staying races, they can get them fit. And they do a really good job of not overtaxing them either. Like I even see them in the mounting yard, there's still enough condition kept on a lot of those horses.
Yep.
Some of those stables get them fit and then they just go over the top a bit.
Go to pieces. White Nosh.
All right, here you go.
Into
Chuka.
$4.
Go on, little Rosie. She's our girl today. Here she is. If you're watching along, yellow with the red cap. Can be a good setup, the leaders with no weight with the apprentice. They can just sometimes keep running. Just going to have to get a good start so we can cross a few, because Alana and Deck will probably push forward. Hopefully she just flies the lids and takes off. Go, Rosie, go. Keep pushing. Oh, she wants it. They got a hand up. He'll hand up. Oh, they're going quick. No, they're going too quick.
Scary.
She's found it now. She just wants to keep in a rhythm. did this last start. It went real quick and kept going. It's just whether something's coming off our back.
There's chances there, but the
She's
horse
getting
in the
off
blue's not going any
She's
good.
getting off the fence. This bioluminescence.
What's this thing
is probably
bumping
the
into
horse.
each other down the back?
Go, Rosie.
Come on, hit it.
Go on.
Uh-oh. Go on. Keep kicking.
Go on.
Keep kicking.
Go, Rosie.
Hit it.
Go on.
Go away
What's this
outside.
inside?
Oh, no.
Get up.
Come on, Rosie. Nick. I think it's held on.
I think it, hold on.
Do you think it held on? What do you reckon? Second time you looked at it. I've sort of gone off early again there.
Well, we might have went the early cry there.
Oh,
It's a big dive.
oh, no. How's some of the angles here?
It's a bad angle at you.
Got Scone no good, Echuca no good. Oh my God.
We've been done.
That's gross.
That's sick.
What a bet. Great bet. God,
If it gets to the lead a bit easier, it probably wins.
that's sickening.
I was probably always going to something from the back was going to be flying at us late.
Oh, no.
How's he got beat from here? 4 strides from the line, we're a length in front.
That's disgusting.
Oh, sick stuff.
Oh, Nico. That's disgusting. Come on, Walt.
Oh, we got to get something out of Scone then.
Oh, dear.
Operation success. Patient died, as DK
Oh, my
says.
God. Oh, my
I thought we were home there.
I called it. I said, I got it. No. Masculine. Lifted.
Just those freaking camels kicking up inside us early. Like they're nowhere
Just
in
leave
the
us
finish.
alone.
And we're bloody battling it out.
That's as sick as it gets. A couple of homeless blokes trying to get in. That's no good to us.
Oh,
Come on, Walt. Let's put the crow away. I don't think I'm going to say a word now for the rest. I'm never going to. It's done. Crow's done for the day. It was those 2 pests, though. It's not my fault. The worst thing is we've let it fly in. When I got lunch, there's a fly got in here.
causing a bit of havoc.
Oh, could be an omen bet. Isn't that a horse later in the day? Green fly running around.
Yeah, I think we'll be on.
It might be on. Oh dear.
All right, where are we here? Scone,
Nasty stuff. Come on, Walt, in the black, I
JW,
think.
number 8,
Yeah, barrier 11. Pattern against us slightly.
Clippo.
Come on. Hard to market.
Favourite's gone behind us.
That's it.
And
in a good
at this point is Gracias Amigo and the red cap going forward.
Good cover.
Got a trail. Gracias Amigo, it's in behind here.
Well, it'll take us nowhere.
That's the favourite behind us.
United gallops down the back. A length and a half clear to Duke of Buckingham and highlights leaders back third. A length and a half to Oakfield Arrow, way up one back. Gracias Amigo can't get in, so it's being sent forward around them. In advance of Ita and Akasawa. Further back to Mayfair Spirit, a touch keen in between runners. Unspoken is well fancy, moves up into a 3-wide spot with cover. Then Claim the Crown, the fence, 3/4 to Solar Apex. The Stadio Mestea, the favourite is well back in the field from Just a Jedi. 2 off to Wonga Hugh from Floating. And Torino sees them all. They've got around 700 metres to run. And So United has been unchanged.
He's on his bike here.
Yeah. Well, floating's on the fence, miles back, needs
Waller's
luck.
going to be all over our back.
Yeah.
Back on the inside is Ida from Mayfair Spirit Unspoken. A Stadio Mestea. You might be getting a bit nervous here on the
Come on, Walt.
Peel out. Go on.
Oh, get off the Solar Apex, leaning all over us. Come on, Walt. Run it down.
Get up.
No, it's got the split.
Oh, sick.
It leaned on us for a bit and just.
That's a sick few minutes.
a stir from Just a Jedi to Reto.
Yeah.
Then came Wongo Hugh. Then came highlights from Floating, Oakfield Arrow, Mayfair Spirit, Ita, Duke of Buckingham, and Claim the Crown hasn't beaten one in. Paul Massara, a happy man in the saddling enclosure after his speed Akasawa.
Back to Flemington.
Plays 8, 10 and $3 and wins the 6 at Scone from Unspoken.
We also just had a bet top fluck, race 5, number 5, Captain Britain. That's one of Az's bets. I'll try and get to the race and have a look at a couple of reasons why you might have found that one. Not a race that I've done in any sort of depth. Looks like it
ran the day of the Bull Carnival at
Geelong.
at Murray Bridge.
Murray Bridge.
Didn't it?
Yep. And before that it started, it was a good run
Carried
at Geelong.
Carried the grandstand at Murray. I think it had like 65 kilos or something.
Mm.
Loomed and then sort of just didn't fly much, but probably a drop in the weight, and D. Oliver could help there. Definitely. It was a protest in Adelaide, second v first. Alleged interference in the home straight.
That's not good for us.
So don't be counting your cash if you're on there.
Yeah, 65 kilos it had that day against horses like Wolfburn and that. So it jumps up from the
It just had no,
benchmark
I remember watching
56.
the race, it had no zip.
Blinkers go on.
Just couldn't find any turn of foot with the big weight.
And the Fancy Lansky and Cap de Joie was the start before at Geelong in that class 3, that 150k.
That's a hot race. That's a hot race. That was a hot race, that race.
That's why he's liked it. And then it was like short SP for second start over it against Captain Pluto.
Look at him in New Zealand here. They're down the outside fence. They're in the bloody ambulance lane.
Have a look at the track.
State of it. Looks like the bull.
Looks shocking, doesn't it? Rotorua.
Someone was asking for Dano's tips in New Zealand. I don't know if he
I
does in
know.
New Zealand.
Tough going that. We'll get the Wolfden boys on in about 20 minutes. They've got a couple of bets coming up in the next at Scone, which I probably need to attend to now. So we're still, once you take our pending bets into consideration, we're still sort of hovering at 31,750. So we started at 34,000. So we're down $3,000, and then we've got 6,000 open bets. So we've got 5,000 promises kept and 1,000 top fluck on Captain Britain in the next at Morphettville there, and we're looking to do business in Scone and Flemington in the next races coming up there. So as I said, we're just going to be betting purely for the next 2.5 hours. Won't be much time in between.
There'll be plenty coming up. Looking at this bet sheet, I think this is where we start to really hit our strides. Promises kept is obviously the big result of the day. I wonder what price he's into now. It seemed like the whole world wanted to back him. Yeah, smashed into 390 now. Promises kept. So
is it?
We're on at 550.
Yeah.
So that's what, 342. So still a little bit of time, but
Interesting little race here. You got App and Girl, Ducasse, two pretty impressive runs last start. Ducasse was on that heavy ground. Looks like maybe a JJ Atkins horse here. And then App and Girl knocked them over in the Dalrello, which she was pretty impressive. So it'll be interesting to see if she can hold a form in this 1,200 metre race. And Ducasse might just need a little bit further now, I suspect. Thunderlips could be an improver going forward, back to a dry track, and then I guess your Sovereign Fund and your Empire Japan. Everyone knows plenty about those sort of horses.
they're a bit beaten up now, aren't they, though?
Perhaps.
They've been going around since the Magic Millions.
Yep.
Have you sent through Flemington?
Not yet. Just trying to just fish price. Parade. I was waiting on you. Parade too. I think Warwick Farm's the biggest stable. Kieran Ma. Thank you, Adrian, via text.
Did you I sent you a message.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Got ya.
Thoughts on Airman in the last at Flem? Definitely a chance. He's got a big turn of foot. I backed him in the Golden Rose actually last year. Didn't sort of get there, and obviously he's had a few issues, but first up win was sound, and I think getting to Flemington looks like he's got really good straight line speed. When he gets into those home straights, he really sort of zips. So I think down the straight will probably suit him. Doesn't look like he's the best at cornering, so that straight track might really bring him into play.
What price do you reckon that?
I don't know, I think that will probably
It'll hold up.
That's fair. I don't think he'll drift. Hasn't drifted like all week, really.
Cool, I'll take it.
Not really backing anything.
Armed Forces, Waller.
Oh, no.
And here's Up and Girl running it down.
Pull its tail.
So you're going to get there? And that's Safredo, Rex Lip, bursting through the middle. I think you got it, didn't it? Oh, don't know. Another photo for me that I've called wrong.
Alright, we're
Yep, we're on. Yep.
Alright, next race here at Flemington. Coming up, we're race number 5.
Fair few people on this horse. Multiple consensus group bet.
Yep, this is a bit of everyone here. So we've had 3,000 at 320. Lethal Thoughts for the Mar Eustace stable. B Shin aboard. Got the win last start in the Mornington Guinea. So Josh Barry number 1 here. So I think you'll need a bit of luck, but it was similar scenario last start. I don't know if he's the most genuine of horses. So I think getting a late gap sort of is a bit up his go. I think really sort of charging to the line like he did there at Mornington. He's come back just in better order this campaign, I think. He's always been a horse that's shown a fair bit of ability, and now he's sort of, I know they changed the training up with him at the start of the preparation, and he did a lot of work to get him fit early, and it seems like it's worked given how well he was run second up in the Bendigo Guineas and then winning last start in the Mornington Guineas. Then a lot of this form is sort of the Vobis Showdown, not the Showdown form, the Vobis Guineas form with Toronto Terrier, who Russian Dancer ran past and beat. And then, of course, we backed Toronto Terrier last start at Sounddown, where he got everything go his way. He beat DK, who ran well enough to start the day, but I don't think it's, I don't think the form's necessarily super strong. And I think Toronto Terrier is a bit of a risk at a mile. Russian Dancers, he's not doing anything wrong, but he's no superstar. And I think Lethal Thoughts is probably the most talented horse in this race. It's just whether the right one of him shows up. And his last 2 runs, the real him has shown up. And I think Blake Shin could be a good contributor to that, given his last start win. So he knows the horse. He's obviously a real go-to rider for the meeting. So 3:30, I think we're really just banking on that he gets a bit of a gap late, to be honest. He probably should just park him behind the speed, and we got the right man on for the job. So I thought this is probably one of the plays at Flemington I was keen to have. I think could be a bit of a favourite stay there, really, but this horse just looked really well set up, and a horse that could have a bit more upside than a few of his rivals.
El Solido?
Yeah, he's racing well. It's probably just a question mark on his form as well.
Yeah.
He's got, he has form around Belair, who of course, was near Russian Dancer and Toronto Terrier, their recent runs in those Vobis races. So he's easy to tie into them. He looked well in the yard, and he's pretty well weighted with 55 kilos. I thought the dangers were probably more the horses right down the weights. I think Cosmic Enigma can probably run well at $10. Toronto Terrier is going to be thereabouts, but I think at the end of a mile might see him out. So I really think it's just Lethal Thoughts race to lose. It's a bit of a raffle outside of him. So few of us lined up here. I think Dano maybe was
a couple of the boys from the Den keen on this one. Maybe Kingsley as well. Interesting, just a little update. 340 into 270, Captain Britain over in Adelaide. So Lindsay Smith Yard heavily backed. So we've secured top flock there as well. So yeah, we've got 11,000 open bets, and the bank's back down to 20,750. So big one for turnover at the moment.
Xenomol, I don't think anyone's had a really big miss. I've had a bit of luck in a few of those races, but I feel like everyone's a bit in the zone. So hopefully that continues. We're taking good prices. Obviously that horse at Echuca, and then we've got the overs there on Promises Kept, so should be all happening. Dave Diamond, does your betting strategy change when you're watching the parade on course compared to off course? Yeah, I probably just stake down a little when I'm watching off course, because I don't have everything, like that you'd normally have when you're at the races. So it can change a little. You probably rely a little bit more on the form. But I think if there's a rounding out judge out there telling you they do know form and they're making a big earn out of the game, like they're probably a freak, because I think you do have to match them up. I don't think you could just pick the best looking horse in every race just purely because it looks well, because you'd be finding these horses at 70 and 80 to 1 all the time that,
Tarzan Jane type thing.
Exactly. So, I think you got to definitely match it up, but it's just definitely, you got to have profiles on the horses. I think is the main thing, but yeah, definitely a little bit different when you're doing it off the TV compared to being out there at the races, but we do our best. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Yeah, just at the moment, just can't get the app to balance. So I think we're just better off to roll with it and get the updated bank balance off the screen in the YouTube chat. You're already there, Lock. So as long as everyone's getting the tips through, which is good. I've had no one complain and say they're not getting the bets. So I'll start punching through some updated bank balances on the messages.
Jump well, so we're not going to be too far back. Thought this might happen. Thought Meech might send this Bustin' horse to the lead. Hopefully she goes fast enough. Hopefully Gary and Yendel kick up underneath her a bit here.
Did LeBron have a bit of a spill there? Did he? He got hurt, did he? LeBron?
I think got whacked in the face.
Did he?
Well, hopefully the gaps open up for us here. They look like they're rolling along a little bit. Anchor drop. All right, Shinny. Oh, stay in. Just need a gap here.
Yeah.
It might come here.
I think he'll be off and gone though.
It's coming now.
Come on.
Go on. Get up, Lethal. Hasn't found.
No. Weak.
Weak as piss late. That was the one the late money was for. 16 into 10. Too strong the market. No, weak as piss. Look at him through the line. Maybe an issue.
Stable flying there, Simon Zara.
Everything around him's been in the finish. He's done nothing, so maybe an issue, but on face value, didn't look that strong, did it?
All right, so we go Morphettville. We've got 1,000 top fluck on Captain Britain. So I think 350 the price, best bet price 340. Sorry, and then we've taken top fluck 2 bets at Scone as well, and that's 15 minutes away. So I might get the Den to come and talk us through those bets. Written in codes been 8 into 650, and once again my girls 420. Topsport are chasing at 460 their call. Might be just it. Yeah, it's a funny one, that one. Just it was Flutter's attack. Cool. All right, we might go to the Den. How's Rich? How's the day going for everyone in the Den? And we've just seen a couple.
I think everyone's doing quite well. They're sort of hanging in there a bit like we are with our little Punters Club syndicate that we've got going. So yeah, as I heard Nico just saying before, everyone's sort of in the zone, seeing them quite well. We just need to get a few on the trot, don't we? Mate, I heard something really disturbing that you went the early crow on that thing in Echuca. Is that right?
Yeah, stiff result there, wasn't it?
You're not admitting to go the early crow?
I thought we had it. I thought late in the piece there that was us, but it just wore us down late there, didn't it? So I'll just shut up for the rest of the day, I think.
Was it you who went the early crow, not Nick? I didn't see it, but I heard it. I heard someone telling me. Are you struggling to hear me, are you, Scoot?
Yeah, just not quite clearly. I got you there that last bit. I'm just have to really concentrate to hear you.
No worries.
Market support 290 now. It's starting to ease a little bit. This Captain Britain over in Adelaide, but yeah, if we can just get, I'm not sure who found once again my girl a written code at Scone. Your end, Rich. If we can get one of those guys in the next sort of 10 minutes or so to preview what the next race at Scone, that'd be ideal.
Yep.
And
leave it with me. I'll go do that.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yep, 4 minutes to Morphettville. Captain Britain been pretty well backed. He's into 280 now. For your man, Scoot.
Ollie.
D. Oliver. Sort of been not seen much lately. He's been sort of jet setting around the carnivals, hasn't he? He went over to Perth for their quokka, and then there hasn't sort of been much doing for Ollie in Melbourne recently. So might have found his spot there, Scoot, you reckon?
Yeah, I think he's gonna. He did say he's gonna have a break. It might be June, July, or definitely go. I think he might be going overseas or something, and then come back for the spring carnival. I sort of heard, but yeah, he's yeah. There's definitely two of him. He's very Jekyll and Hyde. I find these days, and yeah, I'm not sure. Like how I struggle to back him when he's hard in the market at certain midweek races and not big days, non-big days. I don't.
Hopefully this just presents up the middle, and then that's all we need to get done. Gee, the Lakers are well up against the Warriors.
This will be curtains for the Golden State.
Yeah, so they lead 3-2. So
Done.
It's win or go home really for the Lakers.
Surely they'll hold from here, won't they?
Yeah, you'd think so.
That's a massive win for BET DR, the BET DR promo. Knocking out a heap of people are on Golden State.
Was everyone on Golden State?
A heap of people are on Boston and Golden State. I think they've been.
Yeah, they've kind of struggled in the playoffs. Golden State, they can't really get anything going. I think they're really lacking a big man. So that seems to be their thing at the moment. Gee, what's happening in this New Zealand race?
This thing's going. The third horse in the market, Miss Kermie's going bananas. The jockey can't get on the horse in Adelaide. It's carrying on like a pork chop, and then Wolfburn.
Yeah, it's been a funny season for the NBA. The Bucks went out first round, and then the Timberwolves look like they were going to make a bit of a late play, and they haven't. New York's gone way deeper than anyone probably thought. So is the Heat, really. So the Lakers were probably always going to be in play. They just needed to be fit. Once they got LeBron back, that was definitely the key to them. And the Warriors haven't seemed to have a real answer for anyone inside. They can't seem to defend the post that well. So they can score, but their defence has been really lacking. 2 minutes to jump. I think there's a horse getting replated here. Hopefully it's not us. Number 9 by the looks of it. We're number 8, aren't we? No, we're number 5.
Miss Kermie, is that the one that was playing
Second
up?
pick in the market, yeah. 6 out to 8.50, so maybe it's
Oh, it's just carrying on in the yard, so that's why. It's probably throwing the plate there. The horse that's just about to win in the Syntho, that's one of Donny's, isn't it? Ralphie? We backed that. We backed that last start. Now it's odds on at the Goldie, remember? Well, it was the wrong way for us. We had the second horse as a better result. Callow rode it.
Warriors need Bogut. Don't know what he'd do for him now. He'd probably be better off running the organisation than playing on the field. But they need someone in there that's sort of got a bit of grit. They get dominated inside by Davis.
Yeah, a little bit better there, Rich. Sound check. Yep.
We got about, 40 seconds to this race at Morphettville. Looks like they might run a bit late though. I don't know. So we might cheer home the captain, hopefully, and then get to the Wolfden boys.
Yeah.
If that's your timeout with Scone. What price would take Captain Britain?
Top fluck, 1,000 top fluck.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Might come in.
Yeah.
Fired up.
Yeah, 8 into 650.
Well, hopefully we can get a result at Morphettville and then
Start to roll a
bit
bit.
of momentum again. A few seconds have been a bit costly there. Where are we? He's in the pink, all pink. Sort of midfield. Getting a little bit keen. Don't look to be going that quick though.
No.
Oh, they're walking.
It's getting hammered, this written in code. Now 550.
I heard a few people tipping it throughout the day, so
Hevelon van der Hoeven is riding it. They call him Heavy.
just might need a bit of luck here on the captain. These things out in front, I've had it pretty easy.
We've got a big weight swing on the 3.
Just going to have to thread the needle here, Ollie.
Where's he going? Got a horse.
He's going out. He's going out. Yeah, push the grey out the way.
There you go.
Oh, good on heels.
Oh no, Ollie. What's he doing?
It's got to get wide now.
Oh.
Go on, let rip the captain.
Just go.
Go on.
Scary. Jesus, I think he's missed the boat. Come on.
No. Not his best.
He's just frightful at the shorts. All right, I need a 2-minute bathroom break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about Scone race 7 with the boys from the Wolfden. So 2-minute break. Welcome back to Little Birdie TD. I'm going to scoot, and we've got Nico here in studio. Bank balance at $18,750, but we've got $10,000 in open bets. We've got the boys up in the Wolfden studio in Sydney. We're going to have a look at Scone race 7. We've had 2 top flock bets. Number 16, once again, My Girl, and number 18, written in code. And We've got Richie Irvine in the pink and Dream Team, Dreamboat Matt Taylor in the stripy shirt. How are you, boys?
In the stripes, in the hoops. Yeah, we're going well. We're having an okay day out in the den, and we're hanging in there with you guys, aren't we? We're just behind.
Tell us the reasons, or tell us why you're on these horses. They got the picket fences.
Yeah, these horses are both super lightly raced. The favourite, the shorter one, is it 16? I don't have the prices in front of me.
Yeah.
It's
Up on tab there.
Yeah, there it is there.
They're 480 and 550.
Yeah, so look, 16's been winning with ease. Doesn't have the numbers to say it's not the number one pick on ratings, but just the way it sort of looks and the strides. It's got a really big stride, winning super soft, so it can improve its numbers to sort of win this race. And the 18 on debut, it came from just a million miles back, and it just looks like it's going to love the 1100 today. So look, two lightly raced progressive horses. The market always seems to gravitate to them, and it's matched up on our numbers, so we've made them both bets.
Hevelon Van den Hooven. How have you?
Yeah.
What do you make of his riding ability?
Well, one of our mates isn't super keen on him, but look, I don't know. Like, it's a race. The race is so open. Look, Winona Costin's on the favourite. Van der Hooven's on the second pick. Look, definitely no world beater, but look, this horse was last start and just flew home. So I'm assuming from barrier 6, he just needs to find some space. Yeah, not a great jockey, but he's definitely he's finding some form. I've seen his name up on the screen a few times when I've been watching races, so it means he is riding a few winners. So on the improve.
Just looking at his punting form stats. Heavy.
Yeah, what's it looking like?
14%.
Probably hasn't had.
Yeah, he seems to be profitable at the moment compared to market expectation.
Good. That's good. He's the Godolphin horses are Gibbons, Clipperton, Schofield. So he's up against some pretty solid riders here. Both Winona. Winona's flying. Great Winona. She was a superstar a few years ago. Well, not quite a superstar. She was flying about 4 or 5 years ago. Went quiet. Now she's found a purple patch again. She rides winners all the time. So she's on the favourite for B Kavanagh. So yeah, how many units have we had on these ones? One each, or?
You'll have to go again there.
How many units have we had on these horses?
Yeah, 1 unit on each, so 1,000 top flock both. So definitely want the 18 more so.
Yeah. We want, you'd imagine the 16, once again, my girl, it's going to be somewhere up on speed. And you'll know early with it, if it's travelling, it'll kick. If it's not if it's like gone on the corner, just forget it, because it's a progressive horse that's been beating easier company. So that's the question. Like, if it can improve in a bit better quality of field, you want to see it travelling nice and sweetly around the turn. The 18 will be off the bit probably and flying home. So.
Well, it looks like they're loading away there.
Yeah.
They sure are. This is the start of a frenzy of betting. It's all about to heat up.
Is it?
Which is exciting.
We love betting frenzy.
Exciting.
Yeah, we just need to start hitting the board at the moment. The Jumbuck's the next.
It all starts here.
The Jumbuck's the next bet in the chamber. We've had 2K top flock on it.
Okay.
And then it's very steady from there on in for sure.
Hopefully. We could always find extra bets if required. We're good in the office. We're not short of bets.
Kingsley's stinging too.
And the
Jumbuck's a Dan O bet too, isn't it?
Yep.
We could back the Tigers with the plus if you
in.
like. West Tigers versus the Rabbitohs. We can take the Tigers 15.5 start or something.
Does anyone want to buy Kingsley's bet on the Roosters? $6. He'll bet you $6.50. What price are they now? Has anyone? I haven't even looked. But.
Don't know. Sounds like they're buckled up.
All right, you're about to go here. So
racing.
We're all delayed. Yep.
Where's
See what
Nona?
they say.
She sent this thing to the front.
Second. We're second in the black and then in the orange.
Orange is in the grouse.
Yeah, orange is closer than expected, which is great.
Bit wide though.
Favourite's got into a good spot actually. There's not heaps of pressure around it.
What's his name? Heavy.
Heavy.
Just gonna let rip.
Come on, Winona. Kick Winona. It's got something.
Kicking, I can't really see.
Here he comes. No, I think this got a red card's going to be too hard to run down.
Oh, we're coming now.
It's too good, isn't it?
Launching late. Too far back. Another second.
No. Good horse, that red card.
What a dirty Godolphin number. It's not even any good.
Right. Yeah. Couldn't handle the step up in pressure, unfortunately.
Maybe
Right,
maybe
no good there to
1300.
you boys.
Bugger. All right. Well,
Go again.
right sort of theory there, but yeah, 1100 a little bit too sharp for the heavily backed written in code there, so a bit disappointing. We'll give the boys up in Sydney a little bit of a break. The Jumbuck was definitely a consensus bet here. I think Kingsley, Dan, yourself, Nico, all found this horse. Looks, when I had a look at it, looks like a horse racing too. It's Our Time. It's Our Time it didn't load down at the Bull, or was it playing up behind the gates?
Yeah, I think
or
it got scratched behind the gates.
Was
so
it Vet Report? Can't recall exactly what had happened.
Can't remember, but
Yeah.
definitely was down a run of the Wangoom. We actually backed it, and then out of the yard, and then it didn't sort of take part, did it? So, yeah, the Jumbuck did look pretty hard to knock. His best form's down the straight. His best figures are probably down the straight too. So, he's just in the zone, this horse.
Ultra consistent.
There's plenty to like about him, isn't there? So, maybe one of the lads who backed him might be able to get on and give their little spiel, but no, you couldn't be knocking him at all. Like, his recent form's been great. He beat Outlaw's Revenge, who come out and won the Wangoom. It's sort of hard in the market later in the day as well. And then you get B Shin, who's been a bit of a go-to for the entire program. They should roll along at a genuine tempo here, which seems to be his go. I don't think he's necessarily a real sit and sprint kind of horse. I think he's a horse who previously got out to sort of 1300 metres. So I think, Buffalo River setting up a good early tempo definitely won't be a disadvantage to De Jumbuck. And then apart from that, like, It's Our Time, he's a bit of a nonny, but he's definitely got the ability to win the race. And then you're looking real wide after them. Like, Barbie's Fox won a mare's race the other day, and she's kind of third pick. Didn't think I'd ever see that. Her third pick in a straight six. So looks a pretty straightforward race, really. Never really the case, though, is it?
Well, I'm just going to keep peppering away. I just don't want to miss any of the prices of these horses.
We've given Perth no love today. Usually they get a little run,
No, I think Kingsley likes one
but it was all
late
too
in the day, but it's past sort of our bedtimes there with that one.
This is the problem with there. Might be a good time to get the chat fired back up if there's anyone in there with any questions or anything. Maybe send them through. Are we on anything here at Doomben?
No.
No.
Donnie's got shares in Calipore.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he's got a share there. Looked, it's a tricky race, this. Like, Yonkers could be the one that, like, Yonkers strong will be super strong. Calipore's flying, got serpentine form. Stay will give it a good push. And then a horse like Yaffet suited, but it just needs a bit of luck late. Didn't really like much outside of that.
Yeah, Yaffet's going well. He's just been in a few races that haven't suited him, has he? Like, you got too far back in the Mornington Cup, and then sort of the Australian Cup, they went too quick, so wouldn't be surprised at all if he's in the finish. Bit of a setup horse. Do we reckon LeBron's the GOAT?
Big Jordan man, me, but
Yeah.
I've been watching off.
Probably have to say MJ, but that's only off, you know. Never watched him play.
Donnie's in there.
Be some effort if LeBron could win another championship with this Lakers team.
Need a winner.
Oh, there's one for you, Scooty. What's everyone's thoughts on a stallion tax? If so, how do you implement it with no set cost?
I think you just need to have a 2% service fee on all stallions across the boards. So any horse that flies in or out, and then once they get a live foal, then they have to pay. So the harness racing tried it, and then it wasn't on all stallions, and so it went arse up. So if you do a bit of research into that, even if it is a 2% stallion tax, it's $12 million that they'd contribute based on the current stallion fee returns, I think. So it's actually not much to pay, but it would pay for a lot of the wastage that the breeders create. So it'd be a starting point for sure. And if it worked and worked well, then you could put on the sales fee. Don't know, it's a bit of a merry-go-round, the whole thing, but they're the ones breeding and oversupplying the horses, and maybe it sharpens up the breed if you put some sort of parameters around it. Where's Donnie's horse here? Yaffet's in the grouse. And asleep.
Front here is Red Wave by about 3/4. Second, June 45, and third, Cepheus, and fourth, the outside is Yonkers.
Yonkers in the
Warren's been
grouse.
3 wide all the way, followed by Oti Ra. Next, the inside, Yaffet. Further back and stuck with you on the inside of Carlapaw. Southern Stock, Secret Glamour. Further back to London Bacon, and length and a half to Nerd Not Verse. 600 metres left to run, and Red Wave just in front here from second. The outside, June 45, and going to third, Yonkers out 3 wide. Cepheus is in fourth, and 50.
Ready to explode. Donnie's horse, Calipaw. Just needs to get it clear.
Just got to get off the back. Here it
Up.
comes.
Come on, Donnie.
Go on.
Go, Calipaw.
Doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, it does. Go.
Go on.
Go, Donnie. Go on, you,
there.
Donnie.
Hopefully he's had a bet.
He would have. Mad.
Just
Loves it.
get back what he lost on it.
TC.
Are the lads there to talk about Dejambak, or
No, I think we'll just steer it here. I don't know. It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? This race. It's just a race in two, I thought.
seems that way?
Huh?
Seems that way. We've had something on Dejambak out of the yard. Looked well. No knocks there.
I think Anthony and Ola. I think the problem is if you make shuttle stallions pay more, they'll then avoid and not go, and they'll sort of. And I think that's what happened in the harness game. If you have a higher tax rate on shuttle stallions, they'll just boycott the market.
Yeah.
So if you double it or triple it, for example, then you end up with a problem of all just the colonial Australian stallions breeding into the Australian market, and then your breed actually gets worse as a consequence. So I think you need to have a flat stallion tax on everything, so it doesn't affect the quality of stallions sort of coming in and out. It just needs to be a uniform rule. We didn't back Calipor for our group. Thought the race was a bit tricky. A couple of different chances. No one really come up with it in their numbers, but obviously
smashed late.
Yeah, obviously Anthony Don's got a share in it, so that's why we cheered it. So thrilled for him, but yeah, can't bet on every race, but we're covering a lot.
We're doing
Jumbuck's our next open bet. 2,000 top fluck. We're in genuine need of a winner. 15,000 in the bank. 15,750 and then 10,000 open bet. So we've got promises kept to Jumbuck, and then we've had 2,000 top fluck stroke of luck, and then 1,000 top fluck the vows. So you probably need to start locking those ones in if you're following us. And then we've got a Chuka race 7 coming up soon. And
have we locked anything in there? Or?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Just wait and see.
We'll wait and see.
Might be a bit skinny. Well, this will help if we can get him home.
We just need a bit of momentum.
I wonder what the market's doing now with promises kept. About what, 50 minutes of that? He's back into $4. We could come home strong in Adelaide. That's probably our finisher. Right now, it's all about the Jumbuck though, with B Shin. Wasn't our man before.
We've got 15 more bets to come. Oh, yeah, 15 more bets to come. So it's going to fluctuate heavily, the bank, I would have thought.
Smashed late. 250 into 235. Tony Nakoni, first up tomorrow, Les. Did trial well, trialled exceptionally well. Don't know, it's hard to see it turning its form around too much from getting flogged at the picnics to winning in Tasmania, but maybe a big trainer change there. I don't know, see what price, I haven't looked at the prices yet, but if you went up like 30s, you could maybe have something on him, but looked a good race that with Nico the Greek as well. A few others in play. $3.90. Oh, I got that wrong. Couldn't back him at $3.90.
Righto.
Here we are. Big blaze. White blaze. Chestnut. Buffalo River taking a sit. What's going on here? No one wants to lead. Are we leading?
Yeah.
He's a bit better off the faster tempos. Are we in trouble? Who's he going to find?
Don't know. He's tough. He's pretty honest, this horse. I just worry about it's our time off our back. There you go. He loves the straight.
He's in for the fight. Come on, Jumbuck.
No.
Another second.
Brutal. Money
He
saves.
he just doesn't have a real turn of foot. He just thinks the tempo. Those wins he had down the straight, they're in real fast run races, so maybe that's more of his go. That looked like a bit of a sit up and sort of who's got the best turn of foot, which was probably always going to be it's our time. MD.
Yeah, I didn't think there was much between them. But you guys are a lot stronger on the race. We're also having 2K top fluck on Lunar Flare in the next. Just the consensus here was White Marlin, very well found. If he doesn't return to his high rating this track and trip, she's the most likely to sort of be there and knock him off. As the theory, especially at the price, around the sort of $6.50. I think they've bet as much as $9 early. Be interesting to see what the market does. The big teams, whether they keep White Marlin in or whether it'll get somewhere out to sort of the 250 or 270 quote.
Ugh. What's happening in the footy? Freo up and about.
Are they? That's Mark's tip at the plus.
45 v 32. It's half time.
He likes the D's at the minus against the Hawks. Brisbane minus against. No, actually. No bet in the Brisbane Essendon game. No, the next bet he likes is D's at the minus against the Hawks.
What's our next point of call here?
Chuka race 7.
Alright.
Then up to Brizzy. Oh, Jesus, there's Dan O for charity. He's having 5,000 top fluck on promises kept.
Oh, so we're chips in
I
there.
was just trying to put Tristan to the wall. So for his little Fiji mission, Dano is building a couple of houses for the Fijians. He's having 5,000 top fluck bonus bet on promises kept for charity. I'm a bit worried about that.
The charity
bets are the absolute kiss of death. It's sort of like get the photo in the horse and put it on the front page on Friday. It's that sort of mock.
That was Gicky Kick anyway. So he's got the front page curse this week. Well, the lads must be pretty keen in there. They must just
horned up,
have their confidence building.
Hey, promises kept. Crazy,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I think we give a Chuka a miss.
Let it go.
It's too short now.
Okay. Jeez, we're only back 3 winners today.
I think it's the first 3, wasn't it? Oh, Altivo,
Altivo.
Walk of Fame, and
Just go. Let's.
how many seconds? Anelma, Unspoken, Written in Code, Jumba.
Easy, just send us a message. Can the punters back a winner, please? I think we're trying. Fat win. We are on stroke of luck.
Yeah, Keith, we were semi-keen to 1. I just think he's got really short at a Chuka. Dance ready. For a horse that gets back in the field, he's going to need a bit of luck from 3. Maybe if we're in a bit of a different spot with the bank, but we've got to have, a bid on to get anything out of him. So, although Coyote, I think he's a cat and he could turn it up. He's drawn 13. I was hoping he got a bit worse a rider, like they needed a late alt, and I was hoping they just went to someone that wasn't all that flash. And they've got Josh Richards, who is bit as good as Liam Reardon. So. He just might be the horse with a bit more luck. So I thought, given the prices now and the late alt with Coyote, yeah, I'll just give it a miss.
Isn't T-Dogs is on RSN, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's out at some pub or something today, I think. They're out there doing something out there. So
Where? Birdie tipped one from the yard on Sky at big odds.
$35 winner.
Jesus.
What's happening on Twitter? Plenty of party for 1, love. Seems like a few people got their money out of her today. Nia wants to know how many are still alive with the BET DR promos and who's most likely to buy it. Interesting. Don't really know, to be honest. Don't know much about it.
Don't know. Celtics are the favourites, and then that's the most hot tickets that I know of. Most people, they were one of the shorties started.
All you blokes are too nice. We need a wild or DK blow up to entertain the masses. Maybe if Promises Kept gets beat. Maybe we need a little bit of action from the den. Maybe get one of those lads to film the reaction in there. Raw and Home Promises Kept.
Well, I think we're definitely getting them on for the Promises Kept leg.
Maybe post to the socials or something.
Yeah.
Seems a good setup in there.
Cracking. Very similar to here. Just more so, they've just got a trading floor as well, don't they? All of us guys, everyone just works from home, don't they?
No one goes to the track anymore.
Nico does.
Except me and a few other battlers. Nothing Morphettville. This race looked peak Adelaide Sprint Series final. A lot of Adelaide horses. There's no real sort of DF in a race like this, so didn't look too appealing. Scone.
I've just put a top fluck bet on for Aberfeldy boy. Me mostly, and Azza and Kingsley sort of tipped this up also on his preview show. This is more so a saver bet. Obviously, Promises Kept as a big result, but this horse has got similar. It ran behind White Marlin. If you have a look at the VRC Derby, go back to its run there. Man's Oist won that one, and this horse was going sideways for about 250 metres. I think it's better this prep. The only query is whether it's going to be better suited up in Queensland with one more run under his belt. But to my eye, looks fit enough. and I think that he's just an out-and-out stayer, this horse. I think $11 top flux a good fair price for this horse, and just looking, I guess, for a little bit of the different form. So Promises Kept is sort of in that boat. Dunkel and Red Sensation are probably the next two that are scary. I can see why some people like Ain't He Grand, yeah, two got an opportunity to pass. Aberfeldy Boy, I think Mark Hunter was a little bit keen on this horse as well. And I think if it wasn't Griffiths the Cock, I think and Froggy, I think be much shorter than the market.
Sounds like the den's firing up. Maybe they can take over for a bit here.
Inject a bit of life on the back foot here, boys. We've got 16,000 open bets, and the bank's sitting at 12,750. So a lot of action, a lot of money on the table. We just got to make sure that we get a result. How are you going today, Kings?
I got Hong Kong going now. They're coming down.
Sorry, we just start again. Sorry. Yeah, just start.
Mate,
again.
I had a bit of a lead. I think I've knocked it off. There's not a lot in it, I don't think, but they're coming down the straight in Hong Kong. The Tigers have just kicked off. I'm on the Hawks in the AFL, and we've got races going everywhere, so I'm in heaven. How good is it?
It is good. Where else would you rather be?
Yep.
We lost at Hong Kong?
Lost at Hong Kong, yeah.
Yeah, so how are you boys going?
We're in the fight. We're definitely in the fight.
Yeah, I haven't had many bets personally myself. More of my action is coming later in the day. Alcyone was pretty average for me early.
I've got the Vows coming up in Brisbane, and then Lunar Flare in Melbourne are my next two big bets, I think. This Scone race looked pretty hard. I've stayed out of it. Yeah,
Lunar Flare we just put on the top flock bet there. And Nico's sort of keen on this Dance Ready, this favourite at Echuca. We sent it as a bet for our syndicate early this morning at around 270, and now it's into 220, this Dance Ready with Maverick.
Let's hope we can get a result. There's plenty of betting left, though. There's plenty of races, that's for sure. We've got the Derby coming up as well, where we've had a good crack.
Yeah, no need to over-race.
At 550, I think.
Stay patient.
Yeah, so we've got 10 units out, and then beyond that, we've got 11 units out, and then we've got another 10 units to play as well. So I think we'll be okay. I'm not really panicking yet. There's still heaps of action to go. So hopefully we've just timed our own late, and we come home with a wet sail.
Well, I think the punters
need to start chasing quite just yet.
The punters need to be alerted to the
gamble responsibly.
Fizzers, movements today.
Fizzer?
Yeah, where's he at? I thought he'd be very lively in this stream, but he must be hard at work, is he?
Whose bet is this in Echuca, boys?
We're not on it for the syndicate, the punters club, but Nico sort of didn't mind it at 270, but the price just hasn't really held up for us to have a bet. So again, we can't get top fluck, can't get anything much at Echuca, and the price just didn't hold. So personally, Nico's cheering it, but no love for us.
Through the keeper, okay.
Yeah. How's the Fizzer going? Does the Fizzer ever cheer against the joint or cheer against Kings?
Mate, he just did.
Always.
He just cheered one home now. If I didn't know any better sitting there watching him, I reckon he backs probably about 30 bets a day. 30 winners a day he does. But the thing with him, he doesn't tell you, he just cheers every winner, but he's on the first, second and third favourite a lot of the time. So he backs a lot of bloody winners. But to answer your question, yes, he does. He cheers him down the straight, which I don't mind. I'm happy for him to, but I don't care what anyone does. It doesn't change the results.
In my bookmaking days when I was at a Scander, if you cheered against the joint, you'd basically just get marched out. You nearly get sent home. So you're very forgiving and tolerant there, Kings. Especially you're on him for a stack.
But we'll get him in here later. His best bet of the day, I think, is in race 8 in Adelaide. But he does a lot of the form himself. He put a little program together and gets some ratings and does really well, especially on the metro races.
Yeah.
Based on class ratings, a lot of his stuff, and he does really well. He shops early. Everyone in here does something different, so it'd be quite interesting actually to get him in here and ask him a few questions about what he does and how he does it and how he puts his bets on and that sort of thing. So he shows a profit every year though, that's for sure.
Does everyone on their own server in there? Be some pretty hot IP once you log in at the Wolfden bloody server.
Yes.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we do. We just bet off all the same computer. We're all pretty transparent, and everyone knows what we do.
That's what's so ridiculous about where the game's going. If someone comes in here and... Sorry, if someone came in here and bet with us, then bookies who are, let's say, unconscionable would probably try and shut them down. And I don't want to whinge, but that's how bad the game's getting, that bookies want to start doing that. And of course, there's zero reason to shut anyone down for doing that. And I think that if the regulators wouldn't rule that way, but that kind of stuff is happening and it's bullshit, really. Anyway, let's not get negative.
Nico's thing's just absolutely pissed in, so it's a good thing that we missed the price and didn't back it for the Punters Club. So hopefully people out there have individually backed it.
It won, did it?
Yeah.
At least you tipped it. You did tell him before the start.
He's given it a 20 out of 10. He was like nearly last on the rail, and he's pushed half the field out of the way. He nearly bloody took him down, but that's all you need, isn't it? Just a bit of luck, but it's pissed in. Well,
very good.
I thought after the Echuca scarring.
What's the next one? What's the next race coming up? I just don't have it in front of me. What's our next? Where's our next bet?
Doomben race 7. We've got the Vows is your pick, and then Stroke of Luck's mine.
It's not for a while. It's not for 14 minutes.
Okay.
So we've got another 13 minutes. Has anyone got in the chat group got any questions for Kings? It's a rare opportunity that you get Kinger in here, so we might as well see if we can get the YouTube boys to sort of to fire up. Kings, you obviously look very, very positive and optimistic and things like that. I guess any tips for mental game or to try and keep up and about and positive when things aren't going your way or when you're just treading water, or how do you stay so clear and so up and about?
The main apart from exercise and trying to be as healthy as I possibly can, which is hard sometimes, especially after a losing day, you go and smash a couple bottles of wine. But apart from that, I like to go and look at my historical figures and keep them, up to date and everything. So I'll go back and have a look at not how much I've won so much, but have a look at if I had have done exactly what I should have done, how much over time I would have won or would have sort of ROI, I guess. Go back and have a look at that, and then maybe narrow it down. If I still keep losing, I'll go and I'll take out probably 25% of my bets, the lower margin bets, and just become more confident just by backing the bigger overlays. I'll also reduce my stakes sometimes overall, just to get a better, feel like I've got a better, can manage things a bit more in control. Because the worst feeling that you can ever have when you're gambling is being out of control. And it doesn't usually last for very long when you're out of control because you do your ass. So that's the worst thing that you can do. So if you're in control and you know exactly what you're going to do for the day, that's the best. You're giving yourself the best chance to win by doing that. So I'll go back. Usually after a day, even if I've won or I lost, I'll go back and see if I could have handled things better. I'll sit in front of the computer and analyse my bets odds-wise and just look at everything from a rational mind, not in the heat of the battle, and see if I could have improved in any way and if I can do things a little bit different. But it certainly tests you, that's for sure, this game.
Well, a good question for a budding young punter. Luke Dooner sent in, how can he be like you when he grows up?
Sorry, say it again, it just cut out.
How can I be like you when I grew up, says Luke Dooner from Sydney.
He's got to grow up first.
Well said.
Interesting one with your Roosters
he's well
bet.
on his way, Mr. Dooner, that's for sure.
Your Roosters bet, Kings.
He does all right.
Are you just going to die with the Roosters bet, or what are you going to do now?
Did you say the Roosters dead?
The Roosters bet. Are you going to die with them?
I can't do anything now. They're probably up to 10-1. And I don't see them coming good, to be honest. I hope they do, but it's more hope than actually thinking they are. No, I'll just sort of I've saved a little bit on Brisbane. I've saved a bit on South, so I'll try and work my way out of it. If I can get 50% out for the year, if the Roosters don't win, which it appears they're not going to, I'll be happy. So I'll just wait and see. I'll still keep betting.
So at the start of the season, you said you wouldn't mind taking $4, $4.20 Penrith, right?
Yeah.
They're back to about that price now. Would you take that price then?
Oh, it's looking like a good price, isn't it? It's looking like Penrith or South at the moment.
Like the bookies that bet you big, they might bet you. I reckon they bet you. Like if we called sports.
I don't want to go in again. I've gone in once. If I knew they were going to make the top four and I knew that they were going to be injury free, I would definitely take that price. But I would only save on them. So I think I've invested about 250 at the moment. I think about 250. So yeah, if I was to take 7-2 or $4, 3-1 Penrith, I'd probably have about 40 or 50 on them and just try and break it down a bit. I don't really want to back them though. I just think motivational wise, it's going to be hard for them to keep getting up. What do you reckon?
Oh, they looked amazing last night. I mean, obviously, don't want to base it off that night. And in terms of, so Luai they'll pick Luai for Origin now. There's no more Nico Hines talk, right? Like he was dominant. He was just dominant last night. He's got the partnership with Cleary. Like
I think Nico will be 6.
Nah, no way in the world after last night. Anyone else got any opinion on that?
Not for me. I guess I'm a bit of a South man, so I think Nick Tedeschi was kicking up for South and Cronulla. He obviously does all our NRL stuff, and he's got a love affair with Storm, and but I think South and Cronulla are the two sides that he was sort of thinking.
Yep.
He's on South and Sharkies, is he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, they both should be up there. There's probably 6 hopes right now, and they are 2 of them. If you pen the Roosters, there's only 5 hopes, so there's not many.
This one's
what about
from
the AFL, Scoot? What are you thinking there?
I
do you follow the AFL, Nico?
Yeah, big AFL man, big Carlton man. So lived most of my life in agony because they're not very good. But
Collingwood.
I don't really bet on them.
Geelong were smoking along, then they got belted last night, right?
Collingwood. I like Collingwood at the start of the year, and I think Melbourne have got a good side if everything's sort of up and going for them. But
looks pretty open. Like Melbourne and Geelong, they can be a bit hit and miss sometimes. So they might just come good later in the season, though.
Collingwood
both comps are similar, right? NRL and AFL, they're both sort of wide open.
Yeah.
With
100%.
They're just super
the
fit.
Dominant favourite at the start of the year exposed in both comps.
Collingwood just have got a heap of self-belief. They've got a really defensive mindset, and then they sort of just strangle sides and then run over the top of them late, and they've got so much belief and so much run in their legs in the last part of the game.
You take any early, Scoot?
You step in?
No, I didn't. No, I'm not really. I'm not really betting AFL anymore. I bet some of Mark's stuff.
Come on.
But I sort of most of my turnover's horse racing now. I'm more sort of focused on horse racing, and I actually watch more NRL. I prefer to watch NRL now more so than the AFL. I reckon the game's in a really bad space in the AFL. I struggle to get through a full game. I like watching Collingwood play, and I think they're the team to beat clearly. But yeah, I'd rather watch the rugby league.
I've been getting into the golf lately, doing a lot of golf betting. The US PGA's on this week, but I haven't had a look.
Scoot went to Masters. Did you go to the Masters,
how was
Nico,
the Masters?
or you didn't? You're not at that grade yet.
I didn't end up going. I didn't get an invite. Scoot and Walt
Really?
and all the team.
Savage.
What do you got to do?
Tell us about the Masters. The trip was good?
Yeah, it's amazing. I guess it's just got to sort of be seen to be believed. I think the one big tip that I probably didn't cherry onto is you can't take your phone in. So you got to check your phone in or leave it in your car. And there's security all through the car park and stuff like that. So you actually need an Apple Watch. So an Apple Watch to keep in touch with the scores, because you've only got the manual scorecard, and then to communicate with anyone on the outside or to have a bet or anything, you need an Apple Watch, and that's the only way you can get.
How ridiculous that they go to.
Is that because of photography?
Yeah, and noise. It's like an old world. They don't want any.
Right. Well, that would make sense.
So out of 10, how many, and would you go back?
Oh, I'd love to go back. It's about 30k a swing. I went 10 years ago, so I'd like to go back. Right. But I think you get you see more of the golf definitely if you're watching it on TV. But yeah, all of the guys that we took on tour, there was 17 in the group. I think all of them would love to go back, but it's just not an easy feat, and it's such a hike to get over there. I think like a West Coast golf trip, you probably, for half the price, you could probably play golf in Pebble Beach in Vegas, and then play pretty much every day, and then watch the golf on TV, and it'd be as good a trip. And all the sports bars over there, it's buzzing. Like if you go over in NFL playoff time, the sports bars are just as good as sort of going to all the sort of games and things like that I've found. So I think that's a good way to tackle the US Masters.
What's the party nightlife like?
Yeah, we found a pretty good bar. A place called the Indian Queen, which is pretty good. And a couple of the One Direction boys were there on opposite nights that we went. So we ended up bumping. Oh, Harry Styles was at the golf, but there's enough going on in Augusta for sure. So yeah, it was good, but it was a pretty quiet trip compared to other overseas trips. We're all getting a bit too old now. We're all pushing 40. We're over 35, so we're definitely not spring chickens anymore. But we used to have a bit of a crack.
I'm going to go and have a crack on the vows. I'll be back.
No worries. All right. The vows is an interesting runner here. I've done this race.
Give me a headphone.
Pretty deeply here, so I can sort of talk about this. Obviously, Kovalika is the massive scratching. I thought he had them all covered, Kovalika, but he's got the foot abscess, so he's on ice for another week. The Vows is a get-back horse, and my only reservation, I know Kingsley likes it, and it was a pretty long, sustained run, so I will credit that. My question is, does this horse really want 2,000 metres? I thought he was pretty much on empty for the last 50 metres. Maybe it was the big, long, sustained run that he had to do. So I think he's untried at 2,000 metres, and just to my eye, I just couldn't quite take the $3.60 about Vows running sort of 2,000, and even for a race like the Derby, 2,400 metres, I don't think that's his go. I think 1,600 pulls that horse up. He'll probably prove me wrong, and Kingsley's obviously a good judge. But Stroke of Luck was the horse that I've found. It's been 460 into 390 at Topsport. I thought he was terrific in the Tulloch Stakes when he was stuck in behind Major Beale, who won the Derby, Tapple Doodle Doo, and Awesome John. Obviously, Awesome John's gone over and won the Perth Derby. You can tie that form in pretty strongly with the Queensland horses, the Tapple Doodle Doo. I thought Stroke of Luck should have beaten him that day. They set him alight pretty early in the ATC Derby, Stroke of Luck, on that bog-heavy track. I just don't think he suited that track at all. And now you've got Nash back to a dry track, bit of a freshen up. 2,000 metres is perfect for this horse. And I just think he can sit in behind the speed here, Stroke of Luck. And he's one of my better bets for the day. I wanted to have him sort of running for the stream. I thought he was a pretty good bet, but a little bit worried about a horse like So Dazzling. I think she's probably got a nice turn of foot, or might be a bit too far back. She's got barrier 16, and I just don't know whether Sarge will be gassing her here, but definitely got the ability to run these horses down. So I thought So Dazzling and the Vows would get a long way out of their ground, and hopefully Nash is just sort of up in behind the leaders, and he could just sort of pinch it, because this horse is it's pretty honest, Stroke of Luck, and hopefully just the switch of Mark went off, and then back to the dry track be enough for it to hold out these other horses, the Vows and So Dazzling. Horse like Extra Vez, Sargent's horse, probably can improve. Yasuki might be 6 months away. I thought Waitak would go okay, up to 2,000 metres, but yeah, he was just a little bit one-paced, I thought. So I think there'll be a change of tactics with him. They've ridden him a bit cold the last start, Waitak, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to push a little bit further forward there. So that's sort of how I saw this race, but pretty keen on him, and the market's sort of with me a bit, Stroke of Luck. So completely different race now that Kovalik is out of the equation. Any opinion here, Nico, or not?
No, not really. I sort of thought Kovalik would be hard to beat if he was there, and then mainly because I didn't think much of the other horses, so I didn't really do too much in-depth work once he come out. And there's smarter people than me looking at the race who are across the form more than I am, so I just left it to a few of the others. But I've always had a bit of time for Stroke of Luck. I reckon Nash will really suit him. Just seems like that kind of horse that takes a bit to get going, doesn't he? So I think that's a good jockey booking.
Yeah. Yeah, like never met or don't know Tom Markman, got nothing against him, but yeah, just a bit too below par rides. I think that's what he just needs. Someone like Nash to put him in the race, and I think he can be sharply improved. And this is the race that he can win. I'm not sure if I want to be with him in the Derby going forward.
What's the best result here?
Stroke of Luck.
Stroke of Luck?
Yep.
And then we got the Ramsden coming up at Flemington, where we're on Lunar Flare. White Marlin's getting back out a little. He's back out to 230. Might get better, maybe. $235, Topsport.
Licensing to be able to do that. He rode a Stradbrat winner as well back in 1955. So Taylor Marshall riding in the best family colours in honour of the late Noel Best on board Flash Prince number 14. So Dazzling, the filly, Bully Cov and Snizzy to move in for the Rough Habit. So Stroke of Luck favourite, but both So Dazzling and also the vows have been tried here. So the vows in fact just favoured over Stroke of Luck. And So Dazzling firming up. So 3 to move in. Bully Cov about to come along. And the lone filly, So Dazzling, the ATC Oaks runner-up. And Snizzy to come in as well. And will be right for the Rough Habit. Race 7. Commencing at the 300-metre marker in the home straight. So Dazzling to move in and will be right to go. So Dazzling lying in.
Scary money for So Dazzling.
For the Rough Habit, they're all in.
She needs further, doesn't she? I'd won the biggest bets of my life when her last started at
Remember?
30s. Yeah.
Well, I just thought they might snag her.
At the price. Yeah, well, they have.
Why gas her? Just give her a nice quiet one for the Oaks.
Just to look
And
around.
then her and Renaissance Woman just go toe to toe, don't they?
Yeah.
Nash has got this in a good spot. Geez, the vows are sitting a lot further forward than I expected. Oh. What's this thing doing? Oh, Jesus. What's Nash doing? He wants to take off.
The Dazzler might have the momentum.
I think Nash was just super keen to get off the fence there. He's got nowhere to go.
Where's the vows? Oh, red cap.
Just
Got
need a
horse.
gap, Nash.
Got pony.
Come on, Stroke of Luck.
Go on, they're both covered here.
Anything.
Someone run it down.
Run it down.
Go the vows. Far out.
We're off here.
Again.
Yuck. No. Oh, Tyler Schiller. Messy race, wasn't it?
Tricky stuff.
Kiwi maiden form. Yuck. You would think fit Kovalika just destroys them, doesn't it?
Yep.
Or something from SA Derby, maybe.
With this further delay at Tuncurry, that'll go to Sky Racing 2. We're going to concentrate on the 7th event at Flemington. White Marlin, the favourite at $2.40. He's a shot at $4.80. Luna Flare is at $5.50.
Ugh.
And we're upon feature this afternoon from Flemington, the $500,000 Andrew Ramsden of the 2,800 metres, dangling charities a golden ticket into this year's Melbourne Cup.
Can we have a place bet here at Flomo?
Sure. Yep.
7.
This?
Yeah.
What do you want on?
200 or something.
Monkey?
Maybe not that much. 250.
Yep.
I think the Wolfden boys are.
I don't know where the Wolfden boys are, but we've just had 250 on Ahmad, the place, at $13. Nico?
Yeah, I think he paraded really well. Just didn't suit the wet track in the Sydney Cup. I think back to this dry ground, just looked a big price. I thought $13 a place. I think the place is probably up for grabs in a race like this, and I think they'll go quick. So he wasn't too far off Right You Are a few runs ago, which ties into He's a Shocker at White Marlin. So just looked big odds to the place. I thought $13. So a little bit of an interest bet there, but we're cheering Lunar Flare from a stream point of view. I think the boys are trying to dial in up there, but I know they're pretty keen on Lunar Flare. Should just need a lot of luck from barrier 2, but MD, right man on board for the job, and White Marlin is getting back out. He's out to $2.50 now. Alrighty. I think they're good to go up there by the sounds of things.
So Lunar Flare, Lunar Flare here is the horse that a few of us have found outside of White Marlin Ridge.
Yeah, super interesting race, isn't it? It's probably the race I'm most interested in today. So, yeah, see what happens. For mine, White Marlin seems a little short.
Yeah, it just seemed far too short for mine. I thought they'd be getting... I'd sort of need $3 to step into it. He's a shocker, sort of the query horse, unproven at 2,800, but definitely Kings was keen on Lunar Flare, and it's been 9 into $5. I think its last start was a pretty strong run in the Easter Cup behind White Marlin, and I think 2,800 Flemington's much better suited for it at Flemington. And I think out of necessity, we're sort of at this stage of the game, we sort of have to sort of shop for value regardless, but we're not really deviating off our line at all. But
No, we're handling it well.
Yeah, but
and don't forget, whoever wins this race straight into the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah,
there's a lot on the line, isn't there? So
big time.
I think it's working this race. You know, they've given it a bit of a revamp. And
Yep.
It seems like there's plenty of attraction with it. So something to look forward to. You know, deep in May when racing's a bit boring, but especially here in Melbourne.
Would you boys rather win a Melbourne Cup or an Everest, considering that the prize money is probably the same when you work out that if you win the Everest, you split the money?
Not even a question. Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would have thought.
I wonder if you ran a poll, like if you got, say, punters who've got a big following. I mean, you guys could even run it. You got a big following on. Can you do that? Do you want to put up a poll on Little Birdie asking would you rather win?
Yeah, we can do that. I think it'll just be. I think it's going to be a unanimous.
Sweep, wouldn't it?
Well, why don't you let the people decide and not decide for them?
Okay.
Yeah, no, we'll put it out there. I think it's pretty obvious though. Like we might set the Britannicus for a race like the Melbourne Cup. He's won the Briley, so that was our main target. Now he's ready for another challenge. I think Simon Wild could get into the race somehow. He's
well done, by the way, on that. Very good.
Here we go.
A lot of pressure. He might overcook at Jordan Childs.
The last 4
he might go too fast.
Have been very quick run.
It's
Ever since it's been
exciting.
2,800 and a lead up to the Cup.
She's just smoking pipe on the fence in the white.
But the leader came out. Rebel Racer got scratched. So Marlin finds the lead pretty easy here. Lunar Flare's in a good spot. He's posied up here, MD. He's just back on the fence there, about 3 pairs back the fence. Where's Ahmad? What caps he got?
Long race. I need some water.
Cap. Well, he looks in a bit of a rhythm, the Marlin. The good speed will suit Luna Flare. It's going quick. Twelve 3, 12 4. Will either break their hearts or stop. There won't be much in between, will there?
Travelling.
Luna Flare. Got a few slowies in front of her.
Yeah.
Tell you what else is travelling. Hard.
El Patroness is travelling. She might have got there too quick.
Go Luna.
Come on, Luna.
She's out here.
Come on.
Plenty of horse. Go on.
Run it down.
Go Luna.
Come on, Beggy.
Go Luna.
Go the Beggy. Go.
I'm happy to say it's home.
Hasta the wall.
Up
Look
the
at the
boy.
old boy. Go, Hasta. I love that horse.
Just too good
He's
for
going to run
him.
a place, Hasta the wall. He's nearly beat no
That
White
is a
Marlin.
massive win.
Hey?
That's a huge win.
Yeah.
The
Killed
boys
it.
are back.
Yeah, well done.
We are back.
Oh, we're back.
We're in business.
Didn't it just shitty? What I just pulled it out and just said good night. How
It was a
good.
pretty strong go, wasn't it? 9 into 5. Good on, Beggy. Great guy.
Is G-Beg the best trainer in Australia? Honestly, he is a freak.
You're very good.
He's got like, he was telling me the other day he has about 30 or 40 horses in work. Like that's
Wow.
it.
So would they put that straight away now and get it ready for the spring?
I would have thought
Surely,
so.
right?
Yeah.
They do that.
Yeah. She's should be straight out. Set her for the race. I know she does a lot of work down there at the beach. That's how they sort of keep her ticking over. I think I was there the other day actually. And she was doing a bit of freshening up. So they've done a good job there. Just sort of because she missed the lead-up run. She was supposed to run it. They missed the Mornington Cup, and then they've sort of kept her very fresh for this run. And it's worked, hasn't it? She's absolutely brained them. Hasselwall was good from the back. Celino whacked on well. That was always going to suit him. White Marlin, I don't think he lost too many admirers. He just, he might not be on the same level as her. No, big win.
He's just a bit one.
Considering, I mean, White Marlins was favourite from the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
Is it still? Do they just still try and push on for the Melbourne Cup?
Yeah, I think
Go
I think they
Nation?
have to, don't
they
they?
would. He's probably just got to win a race to get in now. He's got no real.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will, but is it because they were always,
I think
they're not afraid to have a
I think
crack,
Bart
but-
Cummings would probably suit him. 2,500. I think Goldman's
That's- yeah.
I think Goldman's the
Goldman
favourite
now
for
sort
the-
of like jumps out at you, doesn't it?
for the Melbourne Cup. He won the other lead up, the Roy Higgins. It's a golden ticket. So I think those races are definitely working. So yeah, like there was a lot of interest in that race, and feels like we're a bit back. The momentum's back a bit. Next race is the Derby, so we've hit the board.
We're
there.
rolling. The Fizzers just walked in. Do you guys want to have a chat with the Fizzer?
The Fizz.
Yeah, get him in.
Of course.
Yeah, I'll leave him with you. I'll give him the headphones. We seem to be going better when we've got the headphones, so I'll leave him with you. And yeah, here he is.
Beautiful.
Put them on there.
G'day, boys.
Hey, Fizzer, how are you, mate?
Not too bad.
Mate.
First visit to the chair.
You got your nose in front personally first?
I do, mate. I had a bit of a result on a 20-1 shot in Melbourne earlier. So, that sort of got me in front and a couple of decent bets here and there.
Yep.
Beautiful. Were you on Luna Flare personally as well?
I was, buddy. I was with the team.
How would,
Yeah.
before we get into, obviously we've got the Derby here with Promises Kept and Aberfeldy Boy, the two horses that we're on, but what would you say your approach to form is? Obviously Kings gave you a good rap on the show at Bet Doctor. He said you're one of the best judges in the den. What's your I guess the keys to you doing the form, or where's your starting point, or how do you unlock the puzzle?
Mate, I'm one that goes to ratings first for my personal form, and I've formulated something, a little program that puts the ratings together and it spits out numbers and gives me sort of my top picks and so on and so forth in a race. And sort of over the last maybe 10 to 15 years, I've learned to sort of know how my form, when it comes out on paper, I sort of know how to bet. I do a lot of early shopping off my form, sort of gets me a little edge on the market. I probably don't bet as big as a lot of people out there, but by keeping it small, I can sort of get on. And I also do a little thing with Kings and a few of the boys in the office where I do a few video replays watching horses in Adelaide and Perth in WA. I just watch all the meetings there and sort of try and find horses that are a little bit stiff and those sorts of things, and we bet off them as well. So that gives me two sort of different forms of attacking the races.
And then, so what sort of got you into betting at Perth? Why did you start to follow that?
Originally, I've always found off my ratings, Perth has been a little bit easier due to the fact that more in the metros, they all race each other every week. It gives you a better guide of horses not coming from all sorts of areas. So that sort of helps me out. But more the fact the video stuff is come from just Matty Taylor joining the office when he came in about 3 or 4 years ago. He does form a little bit differently and didn't really have time to do Adelaide and WA. So I then decided to take up those ones and see if I could sort of simulate what he does and try and make an earn that way.
Okay. And that's obviously going on for you.
So far, so good. It's about a year in and it's been good.
Yeah. How long have you been punting for, just in total? Like what?
Probably, because I started working with Kings at the track.
Yeah.
Close to 18 years ago, or 19 years ago.
Yep.
So I was a runner out there, and I guess like everyone who works at the track, we all sort of start betting. Yeah. and then just meeting the boys in the office and doing what everyone does, I sort of worked out how to maybe win betting more than anything else, and then now I'm pretty strict with the way I bet, and
So,
that's sort of how I got into it, really, just working for Kings, running around the betting ring.
so with the den, like how many days a week would you spend in there sort of betting?
Yeah, so I'm in here 5 days a week.
Yeah.
And I personally am betting about probably just off the video stuff. It can be any time they're racing in Adelaide and WA, but on my own personal stuff, I sort of focus on Wednesdays and Saturdays. I find my rating system works better on those days. But I help Kings out as well, and he helps out me on 5 days a week, Tuesday through to Saturday.
Yeah, beautiful.
Everyone at home thinks, pro punter and all this, it's all glamorous, but, a lot of them you hear they're putting in sort of 50, 60 hours, 70-hour weeks, just because you're living that pro punter lifestyle tag.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not like it's not a job, is it?
Yeah, well, I love what I do, so I'm pretty lucky I'm sitting in here doing what I do every day. But definitely, like anything, I sit in front of a computer 5 days a week, clicking buttons, and doesn't matter who you are, you can have times where you get stale, but I also then have to top up, go home, work from home, wake up in the morning 3 days a week and watch video replays. So it does take its toll occasionally, but I wouldn't give it away for anything.
How have you found the cameras on at Wolfden? Duck to water, you like it? It's not really your natural self. You seem natural.
Nah, it's hard for me, mate. I'm not huge on getting behind the camera, but slowly getting used to it with the amount of action in the den. Happy to help out. I'm more keen to just help out other punters win, to be honest with you. That's my go-to in the den. I just try and throw my bets up. I try and make sure that they're bets I'm definitely having and I think are sort of calculated good bets. And I just hope that it helps a few people out along the way.
100%. No, that's one of the major reasons that we started Little Birdie as well. I thought, at my time at Betfair, it was definitely a case of I was just surprised at how many people at Betfair and smart punters wanted to help other punters. and so I was desperate to try and put, I guess, the bird's eye view or to showcase pro punters sort of going at it, because I think the discipline, bankroll management, and I guess, you know, being able to keep your head, there's not much between recreational and smart punters, and hopefully we could help people just a little bit along the way get a little bit smarter. We might turn the sound up and cheer home this Promises Kept.
Let's do it, mate. Good luck, boys. I've got to get back to the betting.
Thanks, Fizzer.
Thank you.
Oh, give it strength, punters.
Yep, 5,000. Exciting.
Yeah, so
Yep.
we've got the charity bet, and we've also got our bet too. Is that right, Scoot?
Correct. Yeah, we're on for charity.
Thank you,
Dano's
sir.
had the lot on.
Wonderful.
It's scary. Dano's got 5k top fluck for charity.
Sweet, we'll watch it.
I see Dunkell's been back. Good go. 850.
Might be looking for the fast race.
Northern Barrage, high approach, the St Ledger winner Dunwoody, over 3,000 metres recently.
440 at fluck. Promises Kept.
So close to a start, 80 grand and Swar Zero.
So we got Azar, Dano, Kings, all on Promises Kept.
Australian Derby. The Thomas Farms light on. Gates open, they're racing.
Send it forward.
Reservoir Dog a little slow. Out deep, Swar Zero powering forward. Promises Kept jump.
We're going to get one out, one back here, aren't we?
As well. Not far away, Dunkell and Gotta Be Savage rolling forward.
Yeah, right.
Kept backed into favourite. Has the lead at this stage, but Swar Zero scooting over to join. Gotta Be Savage going to settle down.
Aberfeldy last.
Pluto running forward.
What's the lead, MZ?
Then Prince Takia from Dunkell.
Confident ride.
Red Sun Sensation, who
I like it.
comes down onto the rail with 80 grand to its outside. A length and a half then to High Approach, is worse than midfield. She's Fitz caught 3 deep at the moment, the Western Australian filly on the outside of Bengal Boy.
She's Fitz working.
And then Dunwoody going back with Loco.
It's working hard deep.
This one is Reservoir Dog. They're into the back.
It's not going to get in.
What's this thing about the whip round him?
Promises Kept out by 2 lengths running from Swar Zero second.
Piss off. Dumb Woody. DK's horse.
Dunwoody's now taking off from the back. He wants a spot.
He'll give us a bunny.
She's fit as crept closer as well as they slide.
Sarah's probably looking, what's this hurdler?
Then Northern Barrage, 80 grand. Followed then by Prince
Nut doesn't want to lead him.
Dunkell, Red Sun
Suits us.
Bengal Boy. High Approach has been shuffled back towards the tail.
80 grand's pulling.
Likewise, Aberfeldy Boy and the
They're not going quick, are they?
They're working to the side and nearing the 1,000 metres in the Thomas Farm South Australian Derby, and the leader is Promises Kept. Dunwoody's got a second. Here are the runs going early. Out wide, moving up is She's Fit. It's starting to pour the pressure in. 8 grand's also moving. Captain
It's a weird race.
is just zooming along.
He's never really been headed though.
Alongside of Swar Zero, then Bengal Boy, Prince Takia, followed by Gotta Be Savvy. Loco's midfield now is improved with Dunkell, Red Sun Sensation. Then came as they race up to the bend, Northern Barrage. Towards the back is High Approach and Reservoir Dog. It's
Travel.
backing field in the Derby. And Promises Kept still shows the way.
Weird race, eh?
Meters to run. She's fit right there.
What's he got in the tank?
Bengal Boy.
Go on,
He
big
just started
boy.
to ask for it.
Sprint up. Go on. Go, MZ.
Come on, get up!
Go on.
Kick!
Go on.
Oh,
Flip.
Nah.
Oh, Dunkell. Aberfeldy Boy, huge too. Second, third again.
I tell you, he's spot on for the Queensland Derby, but I just don't know if he's good enough to beat Kovalika. But great run. He just dropped the bit for so
Fucking
long.
hell.
That's a bit sick. Nearly got the lot.
That was our chance. That's such a good bet.
Yeah, what a horse, the Dunkell. Yeah. How's the training performance, Paddy Payne?
It's a freak.
Huh?
60 days off.
Yeah. Wow, put on them. Just went like an absolute legend. They backed it too. Finished SP'd $8. Oh gosh, for a minute, like, he really didn't really ask him. Like he just rated it so well, Zara, didn't he?
No, nothing wrong with the ride. I think we've just been beat by a better horse.
Beautiful ride.
Yeah, just a better horse knocked it off. I think you're 100% correct. Yeah, what a bugger.
How's the vibe in there, Richie?
Bit flat.
I'll get Dano to come in. We're a bit flat. Oh. Hey, I'll get Dano. What's that?
Ugh.
It's given us a big sight. We can't do much more, honestly. Like, that's such a good bet.
550 in. We're on second, third, buddy. What a bugger. As a $52,000 result for us.
Hey, boys.
How are we?
Oh, I'm sick after that derby.
We're all in the same boat.
Yuck.
What a game, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway.
It looked very promising on the corner, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked to be travelling. Just, don't go up the fence, eh?
Carl
Blew
just
the whistle, as they say. Anyway, that's the game, isn't it?
Billy.
No point crying too much. But, yeah, it was sick. Give him a run for the charity bet as well. Would have gone a long way for us. But anyway.
What a bugger. Now you have to... Now it's your own kick.
We battled on. Lunar Flare was a good result for the syndicate.
Yeah, we're still in it, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
What was the any early crows in the den watching it, or is everyone just on the edge of their seat?
No early crows. Had been around too long for that. Everyone was up and about cheering, and King's Own had a stack on it as well. So we're all heavily invested on it, and just not good enough. But as I said, what do you do? That's the game. And there's someone else out there cheering that backed the winner. So
I reckon that's,
as they say, winners are grinners.
That's the hardest thing I find about punting sometimes. Like, especially a horse like that, or, you know, where you've read the race perfect and, you know, you just get beaten by a head or a half length, you know, stuff that you can't have any impact on. Like, it's not the way you've read the race or done anything like that. I find that the sickest part. Like, there's no result for the good work you've done.
Yeah, that's what we say. Like, it's you always need a bit of luck, right? So you can do everything right, make great decisions, and you just don't get luck on the day. Sometimes you don't get luck in the week, in the month. Yeah, it depends. It can be torture, this game, and that's why only the strong survives. You just got to stick to your plan, just keep doing the work, and it's a game of decisions. You keep making good decisions, the results will sort of go your way. We talk about beating SP, and there's different sort of theories on that, but look, that's a bet I'd have it. I know the other guys that have 10 out of 10 times. You just didn't get the result on the day. So,
was there
you just keep fronting up.
Was there anything in there from a Queensland derby point of view you're sort of looking at there, Dan?
Look, that was interesting. That horse that won the race in Queensland just sent off a Matter Maiden straight to Queensland, wins a derby lead up, which has thrown a spanner in the works. Got Kovalika, who missed the run today. It's probably going to hold its spot in the market, I guess, as favourite. That horse that just won in Queensland was something like took 7 starts to win its maiden, and then it's just come over here and won there at Queensland. From the SA Derby point of view there, look, I'm not sure. You probably have to favour the ones that are already there and have more got the sort of centre timing in sort of Queensland, I'd say.
Yeah, I think I read on Twitter that Kovalika might go to the Doomben Cup and take on Zaki, so that'll be a good match.
Yeah, it's probably the only option they've got, really, now that they've missed the run today. If they want to run in the Derby, needs one more run, I'd say. It's probably the only option. I mean, you wouldn't say he'd be favoured to win that race, or perhaps not even a strong chance. I haven't seen a market, but yeah, they haven't got sort of much other option. If he runs well and sort of hitting the line, then I'm sure, you know, he'll still be strongly fancied in the Derby.
What'd you make of Zaki's win last start in the Hollandale? Do you think he's back to somewhere near his best, or is he still at a level, you know, come the spring, if he runs that Hollandale figure where he's going to be winning weight for age races? Or
I don't think it's difficult to assess that Hollandale, because he he sat wide early, did a bit of work to get up outside the lead, and his class got him through, I guess, if we can say that. But look, his first up run at the 1400 was, on par with what he's done over 1400 in previous preps. So from that perspective, I thought that, well, he's just come back as we expect. So, I don't think at the Hollandale there, because he did have that tough run early, I don't think you could necessarily pot him. He still ran a respectable figure. But, it's going to be interesting come the spring. The stocks are going to be pretty thin, I think, with Animo gone. Thunderstruck's obviously no longer with us. They were two of the sort of big names in the weight for age races last spring.
Do you have sort of a horse penciled in that could make that weight for age leap? We saw Pericles and Osipenko sort of run well in the late end of the carnival. Do you have any sort of up-and-coming 3-year-old that you think might be able to make the jump?
If there is one, it's probably Osipenko.
Yeah.
I really liked him from when he was a 2-year-old, and just thought that, once he got over 1,600, 2,000, he'd be a really good horse. Then he didn't, I'm not sure what happened to him in the spring. He was just fair, and he had that setback where he was scratched in the Randwick Guineas. He had a temperature on the morning of the race or overnight. But his Frank Packer Plate win was really good, was sort of like a rating on my scale just below 100, which is a nice platform. And if he made some more improvement into next season, then he could elevate, probably needs to find 2 lengths to be competitive in those weight for age races. So that's not impossible for a horse that had an interrupted autumn campaign. So we may not have even seen the best of him in the autumn, even though he closed off with a really good win. Yep. What do you guys think? Anything?
Oh yeah, I thought he's definitely one that could sort of make that jump up to the weight for age level. Osipenko. I wouldn't be shocked at all if there was, if Loco or Duncal or Promises Kept come back and say, races like the Naturalism or that is right up there, early from a Cups point of view. I think even that is sort of up for grabs. What have you made of Globe recently, just dominating the track? Have you got a big opinion on him?
Yeah, really, really nice horse. I think he went really fast the other day. I mean, everyone, you guys into punting form and sectionals and stuff, you would have seen how fast he went. Probably too fast for his own good. But that cruising speed that he put on just sort of took the gas out of the others, as we've seen many good front runners do. The way I think he ran fast time, but the speed that he went, the time was just sort of respectable in plenty high class races. If they go that fast in front, then he would have been overrun by a couple of lengths. But I know the stable think that they haven't done much with him yet. It's only his first prep. So what he's doing now is probably just a platform for him to build off as he gets, more work and more strength and more development. So he looks a really good horse for Group 1 handicaps in the spring, I think. He obviously needs to get his rating up a little bit, but he'll get the opportunity to do that. And if you get into a race like the Toorak, sort of right down on the minimum, it'd be super hard to beat rolling along out in front in a race like that. Then depending how he went in a race like that, there's options to then progress to weight for age if he was to be really impressive under handicap conditions. Or there'd be other options that he could go to.
Yeah, what do you sort of make of him from that point of view? Do you think he's more of a, the shorter handicaps, or do you think a race like the Caulfield Cup would more be up his alley?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think in his pedigree, there's a little bit of sort of staying form up to sort of 23 or 2400, but I think the majority is that sort of 1600 to 2000 metre range. I think it comes down to just how he can control his usage of speed. I mean, he obviously went way too quick, relative to high standard races. As I said, I think if he went as fast as he did last start in a really good race, he'd be overrun. But even the start before where he won, I think it was a benchmark race, he still went very quick there. I think if he can learn to harness that speed a little bit, then perhaps gives him an opportunity to extend right out in distance. Because one thing he does appear to have is plenty of substance and just let's call it like capacity, engine capacity, to go as fast as he did in that last win and not collapse in the final 400 and sort of still keep going relatively well, even though they were going very slowly over the 400. Sort of shows that he's got plenty of ticker. And as I said, the stable believe that they haven't done a lot with him at this stage because it's only his first prep and he's only going to continue to get better. So he's emerged as one of the promising horses to look forward to for the spring.
Yeah, he's going to be rock solid, isn't he? I'm really looking forward to see what he can sort of do throughout the spring, and I think we're in a good spot with a few of those progressive horses. Giga Kick coming back, and I Wish I Win. When they can put down their absolute best, they're very good, and even seeing Lunar Flare win like that, Goldman, White Marlin. There's a few progressive stays. What do you make of Lunar Flare's win?
Oh, it was super impressive, wouldn't it? I mean, it'd be interesting to see the sectionals. How fast she was running home, but yeah, she certainly showed some staying talent. I think it was genuinely impressive performance there. And just touching on what you said, I think that's the great thing about racing. Like we see, champions or really good horses sort of go, but there's always new talent coming through the system. And for me, someone that's obsessed with assessing performance and trying to find good horses early on, and really into trying to understand just how well horses perform on a given day. It's what makes racing so exciting, because you have got new talent always coming through, and you never know when the next great horse is going to come along. And even though we've obviously seen the likes of Winks go in recent years, but now there's a query over Nature Strip being at his best, and then we see a horse like Giga Kick and even I Wish I Win sort of jumping out of the pack to put their hand up as the elite sprinters. So racing keeps delivering talented horses. And we're probably never too far away from something really good. Hopefully we find something in that middle distance range, because I think that's the area we're going to be really weak this spring at this stage. So races like the Cox Plate and the Champion Stakes, the Old McKinnon, probably look ripe for the picking for overseas horses that might want to come here, whether they're still owned in overseas interest and they're visitors, or whether they're going to be overseas horses that are purchased by connections here specifically to target those big races.
What did you make of Dubai Honours run in Hong Kong? Did you manage to see that the other day?
Yeah, probably just a bit flat, I thought. I don't know if the ground was, perhaps not ideal, a little bit firm, I don't know. But, yeah, flat. I mean, it obviously wasn't the real Dubai Honour. It's not to say the winner, Romantic Warrior, is a very, very, very good horse. And going into the race, they were very similar on ratings. But, yeah, I think what's going to be more interest, I assume Dubai Honour's going to go home now and he'll front up in the flat season over there over the coming months. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he can take his form back from Sydney to compete there, because we saw a Dabe when he come here, he was very much a second stringer in the UK, and then he ran really well. He had those battles with Very Elegant, Ramvert and QE, and then he went back there and built on that form and improved even again and become a really good horse over there. So it's not out of the question that Dubai Honour does that as well.
No, for sure. He's a horse with plenty of talent, isn't he? So I wouldn't be shocked at all if he went back over there and was sort of highly competitive. I think we got Giga Kick coming up soon.
Is Villana any chance here, Dan? Obviously, I thought his run first up was absolutely monster. Villana.
Yeah, he's a nice horse. I mean, he's a horse that's running good ratings, but he's still, is given the impression that we're probably yet to see the best of him. So maybe this will be his carnival. I mean, I think in reality they're all relying on Giga Kick to underperform. If he runs up to his recent ratings or even within probably half to one length of that, I don't think anything else can match him on his best. That's just nearing a genuinely elite level of performance that is very, very hard for any horse to get to. But if he has an off day, it's a very, very open race, and Villana's certainly one in the mix. What's the market doing there? I just can't see.
$1.65.
I haven't got a screen up here.
$1.65 is being crunched.
Yep. What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just 1,000 or something.
Yeah, we might just to cheer Giga Kick. We might just have a 1,000 on him into Airman into the last at Flemington, just to try and get that runner rolling for us.
Yep.
There looks to be plenty of speed in that race, doesn't there? So it's probably not going to be lack of pace up front that beats him.
No, it's just whether he's probably end of prep. But looking at him behind the gates, he's showing no real signs of that. He's nice and alert. He's not sweating up or anything, and he doesn't look too phased by anything. So I think that's probably positive signs for him there.
Yeah.
Bernie's pick of the yard.
Jump there. Trail me. Might see if we can get the races on in the TV here. Certainly a boost for that carnival, getting him to go up there, especially after a major win in the Sydney Autumn. You'd think in a lot of cases just be sort of tipped out for the spring, but he's
a gelding. That's why we love him.
Yeah, that's right. Just want to race, right? They're race horses, yeah.
That's the idea.
No stallion reputation or value to protect. Just if they're fit and well, then run them. Give the fans what they want to see.
Well, his owner's got all the money in the world, so I think he just wants to win races more than make cash with him. So I think he just wants to get the Group 1s on the board, really.
Maybe we do a stallion tax and then like a bonus. If you for horses that are over, for entires that are over 4, they race for this bonus money pool that jackpots. So if they win another group race, stallion tax, just to keep them running around.
Something like that could work.
I'm only joking, but it might work.
We've got to do something, don't we? Anything but taxing punters, I say.
Oh, it's just unrelenting. We just keep putting our hand in our kick, and it feels like everyone else just gets off scot-free.
I remember it was quite a few years ago now when we all sort of, punters especially, and I know bookmakers as well, sort of, it was a bit of a hoorah when they rejigged the race fields fees and legislation, and we thought it was the end of the world there because of the pressure that put on bookies, and it's only got worse since then.
Yeah.
All right, they're off. Didn't get away that good.
You just need to say it, don't we?
We've got the great mock Rich is coming to sit down beside me, so he's probably just
the cooler.
He's managed to stop White Marlin in his chat with Rob Waterhouse twice. After pumping him up, his horse has gone no good since then. Now he sat down just as Giga Kick's jumping.
Come on, Craig. Travels. Prince of Boom's flying, isn't he? Just finding a couple better than him at the moment. Here comes the Giga.
Go the gig.
Oh, the gig.
Just got to let down.
Go, boy. Go.
Let rip, Willow.
Go. Oh, flat spot.
Got to get past Overpass, surely. Go.
Oh, don't want it again.
Mornington. Get around us.
He's got the job done, eh?
The boys are on delay, I think.
Yeah, we're on delay. We're on a little bit of a delay, so.
Never in doubt.
Yeah, he did enough, didn't he? Overpass, it's flying. One of the guys in the ownership there was telling me they reckon it works better than it's ever been since the Quokka, so that probably holds that up to be true. He's Overpass there's held off some pretty good horses in Marzu and was that Valana there in the white cap or half cabin?
I'm not sure who's on green fly from your camp. I don't know whether it's Kings's or the Fizz's bet.
I
think it's the Fizz's bet green fly. It's obviously got all the detonated jack form and it's down in the weights. And the other horse that I sort of made a case for, well down in the weights as well. I thought this was a pretty even up for grabs race. If Outlaw's Revenge doesn't run the 1400 strongly, or I thought it could be a little bit flat from that sticky, tacky sort of warnable surface. And Wicklow Town was the horse that I found that went like a bomb fresh against Djumbuck. Totally unsuited that day at Sandown, but now gets 51 kilos. I just thought Madison Lloyd just needs to put it in the running line, and at $20 or around that sort of mark, I thought it could run a cheeky race. But Green Fly, we've had a 500 on Wicklow Town, and then 1,000 best toten starting price on Green Fly as well. Any commentary from the Den on this one? Looks up for grabs this race though, I thought.
Yeah, mate, I'm not sure. It wasn't one of mine. I can attempt to go and find out though. Give me a minute.
I think it was Fizzer.
Find out from the boys.
It's been on the drift, 5 out to 7.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot
intense. Pretty intense here today, as you can imagine.
Doesn't it?
It's
lots of business, lots of trading going on.
Always is on a Saturday.
Yeah. It's pretty full on.
I usually attack a VB stubby around now, depending on how the day's going for me.
Yeah.
Outlaw's Revenge seen a bit of support, 380 and the 360, but
I thought it was just it was partly just a great Dean Yendall steer, like just in the right sort of place. And when I went back and had a look at some of the tapes for Warrnambool, he and Linda just find the right sort of lanes and just bounce them out and just seem to get them up going a little bit earlier than everyone else. Gee, they rode their fair share of winners. And interesting that Packing Waltham is the ex-Hong Kong horse. It's off 700 days, but it's probably just out there for a pipe opener. But that was the other horse that I thought was a bit of a query runner. Morvada's racing okay. Crosshaven, been up for a while. King Magnus should be strong here. Cardinal Gemform reads okay for this. But I was looking for horses down in the weights in this one. I just thought there was just not much between any of them here. Any result here wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
No, probably agree, really. I agree. I just don't think there's a whole heap between a few of these. I like the setup Outlaws Revenge, 2 starts for the new stable for 2 really good runs. Not knocking him too much at 1400. He's got a big turn of foot and he's always been strong late at the end of 12. So I think 14 won't necessarily be too much of a worry. He'd be my top pick. I've had something small in Wicklow Town as well. Thought he looks like a bit of the setup horse here, getting below the minimum with the Apprentice, but he might have to improve a little bit. His absolute best form would probably see him win a race like this. He does have a second to Mr. Brightside on his CV back in a Seymour Cup, but he had a bit of an indifferent spring, and then his first up run was good, but probably put a bit of faith that he's back somewhere near his best here. And then we're just coming home, aren't we? Yep. Morphettville race 8's going to be one for us, and then bit of see what happens after then, really. That was a good result. Giga Kick winning, so we got Airman running for what? Nearly
6K. Yep.
Yeah. Could even go again there, to be honest.
Chance. We've got Party Princess about to go in Adelaide, so we're sort of starting to claw our way out of things.
We've been pretty stiff, to be honest.
Hey?
We've been pretty stiff.
Yeah.
Do we get a bit of volume for this one?
Yeah.
Hear the great Matty Hill.
This is the second last as we hightail it to Matt. Milford goes in. Packing Waltham taking another turn. We await on the Wangoon winner, Outlaws Revenge and Green Fly. As Outlaws Revenge joins them with Dean Yendall and Green Fly, Mickey D, who's had the feature race double today, taking the straight 6 and the Andrew Ramsden with Luna Flair. Green Fly to take the outside. Lexus Melbourne Cup 2, a trophy at 1400, and the field is set.
What's best result? Green Fly?
Yeah, similar results.
Led Crosshaven open-minded, followed by King Magnus behind those horses as they settle.
Oh, Wicklow's right up there.
Amazing.
OSL.
Maybe too close. Jesus.
Lightweight.
Going to take some running down with 51 kilo.
1,000 metres to go by 3/4 of a length to Wicklow Town. Imperial Lad drove up on the inside to sit third from Crosshaven. 2 lengths open-minded King Magnus. 3/4 Outlaws Revenge, about 8 off the lead from No Effort. B Hunter Packing Waltham. Cherry Tortoni as well back third, last Green Fly. Then came Milford.
Green Fly want to get moving.
Morvada approaches the 600 metres, leading a length Wicklow Town.
Come on, Wicklow.
It's got some pony.
Eased out 3 wide open-minded, 4 deep. Behind them, King Magnus 4 off the lead from B Hunter. No Effort. Outlaws Revenge with a ride home. Cherry Tortoni behind them from Packing Waltham and Green Fly. Morvada.
Go, Wicklow.
50 metres to go.
Nah.
Just didn't want to go through the gap.
No.
Who lugs in, Crosshaven joining in, and then Packing Waltham down the outside, running on from King Magnus. Morvada, Crosshaven together below the 200 from Wicklow.
Nothing wants to win.
Yuck. Yeah. How's that?
Gets up to beat a photo. Crosshaven, Packing Waltham, and Morvada misses the drum, I'd say. Then Wicklow Town, B Hunter behind them.
Smelly race.
Green Fly just come back there. It was a shocker, wasn't it? That's why I thought it was such a big price, that thing. Wicklow Town.
It's gone well for a 20s chance. King Magnus.
What do we got? Morphettville next. Good horse to own, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he tries. There's a few there that are, don't know where they're at. Cherry Tortoni, open-minded, Bee Hunter, no effort. Milford was okay late, but gee, there's a few that you'd be scratching your head if you're trained or owned.
We might take a, we've got 9 minutes until Morphettville. We might just take a 5-minute break. We're obviously on Party Princess. We've had 3,000 top flight. It's 260 there, and then it's now into 220. So we'll have a 5-minute break, figure out what we're going to do for the last hour. But there's not a lot of action for us to come for the last. We still got a couple of races to go. But yeah, we might just have a team pep talk and see how we're going to play it. But we've got probably 4 races that we're keen to play. So yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll see you soon. All right, we're back here at Little Birdie headquarters, and just a bit of a team chat there. So we're just waiting on Party Princess in the next in Adelaide. She obviously had a little bit of a setback. I mean, it was up against it a little bit in the Australian Oaks. Now she gets back to 1600. She's got a pretty good turn of foot, this horse, and I can see why Kings has found it. 3,000 at $2.60 we've taken there. I think they bet some $3 this morning, so I haven't missed the top price by too much, into $2.25. The obvious danger looks to be Star Vega. Looks like a bit of a race in two here. This horse was pretty good at Sandown. You probably remember this one. It sort of just got held up, stuck in traffic, had to put on a bit of a sharp right-hand turn and then just sort of cruise up to them and put them away. 1600 sort of the next step for it. Thoughts on that type?
Yeah, definitely a horse with a bit of interest. Progressive, but no, I kind of thought Party Princess would, if she brings her best, that's probably the one knock. She's probably on the way down, coming off a bit of a grand final, but I think she's got more talent than that horse. So hopefully she can get the job done. And yeah, if it was me, I'd probably lean her way as well if you gave me the cash. So I'm aboard with the boys.
I think it's it's a sort of toss the coin up, but obviously market wants to be our way with Party Princess, and I'm pretty happy to forgive her. Really, it was a tough task they set her. She had the setback and then had to go to 2,000. Not an easy thing to do, and to be only beaten 3 lengths or so was a pretty commendable effort. They might have ridden her upside down for memory, or she might have just settled a bit too closer to them. I think from barrier 13 here, they've got sort of one option, and Jason Holder. I think he's ridden four winners, so he's absolutely on fire. So this will take him to 5 winners for the day. So he's absolutely airborne. So fingers crossed he can get the job done for us. Wine Baron, Pearl Adios, Rabtat, Balloon D'Or. Balloon D'Or is probably a sneaker's hope. Not sure how well the Clark and O'Shea yard are going, but they were sort of the next sort of in line of the chances, but definitely looks like a race in two.
Typical Adelaide, probably about to run late here.
Yeah. Oh, I keep missing it again. Yours been back to the next Flemington, Red Zeus.
Shit, someone found it.
Huh?
Someone's found it.
You found it.
30's in.
Yeah, so on the open bets is the double that we had, Giga Kick into Airman to return to tick under 6,000, and then Party Princess. So definitely playing in Doomben in 16 minutes, race 9. Figure out our staking shortly. Try to stand up on this one.
Dunkel, his first Group 1 victory. Party at Artie's. Moves into the gates. Here's Wine Baron. Amenaphis to come forward. Pampurni, Merchant Boss. Star Vega's been well backed in the last couple of minutes into $3. Floral Oasis and Party Princess, who remains favourite, 240 out to 260. About to come into the gate. So the Adelaide Guineas, good money late. Star Vega into $3. almost challenging for favouritism now with Party Princess. Floral Oasis comes forward. And Party Princess and Pampooni will be the last.
Can we have a bet at Echuca?
1,600 metres.
Yeah.
Adelaide
They
Guinness
jump right
Field
after this.
at listed level, ready to race. Party Princess coming forward.
Just two little
She's
doubles.
locked away, and the field is set.
Yeah, you could probably take both.
Adelaide Guineas, Party Princess favourite from Star Vega. Lights on, and they're off. Pearl Adios jumped well, as did Floral Oasis. Rab
Go on,
Tap
Stubby.
not far away. Searching for the lead is Floral Oasis, and Merchant Boss is being hard-ridden to storm through underneath, and now takes the lead. Merchant
This will
Boss
suit her.
and
Good
Floral
speed.
Oasis, plenty
Yep.
of speed on. They've scooted 3 in front of Party at Artie's.
And he's got her sort of hemmed in.
Fourth on the outside
But she's
of
got her-
Pearl
him.
Adios. 2.5 further back, Ballon d'Or alongside of a Menivus, and then Party Princess, Star Vega, Wine Baron. 10 Aces second last, and a length and a half Pampooni last of all. Floral Oasis wants to take on Merchant Boss inside the 1,000, and they are gunning at each other. They're 5 lengths in front of Party at Artie's. 2.5 further back, Pearl Adios, who is alongside of Rab Tap. Then 2 lengths to Ballon d'Or, a Menifus. Party Princess has had a lovely run in the race. She spots the leaders a good 9, but they've gone too hard. Surely these couple up front, they haven't come up for air. Then Wine Baron, 10 Ace, Star
She
Vega,
travels.
and Pampooni.
They've got to stop these things, don't they?
Off the challenge from Floral Oasis are now left in
He's
front
taking
as they
big
turn
big
behind
strides,
the
isn't he?
Guineas. 4 on Party at
Yeah,
Artie's,
she's travelling.
Ballon d'Or, Rab Tap. Then
Go the Princess.
to the outside now, Party Princess
Piss
and
off,
Wine
Ollie.
Baron, Star Vega with plenty to do. Party Princess zoomed up, Grab Merchant Boss, went straight
Go on.
away. Wine Baron, Ballon d'Or, Party at Artie's, then Pampooni and Star Vega, but Party Princess.
Up we go, lads.
Something.
Good find.
Third for McDonald and Goulis, that'll be 3 for them, but 5 for Stubby. Party
Still a pulse here. Still a pulse.
in a breeze. Yeah. 3 lengths to Wine.
Absolutely pissed him.
Okay,
Up the den.
couple of bets at Echuca. Go for it, Nico.
Yeah, we've had a couple bets here. I thought Lace and Whiskey could really improve. Brisbane gun trainer, second up for him. Jumped out really well prior to the first up run. I think he's a horse that could hit the board here, 1,000 up to 1,200 metres. Looked a big price. And we've had something on Robert the Puss, who took a while to break his maiden, but I think he won not too bad a race there last start at Seymour, and this is easily the easiest race he's faced. He's a bit of a cap, but with the right sort of run like he had last start, I think he could win this, and I thought he probably deserved to be a bit shorter in the market. A few of these are proper 58 horses where he's probably got more like 64, even 70 ability. Some of the horses he's bumped into throughout his career are a lot better than this grade, so I think maybe with that win he takes a bit of confidence. So 440, we've had I think 500 on him, and then Lace and Whiskey's our good result with Maskiel. I really like Brisbane. I think he's a gun trainer. We've had something on it at 500 at, he'll be around sort of $15 plus hopefully, so we're cheering them on. But Too Strong the Den, that was probably their second best of the day really, wasn't it? They had her and Promises Kept as probably their 2 bigger bets, so well done boys, keeping the, and Luna Flair, so it's just really been either side of a few of them, hasn't it? It's just still a pulse though, punters. Hopefully we can get a result here at Echuca. And then we've got, do we have anything in the last at Scone? I don't think
We've
so.
got Doomben
Doomben's
and Adelaide to come.
hot on the heels, and then Adelaide, NHQ. So it's going to be a big finish. Right, the Puss is in the blue, sort of blue and white colours, white cap, and Lace and Whiskey, blue has the nose roll with the yellow check. So they're both sort of back in the field here. Thought this would probably happen to Factor set up a really strong early tempo, which should suit Robert the Puss, given he's a bit of a thinker. Gee, what's happening here? They're all off the fence. Both going all right. Just need a bit of luck. Oh, dropped out of a run.
He's late, coming late. Too late. Missed
Both run out bumps. Ugh.
Frustrating.
Another second. If he had a bit more luck, he probably wins, but well, we weren't too involved. This thing in the red laid in on him halfway down the straight, sort of took his run, and the thing in the nose roll just had nowhere to go here. All right. Anyone in the chat want to fire up? Pretty quiet in there recently. Maybe they just all took their money and run when they backed off. It seems like there's a few on Giga Kick. Doomben we got coming up soon. That looks a bit of a race of interest, and then Flemington and Morphettville to come. What's our bank sitting out, Skew?
25,800, but this is a race where all the boys sort of want to play, and everyone's sort of happy to bet somewhat around the favourite. So with not a usual sort of a setup, but these horses are outside the market, so hopefully they'll drift to decent prices or be okay sort of bets. But we've got $1,000 best of 3 totes and SP on Sneaky 5, Majestic Shot, Comrade Rosa, and Cythera. At number 17 there. So 4 bets total. They're in the last at Doomben, and we might just play around with a little bit of exotic. So I had a little off-air convo with Dream Team Matt, and we've both come up with a bit of a strategy in the last at Doomben. So yeah, we're sort of treading water, but it sounds like a similar sort of day for you guys in your own lives as well. You just a couple of seconds and thirds could have made a world of difference for the day and complete fill up in there, Richie, by the sounds of things, if you can hear me.
Yeah, no, I can hear you. Yep, that sums it up well. Yeah, the SA Derby was sickening, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been tough going, hasn't it? But we pinned a lot of our hopes that promises
doing all right,
kept,
yeah.
and he ran really well.
Can absolutely still win for the day. So,
what's coming up? We got how far till Doomben?
Just on, do you Giga Kick? Is it going to the paddock or do they race on? Do you guys know?
With Giga Kick?
Yeah.
He could press on to the Stradbroke, or maybe maybe the Kingsford Smith might suit him.
Because I wonder what the betting in the Stradbroke is.
Don't know. Maybe they just freshen up for the Everest though. That seems like their big target in the spring again. But yeah, not sure if we'll see him. Gee, it's going to be a busy finish here.
He's not even quoted in the Stradbroke, so that's telling, isn't it?
Has the King got anything at Hong Kong? Do you know, Richie, if he's looked there?
Yep. This race is about to jump. Have a look. He's on the 12. Bit of a price, $10, $11. You can get on in time,
Right.
which they probably can't because this is on delay. They look like they're about to jump. Mind you, someone just got marched out of the barrier.
Yep. So many late nights in the den up there watching Hong Kong, or is it lights out by then?
No. I usually do it Wednesday night, and yeah, always late nights. They just jump, so I don't think anybody would have got on.
How do you find it betting on Hong Kong? Is it easier than here, or harder to work
Super
out?
hard? No, very hard. I mean, you're betting into a tote as well. Like we'd like to bet fixed odds, but we can't get on. And yeah, it's very hard. But look, I mean, that just speaks about what we do. The biggest syndicates in the world make squillions at it, but you know the level we're at, we find it very hard. So,
are you a bit like the Fizzer? You sort of in there, sort of 5-6 days a week betting, or are you a bit more focused on the content as well?
I'm just Wolfden really now. Yeah, I'm just Wolfden really. Yep. So, yeah, I love having a bet, but I'm just all in on Wolfden at the moment, which is nice. Something different. I mean, I've been betting for a long time, so a bit of a change up has been good.
Got any big guests lined up for the interviews coming up?
So this is a random one. I think we're going to get Jeff Fennick in, which I think would be great, which is a bit out wide, but and then we've got a sort of few in the mix, but I sort of need to do a bit of work on it this week and firm up a few people. People often are like, yeah, cool, and then you chase them up and they're slow to get back to you guys and know all about that.
Just reading the chat here.
What?
There's a few people asking for our thoughts on White Marlin. I just saw that Les posted White Marlin went out 36 lengths above average. Don't know what section that is to, maybe to the 6 or the 800. So seems like he set up a pretty genuine tempo there. So,
yeah,
it's very quick.
Yeah,
probably why Luna Flare came such into play.
Luna Flare.
That real fast tempo. She's a real rock solid stayer. So,
I heard someone in the den say that it's $41 into $7 for the Melbourne Cup after that run.
Okay, maybe something there. Munsey news. I haven't heard anything about Munsey.
I wouldn't take $7 her to actually start in the Melbourne Cup.
Munsey just got brushed from the TMB, just got sideswiped apparently.
JT wants to know any Munsey news, but don't know.
No, I think he it was in the paper, wasn't it? That he they just
in the paper.
There was a little thing in the paper the other day saying that he did a show and then they came up and told him that he was sacked essentially and that he had to leave immediately. That's what I read in the paper.
The only two people I know that read the paper are my dad and Jeremy Scott. That's the only two people I know. No one else reads it anymore.
I think so. I think the reason I saw it on Twitter. I saw someone take a snapshot of the article in the paper. That tweet I put up the other day, like addressing the punting nation about nationwide betting obligations. Jeremy's trying to get Albo to definitely see it through his South Sydney connections. So we'll see what happens.
We've got another question here. Rich, how does it all work with all the boys betting in the den? Are you all betting as a group or your own stuff on the side?
Sounds like it's a big
it's just all our own stuff. Just everyone sort of doing their best.
Yep.
Works well. Just a big bunch of mates, really.
Who's the most annoying? Who's the most distracting and annoying in there? Who's the pest?
No question, me.
You?
Yeah, definitely. If you ask them, yeah, they're all going to say that.
I just snorted then. Just to read out the bets before they jump in Doomben, just to make sure everyone's clear. So we've had 1,000 on with best total SP on 2, 7, 14 and 17. So 4,000 outlay there. And then we've had a first four. We've had the same numbers 2, 3, 7, 14, 17, all on the line for first, second and third. And then Sneaky Snowden, the 21, we've added on the fourth line only. So we've got that 4.44 times just to cause absolute mayhem at the Moulahan office. Hopefully we can get the favourites out of the drums there, and we can get a couple of roughies. So hopefully we can land one of these roughies home in the last here at Doomben. But we've just sort of let the sets sort of roll out naturally, and it's amazing that we've all sort of found, I guess, horses like Sneaky 5, Majestic Shot, Cythera, and then no one really wants anything to do with Extremist, Siege, and I think Walt was a bit keen on Very Fine Red. I think it's hard to beat, but it's pretty short price. But yeah, ideally you would rather not take best of 3 totes and probably fish out the best of all the prices, but obviously we're in a fair bit of constraint here by betting late, betting with the bank, not knowing what's doing. So fingers crossed we can jam Topsport late and We've already got Airman going for a 6K. This would, if one of these lobs, we can sort of hit the front and get everyone their money back so they can live to fight another day. Nico's just intently watching the parade.
Trying to do two things at once.
At Flemington. So I'll keep dribbling.
Probably don't have a league on, but Kings' best bet in the NRL was West Tigers plus 19.5. They're up by 20 at the moment.
Are they?
Nothing's easy, is it?
Where?
Yeah. Souths are up by 20, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rabbitohs 20-0. Do you think has he got a bit of a set against the Bunnies?
Yeah, they were. No. I mean, generally speaking, I think he's biased against them because he's such a Roosters man. But, yeah, I think he's thinking in this game was that Souths might be a little bit in cruise control because they've been going well. But they haven't really shown that. Both sides have played pretty well. Both sides have played to form, really, as the fact that we're within half a point of the line.
How's Cythera just got fucking replayed at Doomben?
The curse. All right, they're moving in. Hopefully we can... What numbers are we tuned for this trifecta? That's probably our best result of that, Lobs, isn't it? Bit of value in there.
Yeah. We want Sneaky 5, Majestic Shot, Cythera. In that order. So they're the biggest roughers.
2, 7, 17.
2, 7, 17.
14?
And then 14. And then Warrior Fighter is the other one.
Yep.
So a bit of a flair play there. Jeremy Scott's defending himself by saying that he's the son of a newsagent, so that's why he still reads the paper. Just a ingrained habit of reading the paper. Twitter just happens. Everything happens on Twitter, and then 2 days later to the paper.
I read the paper every day. I read the Australian every day.
Do you get much out of it?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
I used to. I
skim it.
I used to do the quiz in the bloody. Well, it might have been the Australian. Was it the Australian or the Age? It's all garbage. For mine. All the real news is on the Wolfden and the little Birdie.
That's right.
Hard to disagree. Looks like a fair crowd out at Doomben there. Airman parade, Nico.
Oh, he's on top.
Wow. Oh, big result in the first 4, and we can crunch him again.
Yeah, you could probably have something on if we get a result is.
Fletcher's been texting me bloody Hong Kong tips, and I've just missed every one of them. Jesus. I'm too scared to look at the results. That's a bit of volume. It's got the roughies.
Going forward, Sarah Garlow, Cythera both right up there, as well as a very fine Redder drifted back and going forward also Queen Bellissima. She's out 4 wide. She's just in front from Typhoon Tarvi. Back to third Extremis and going forward Sarah Garlow passing Cythera. Gennadi's on the inside going forward again as a very fine Red and further back to Comrade Rosa. Jesui Bell deeper, further back to the Siege on the inside, a Majestic Shot, Sneaky 5, and Hellfest is last of all, 450 left to run.
Need closers here. Cythera is in the black. A very fine Red's peeling outside. Purple.
Sneaky 5's got plenty of horse.
Yeah. Come on, Sneaky.
So it's Majestic Shot.
Get out. Come on, Comrade. Come on, Comrade. Come on, Majestic Shot. Come on, Cythera. Here we all come. Go away, Extremist.
Go Majestic.
Go Majestic.
Go Majestic.
Here it comes. Bang!
What was the bet there? I wasn't really paying too much attention.
1,000. Bang, bang, bang. Nine's put us out. You're joking. So we've had first, third, fourth, fifth, nearly 6th. Yuck. Yuck. Uncle Robbie Heathcote, Angie Jones.
Maybe back.
Huh?
Airman to win 10.
What's that?
Probably
Yeah.
going to win 6.
Yeah, we've got to have another 1,000 on, don't we?
Yeah.
Airman. Probably got to take the 360. Oh, that's good.
Up we go, lads. Who was that? Matty Taylor, wasn't it?
Dream Team Matt.
That was his. He's had a few good ones today.
Yeah, he's been seeing well. It's good to hear a little bit about what he likes.
He seems to keep it very close to his chest.
Oh, let me.
That's the vibe I get.
So I can tell you, that's exactly what the vibe is. He works in mysterious ways, doesn't he, Rich?
He sure does. He just went to the fridge and got a beer. Well deserved.
Oh, that's good. We've got Airman as a 10k cheer as well now. So,
So we had 1,000 on that winner, yeah?
yeah, we had 1,000 giga kick into Airman, and then now we've had another 1,000 at 360. So we're just shy of another 10k result. So we're back up to 31,000 as the balance.
Wonderful.
And then this will put us in front, and then we've still got a little bit of a little old place called Rattle Raid to go. And I'll probably miss Top Fluck again. Of course I have. Yeah. One of my friends is in the know from Snow. He used to be on the podcast in the early days. He's gone out for lunch with Clint McDonald. I asked him, I said, what do you think about Demon Blood in the last at Morphettville? He goes, I'll let you know. It's been 460 into 370 and Zara's on and I haven't heard a peep. Where's your favourite place to go for lunch, Rich, in Sydney?
Ooh, we're in a really good part of town. We're sort of in Surrey Hills. There's a lot of great restaurants. I mean, you really put me on the spot. Okay, I have to give you an answer. Well, there's like Mimi's down in Coogee, which is reasonably new. It's a Merivale joint. Obviously, it's arguably the most beautiful room in a restaurant in the world. Overlooks Coogee. That's always really, really nice. I always like going to Rockpool.
Cafe Sydney.
I mean, there's just so many restaurants.
Yeah.
It's
hard to.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Down the outside. Yellow
I had
cup.
a beautiful meal at Gimlet in Melbourne not that long ago when I was down there. That's a good joint.
Here we go, a bit of sound.
Jeez, just trucking up early. It's in the zone.
Red Zeus isn't too far away from the action either. KGB blazing the
Well, we'd be stiff to get held up from there.
Surely.
It is McNeil though.
So the leader over on the far side, Atlantis Tycoon from Red Zeus, and then came KGB.
Don't go through
up the
them.
middle from Who Dares Torture Good Zeus.
Don't do it to us.
Then Shalaman behind them is from Midtown Boss El Padrino.
Who's on it?
McNeil.
Venetian less hard to cross, and Airman sees them all. Onto the course proper at the 500 metres, Atlantis Tycoon from Red Zeus, then KG.
It's got plenty of time.
Got a horse.
Behind them, Stupendo.
Come on, you big bugger.
Just gotta let rip here.
Let down.
Go, Ammon. Go on.
Let down. Come on, boy.
Go past him.
Go on, boy.
Go on.
Keep going.
Up we go.
Yeah, that boys.
Well done. Extra little 1,000 too.
Great trading,
Good horse.
boys.
Oh, nice one, Nico.
The Saturday set that we did yesterday, dead set tipped every winner. If you follow that, you're having a great day.
Kings was big on that on the Saturday set. He was big on Luna Flare.
Yeah.
Fizzer was big
Yeah,
on
the Saturday set was on fire.
Honey Princess.
He's on fire.
Might be 2 from 18, and then 9 and 14 are close up as well. 5 starts, 4 wins for Airman Gunner.
That's something.
I'm going to go and grab a beer, boys.
Beautiful.
Right, yeah.
I'll come back.
We just killed the volume, that's why. But that's a good little start.
It's really just Adelaide left, isn't it?
Yeah, we just got Adelaide less. I don't know if Az is in position to get back on, but he's the jumping back on. We'll see if he's around. This is his race, but that's a nice little profit. I tell you what, we'll just sort of stay disciplined there, stick to the sets, stick to the units, and not lost our nerve, and got the result.
Yep, so nice little handy result there, Airman. Gee, that was a good win. He's always shown heaps of talent, that horse, and just let rip down the outside. He had plenty of horse, didn't he? Probably ran out of condition a bit there the last 100, but he showed a good fight.
Pretty big sustained run though.
Yeah. Huh? So I think he'll probably peak third up, really, looking at that. Matty Taylor in the chat, well done boys, never give up. It's always the way, isn't it, punting? You just can't get too down. The next result's only around the corner. So which Wolfden dude said that we could still get up? I think that was Kings, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Fizzer. They were both still pretty confident.
I was confident. We still had a lot of money on the table.
We still had a lot of balls to fire. Things go our way a bit differently, through that middle stage. Shit, it could have been anything today with a few of those horses. But anyway, seems like we put ourselves in a good spot. We gave ourselves every chance. That was probably the main thing. And now we just got to come home strong at Morphettville, see if we can get something there. But yeah, huge win, Airman. Well done to the Den boys. They found stacks of winners today. Looking through sort of the winners we did find, they've been
spot on.
They've been spot on. Promises kept. If that sort of goes a different way in the vows. How many seconds and thirders we back? It's been sick, but
Scythea's gone enormous there after getting replated.
Yep.
Usually they just absolutely run. That was Donny's tip.
The Jumbuck second.
See if Az is going to. Az is going to jump back on. This is the last bit of excitement that we need. Just to steer us into the dock.
Will he be that excited after his derby result? I don't know. It might be a bit flat. How does the top fluck work? Takes the top fluck from the last 15 minutes, doesn't it?
It's a blend of the track price and the biggest bookies. It used to be like the on-course ring, really, and now it's like Sportsbet, a couple of the major bookies like Ladbrokes, and then it takes, I think, three bookies have to have the price up. So it's like a blended best odd fluck price. And so I think it's a pretty important product to keep alive, and that's what I've been saying on the Bet Doctor show, is because you can just sort of set and forget and get a better price and stay in the game a lot longer, rather than sit here like we have to have done at certain times and just fish out prices. I think it's a really important product for punters, and same as like best of the best. Like it's such a great product for driving turnover for customers that just can't sit there attached to their computer. So it's a no-brainer for them to incentivise bookies to be able to operate it, and that's the first thing that sort of went with Topsport when they had to try and get themselves back into sort of a winning position. Because if Topsport they just can't keep running at losses, which they have, despite paying more tax than anything else to everyone else, to the PRAs. So now we're at 40,540, and Az is just going to jump into the hot seat for the last at Morphettville. Really, really tricky race, this one. I thought anything could.
Yeah, you get Demon Blood with MZ going aboard. That's usually a pretty deadly combo. The McDonald Zara and a few other things. So
that was when I did the race, I thought the Gov is a little bit weak, especially 1050. And then I thought Demon Blood should be favourite, and then
Road of Kura is not much good.
Yeah, I could see why Azza found Hello Ground.
Just sort of in a bit of a
Kings would have finished with a wet sail, I would have thought, with Airman and
Majestic shot.
Majestic shot he might have been on. He definitely would have launched Party Princess.
He was pretty keen on Airman.
He was pretty keen on Party Princess as well, and Airman. So I'd be shocked if Kings hasn't won today, which is great.
I think most of us have probably won solo betting. It's just been
trying to get
everything in line, and like the cracks we did have, promises kept, and if he wins, it's a huge day, isn't it? So you just got to keep your head in the game, don't you?
Well, I needed Wicklow Town to run a place. I'm beside myself, just personally. I backed Aberfeldy place, the Aberfeldy boy, the place into it, the place. Which I'm a bit sick.
I'm still sick on little Rosie when we went the early crow.
That was disgusting, wasn't it? That little pip.
That is a sick beat.
Mm.
No, I hope it's been a good day for everyone. We've had a fair few tuning in throughout the day, and the boys up there, they've seemed like they've had good fun. It was a good chat with Dan O, one of the sharpest minds in racing. So seeing his thoughts on the upcoming spring, and yeah. I was interested to see he had so many bets in a week. I didn't think he'd be that sort of operator. I thought he'd be more of a sniper sort of style.
Oh, he's got.
But you got the data, don't you? You got databases like GTX, and punting form's very similar in that mould where you can just sort of look for what you want, can't you? You can find plenty of bets.
Yeah, he when I was on the other side at BetStar, he used to pop up every day or every 2 days and just give us a nice little tickle and knock us around. He was a pretty decent winner 10 years ago or something like that. 8 or 9 or 10 years ago. A pretty deadly sort of punter. Didn't matter what day of the week. Always been pretty good at finding progressive horses. And yeah, he's sort of always been good in sort of the classics when the 3-year-olds are sort of coming through and all that sort of thing. So I've always had a fair bit of respect. G'day, Langy. We've hit the front here, which is good news, and hopefully Azza can and Sophie Logan can put the final nail into the coffin. I think we're just going to have to take Best Toten SP this horse.
I hear something in the background.
Yeah, I'm going to hear him muffling. Azza. Well, we're up and about now. We're a bit more cheerful now that Airman and Party Princess and a couple of Majestic Shot have hit the front, and the bank's looking a little bit healthy with $40,540 in there. Still pretty confident, Halo ground.
I am. The money's coming for it now here. Just looking on the fair here. Rodakura's. It is dangerous, Rodakura. It's hard in the market. Demon Blood's drifting. Why am I hearing an echo?
Because you got to turn the sound down your end.
Yep. All right, you got me?
Yep.
Sorry, I had the YouTube stream in the background. I could hear an echo. Yeah, we got. I like this Hello Ground here. It's firm in the market. 7's into 550 late. Look, this thing's trolled like an absolute bomb. Second prep, as we said on Little Birdie, second prep for David Jolly. In that prep, he had 4th of 4 to Cumin, who already won today on the card at Morphettville. And then second up, smashed its head against the gate and tailed off. 3 months off. Love a second prep for a trainer. Trolled like a gun. Got a cop Sophie Logan against the better jockeys who she normally rides against, but just jump. Don't think, love. Just keep going. Look down. Not like Rosie Hammond on that thing at Pachuca, just looking around. Put your head down, girl. And slap it on the arse and get it home.
He's got away with words, that's all I like him.
That's what we're thinking. Just fucking hit it.
$1,540 at Best Toten SP. I was sick, as I've you can blame me for this one because I just missed the top fluck. I was sort of drunk on the Majestic Shot win, and I haven't handled it too badly, but yeah, definitely missed the top fluck price, and I'm a bit sick with myself, and that's why I can't have any more on it. We've completely missed the price. Hopefully the tote pops
That's
here.
right. I don't. It's a 1 unit bet for me. It's nothing silly. I've also personally had a saver on the Gov. Its run behind Shripper was franked again today. I did watch a little bit of the stream earlier. Obviously, promises kept. I'd had 2K on the multi-globe last week into it at $17. I'd also backed it at $11 pre-post. I was on the floor. But I'll tell you now, you asked Dan O'Sullivan about who's going to win the Queensland Derby, and you caught him on the fly. But the winner of the Queensland Derby is Aberfeldy Boy. It will win. It shouldn't have been running that SA Derby today. They were meant to go to the Grand Prix. If it handles that way of going, it'll win. Tab had $15 up after today's Derby. It's not there anymore. I've knocked it off into 8s. There's nothing to a sports bet. It'll be winning.
We want to keep you on. We want Azakam on for this race. Talk us through it.
All right. Well, the only thing is, if I do that, I'm watching on. Should I go watch it on the TV?
Or take us wherever. Can you take us somewhere?
Yeah, I'll take it to the TV. Hang on.
Take us to the piano room.
Hang on. I'm in my office.
It's all right.
Roaming Azza.
Roaming Azza through the house. The dog thinks it's about to get dinner, so it's fucking going off its head.
Oh, I hate that. My dog's like clockwork at 5 o'clock. He either wants a walk or dinner. Just nipping at me heels. Outstanding. Jesus.
The Soaster.
What's going on here? Rodakura's been backed. That was the one that DK gave me lip about pronouncing it wrong. I'm going to make him read all the prices next week on a show just to piss him off. 720 totes are flashing. Not good. Stop flashing them. Punters in the tab are scrambling to back the flashy moves.
Hello, ground out the absolute gate here, out to 720.
You've absorbed your press, that's why.
Go on, Sophie. How's this bloke, Brett Davis? Worst caller ever. How we going? What's the bank, boys?
39, is it?
So we're profitable?
Yeah, we're profitable. Yeah, we started 34 and a half and now we're 39,000. So
things go a bit
that's
different.
A good day.
It's a lot different.
That's all right.
Yeah. Anyone complains about that, they can fuck off. 15% return fucking on investment. Go, Sophie. Get it out the gates, you spud.
Where is it?
Missed the start by fucking 2. Here she goes. She's not panicking.
Just got to ride it like she did in the trial. Just let him do his thing.
Come on, Soph.
She's not panicking.
Come on, Soph.
There you go. Just sit OSL. The leader can't win. It's $76.
Ride your own race, Soph.
Look at her. She doesn't know what to do. She's holding it back, fighting the fucking thing. Let it run. Take more energy out of it fighting it.
Oh, no.
Look at her. She's riding a radio. Where's she going? We've got the Gov on the inside here.
Oh, no.
Have we saved the Gov? No.
No.
It's got no
one. It's weak. Oh, demon blood down the outside.
Beating McDonald. Come on, the Gov. Kick! You're a flea. Scoot was right.
It is a flea. Demon blood. Thanks, Snowy. Didn't return my call.
McDonald.
Clint McDonald.
Hello, ground ran last. Sorry, boys.
They're out for lunch. That's all right. That happens on the great game. Home turn.
It was gone, wasn't it?
Anyway.
Not Sophie's fault.
No. All right, Az, you've been highly entertaining, but good couple of winners early for our confidence. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Good on you, boys. Aberfeldy Boy, Queensland Derby.
I think we loud and clear.
Just wins, will win. See you, boys.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah,
well done. That was pretty entertaining. We probably needed a little bit more Azza throughout the day. He's a dead set excitement machine, but a little bit of bad luck for the charity bet. We've dusted another 5,000. Tristan has to pay tax on that. Terrific. But we've managed to get a good return there for everyone at home playing, and hopefully provided a pretty good day of entertainment. So 34,500 becomes a final closing bank of 39,000. Big thanks to you, Nico. God, it's gone a bit quicker than I thought. 5.5 hours on the show, but again, we've sort of spoken about what sort of could have been, and we had some pretty good bets across the day, and a couple of those seconds and thirds lob. We could have
we probably had what?
Could have taken the bet to bank well over 50k. So
we've probably had 35, 40k seconds. So
yeah,
it's just the game, isn't it? Though you can't sort of rest your head on that. You just got to take the result and
move on, learn.
We buy a dinner tonight, and then we just get back into it tomorrow. Really.
Yeah. Just keep punching and just keep our heads as well. So big thanks to the WOLFDEN boys. They were sensational, especially Kings was strong. Matty Taylor, they were probably the best two on ground. And
Visit was he had the Party Princess. That was I think that was his best on their little Saturday set. So if you're looking for a show that's just sort of, I think it's about 7 or 8 minutes. They put it to Twitter.
Put it in your weekly routine, and if the stars align, you push the button and press. Big thanks to Topsport and Punting Form, as usual, the Comics Lounge down at North Melbourne. Some of our major sponsors there to keep the show on the road. I guess it's never cheap to put on the pictures and keep the lights on in here. So big thanks to all of those guys. We've had a great day, and a big thanks to all the little Birdie staff, from the back office to the front office, and all the different tipsters and stuff across the not just us but for Beck Doctor as well. And I think it's been a good fun day here.
I don't know. I think the Den, they might have clocked off for the day. They might just be deep into their beers by now.
There you go. They're off. But a big thanks
Hang
to
up the boots.
Big thanks to all their boys as well, and DNO for the question time and stuff. And I really enjoyed the format.
I think we've got to do it again. I think we can
again.
Get them next time. We went bloody close today to really having a big result. So another big. There's probably not another big day for a while, but maybe later on in the year or something.
Maybe Stratty Day. Stradbroke?
Maybe.
Be even colder here. I might have to go to Sydney, and I might sit in the Den office for the day, and might all fly to Sydney for a little bit of a end of season trip.
I'd get around it.
That'd be pretty good fun. We've got a full day in the Den. Anyway, we'll see what sort of washes out there, but a big thanks, and I'll get Tristan to push the button so all the funds will be back in your account. So hopefully we've helped you have a pretty good day at home. And Richie's going to come on with a beer just to extend things a little bit longer. But just sort of, and Kings,
no, so sit there, sit in that one.
Is on. So it's good to actually have more voices. Obviously, the Racing Rant's been a bit of a stalwart in the past. The WOLFDEN, a newer sort of operation. Mr. Racing sort of popping their heads out as well. There's a lot of different people sort of bobbing up and coming to the fore. I think it's a great thing. Obviously, Dan and Dan's involved with the WOLFDEN as well, but the more the better. Rich, can you hear me?
I can. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear him. Oh, no, I can't. I can't hear him. I can see him.
Sorry, now you got me. That was my fault. You got me now?
Beautiful. So, as we said, 34,500 turns to 39, so small profit out there for all the investors. So, big thanks for everyone for getting behind us. And sounds like Kings would have finished with a bit of a wet sail, and hopefully you don't knock it off in honkers.
That's right. No, Kings is going good. He's sitting just opposite me. He'll come and sign off as well. But thanks for having us involved, boys. You've run a very tight ship. We appreciate it. I don't have much more to say on that. I really enjoyed it. Glad everyone at home gets something small enough to buy a pizza or something. So, yeah. I'll get Kings on to come and sign off as well, okay?
Yep.
Here he is. Cheers, boys. Good luck. Speak soon, eh?
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks, Rich. Enjoy the night. Have a beer for us.
He's even got the t-shirt.
Oh, now he's got the merch.
He's got the merch.
How good's betting?
It is. It's
How good is it?
It's good, isn't it?
It's a nice finish.
It's
a nice finish.
Yeah, that's great. Did you get a good result out of Party Princess at launch, that one? Did you back Majestic Shot, or was that more of a dream?
Yeah, I had a decent bet on it at about $14 or $15, and then Last in Melbourne was a good result as well. Pity the Tigers couldn't get up for me. They just got done on the line. And I'm losing in Hong Kong, but I got figures everywhere. I'm not sure how I'm going, but I'd be in front. I just don't know how much.
And what was your last one? I think you were tipping it. Were you tipping 8-1 at Belmont for people that are playing at home? Red Can Man?
Yeah, that's my last decent bet. I think it was about 460. So there's no pace in that race. I think it'll get across and either lead or sit outside the lead on a slower tempo. So that's my main bet left for the day. So we're in front with the what's the end balance for the syndicate?
Yeah, so 34,500 we started with, and then we've closed with 39,000. So we just stuck to the game plan.
Okay, cool.
The sheet that we sent at the start of the day with all the units, we just stuck to our plan. Didn't really deviate off that whatsoever, and we end up getting a good result. And if a couple of the seconds that we got nosed out of one at Echuca, and then obviously we had a pretty good opportunity in the SA Derby to have a really good swing. So could have easily gone past the 50K.
Yeah, what about that? Didn't it look like it was home at the 200? Jeez. And we could have had something on the winner nearly there as well. But if you keep winning 10, 15% on the days, you're going to finish a long way in front. So well done.
Yeah, big thanks to all your crew up there. And hopefully everyone at home has just taken a few pearls of wisdom on board as well. And just goes to show, if you keep your head and stick to your plan and stay disciplined and put genuine staking beside your bets, you should go a long way to staying in front. So, as I said,
100%.
Before you
It's been
jump
a lot of fun.
Kings, it's been great, and hopefully we can tune in again in maybe before spring, maybe Strategy Day or another day that suits everyone. We can try and line something up and have another swing and see how we go then. But appreciate you,
mate. Sounds good.
All your time and effort, and all the boys in the studio there, and make sure you have a beer for us.
We'd be firming favourites.
Been a pleasure. We will.
Big time next start, wouldn't we?
What's that?
We've had the first up run. Everyone's sort of got together now. Now next start, I think we'll be cherry ripe. Second up.
Who's
attacking?
That? Oh, us.
Just as a collective.
Yeah, I think everyone knows how everyone operates. So I think it's a great thing. It's good to see Kingsley out in the open and more pros sort of stepping out of the shadows. So it's great for the game and good for turnover. Thanks, Kings. Have a great night.
Thanks, boys. You too.
Outstanding. That's a wrap from us. We're going to get off, have a beer ourselves, and good luck with your winnings at home. And we'll get Tristan to push the button in the next sort of 5 minutes. So check your Topsport account by 5:30. It will definitely be there. So big thanks to you, Nico, as well. And we'll see you on Bet Doctor on Thursday.
We'll be back. We'll hopefully find a few more winners for the punters. But good day out in the end. And like King said, if you keep winning it sort of 10, 15%, it's going to take you a long way, isn't it? So
exactly.
Handy day out.
Beautiful. All right, thanks guys, and thanks for jumping on board and supporting the little birdie team. See you guys.